Oh, God. I still got that volume on. Right, alright. Volume down. Right, volume. There we go. That's better. Ah! No. Wrong one. Stream manager. Let's go. Am I there? Go to my channel? I am there! Where was I gone wrong? That's weird. YouTube. And bring up an actual YouTube just to find some shit. Woohoo! Your lass is back. I am not going to be putting myself in that sort of position ever again. In fact, you know what? Give me a minute. I will vanish for a second. And then I'll tap. Where is it? Delete. I'll leave quickly bought. Yeah. Hang on. Let's actually check that. Did I actually get to this? Do not put up your bollocks. Thought that. Yeah, I can get rid of you. You live there forevermore. Hello. Huh. Hmm. God, it's an hour long now. I'd want people to see this one, but will this be copyrighted? I will be joining when I get my money next week. Huh. Oh, fucking hell. this.
Buckle up, everyone. This is gonna get messy. Hi, everyone. It's me. If you're new here, my name is Alana, and I'm a Canadian, but I live here in the UK. And if you're not new here, hey, how's it going? It has been too long since we have got absolutely pissed. But today we're gonna change that. So I have bought an obscene amount of cocktails, and we're gonna try them all. And that's the video. The only rules is that it has to be British, so none of this like Jack Daniels, none of this Smirnoff crap. It has to be British, and obviously it has to be canned. I will just say I found one, spoiler alert, I found one that is so unreal and very British, but we're gonna save it for the finale. That means you have to stick around, all right? So without further ado, let's go. Now I would like to start here with Pimm's Born in London, the #1 cup, perfectly mixed with lemonade. This was established in 1840. Absolutely wild. I'll be honest, I had never heard of Pimm's before moving to the UK, which feels really weird saying that out loud now because Pimm's is like so famous, but in Canada I had never heard of it. Now I got this one at Tesco for £2.30. They did have a club card thing where if you bought 4 of them, I think you got the 3rd one for free or whatever, but if you're just buying it on its own, £2.30. And this, of course, is 5.4%. Oh, I should also say they're all cold, but I'm not going to pour them into glasses. I know that upsets some people. I think if it's a canned drink, you should be able to drink it out of the can. Also, I don't have that many glasses. Cheers.
Can.
Oh my god. Tell me this doesn't taste like summer in a can. You're sitting out in like a British, beautiful park, having lovely British cheese and bread and meats, and you're getting too much sun, and you're having one of these. Delightful. Absolutely wonderful. This is so perfectly balanced. It doesn't taste super alcoholic, but it's also not too sweet either. Sometimes I find, especially when it comes to like pre-made stuff, they really make them just too sweet. This is absolutely divine, and I think we will be hard pressed to find something better. I'm gonna give Pimm's 5 out of 5 British summer days. Wonderful. God, that's good. Next up, a very classic British one. I think that is well loved and well known. That has to be Gordon's London Dry Gin and Tonic. So this was also at Tesco.
I cannot comment on this. I have never drank it. Well, technically I've drank Gordon. No. Bombay Sapphire, wasn't it, that she poured me? I can't drink that. I'm allergic to gin. I'm allergic to juniper, so I can't drink that. My mum drinks Gordon's, and there's usually at least 1 or 2 of those cans in the fridge up in our house in Perth. I hope you like gin, Alana. I wouldn't know. I can't go near it. I can't even remember the taste of it. I was a rather naughty 16-year-old, well, nearly 17. No, I was 17, nearly 18. And me and my friend were in her house, which is about a 10-minute walk away from where I lived up in Perth. And we were going through her mum's drinks cabinet. Because teenagers. And we went through everything else, Cinzano, bourbons, whiskies, spiced rum, blah blah blah. Then we got to the gin, and she poured me a G&T, and I tried it, and I just passed. The last thing I remember, I can't remember drinking it at all. I can't remember the taste of it. I remember drinking it, and waking up with my mum above me, and my friend's mother, who was a nurse, as my mum was a nurse, standing with an EpiPen in her fucking hand. So, you know, can't go near gin. Both my mum and my younger sister drink gin. Kind of. They can have my portion of gin.
But to be fair, it was at all of the stores that I went to. But Tesco was selling it for $2.25. Again, it was part of the club card thing if you could be bothered to buy 4 of them. But otherwise, What did I just say? $2.25. Now this can might be perhaps a little bit old because it still has the Queen's seal on it. Or is that a Camilla Queen Consort seal? Or is it really that old? Because they're changing all of the royal warrants.
The seal itself won't change. It's still the same seal that they put on that. It's basically the crown. It's not the monarch. It's the crown is a separate entity. We've got a monarch and we've got the crown. Because the crown can go into a couple of different heads depending on what's happening. Say Charles needs to go into the hospital. Someone takes over. It's usually the consort, who would be Camilla. And if he wants to redo his seal, he can. It usually takes a couple of years to change the seal over, and it has to get approved by Parliament as well. Just the way our constitutional monarchy is set up. Christ, it's fucking archaic. Hello, I'm a Republican, by the way. Like, basically, Gordon's just got a royal warrant to produce gin for the crown.
To King Charles, but this specifically says Her Majesty the Queen, so cheers to Gordon's. Smooth. Do you know what? So smooth. And again, I feel like gin is very British. I feel like North Americans, gin's like not the go-to for some reason, but here obviously you have so many great gin options. I never would have drank it in Canada. And of course, Gordon's being very famous. This says established in 1769. Older than my country. What percentage are we working with? This is a 5%. I find gins to be very kind of like medicinal tasting, very like, what's the word when it's like grass? Not herbal, the other one. What's the other word? Not floral, the one that deals with grass. Anyway, we'll just say medicinal. That's not the word I want, but you know what I mean. Usually I find gins to be like not necessarily refreshing because they have that medicinal, not the word I want, flavor, but this is so smooth. It's so nice. It's not sweet either, which is fab. This is just wonderful. An all-rounder. Did I say it's 5%? It's 5%. Cheers. Really good. I'm gonna give the Gordon's Gin and Tonic 6 out of 6.75 Royal Queen warrants. Next up, let's go a little bit fancy to M&S. I chose their whiskey sour, 8%, 2 measures of blended whiskey, perfectly mixed cocktail. So this was £2.40, which is actually kind of comparable to the other two, to be fair. And I decided to go with whiskey. So here's the other thing.
They're all roughly between £2 and £3, so they're usually between like $2.20 up to about $2.60, somewhere in that sort of span. The proper cocktail ones, there are a couple of them are over £3 because they have 2 or 3 different liqueurs or spirits in them. But all the ones that are just basically a spirit in a mixer or a spirit in a couple of mixers, they're usually under £3. I would just buy the bottle of spirit. I'm a vodka lassie or a bourbon lassie.
People are probably complaining like, oh, you're comparing gin and Pimm's with whiskey. Like, that's not fair. I literally don't care. I chose the whiskey sour because M&S has all of the classic flavors, the margaritas, the passion fruit stuff, and you know, just like all the usuals. But very few of the supermarket stuff
martini she's talking
had
about there
a
with that
whiskey
one.
sour. So this was unusual. I wanted to try it. I don't care what everybody says in the comments. Cheers. Is that a new favorite? Oh my god, that is so nice. New favorite alert. This is so good, even if you're not necessarily a whiskey drinker. I think it is so smooth. It's a little bit tart. You got that lemon juice. It's not too sweet. That's a big thing for me, as you might have already heard in this video. It's not too sweet. £4 or £2.40, bit expensive, but they're all pre-made. You can take them, you know, when your mom and all her girlfriends are going into London and they're on the train and they're having train cocktails, and maybe they're having a Gordon's, maybe they're having a Pimm's, but you can be a little bit different and you can say, girlies, the M&S Whiskey Sour, better than all the rest. And at 8%, who can complain? Cheers. Wow, that is so good. I was really not expecting that. M&S has done it again, the Whiskey Sour. 10 out of 10 train beers. It's not a beer, but you know what I mean. Now, for something a little bit different, once again, Atlanta, how can you compare? All of these drinks are different. You know what? It's just fun, isn't it? I love taste testing stuff. You will literally never get me to stop. I saw this and I thought, ooh, that's weird. And that's the High Water Hard Seltzer. I went with the mango and peach because that sounds absolutely delicious. Premium alcoholic sparkling water. So I got this at M&S, £2.75. From my limited memory, I believe to be the most expensive, almost £3 a can. I'd never heard of High Water before, but I did Google it, and it does say it's British from my very limited research, so it suits the rules of this video. And so I bought it. Also, this video was a little bit expensive to make. So if you like it, please consider joining me on YouTube memberships. No worries if not otherwise. Cheers. That is nice. So 5% alcohol, 99 calories. I don't care about the calories, but maybe you do. Sometimes I find the sparkling water hard seltzer drinks don't really taste of the thing they're supposed to taste like, but you can definitely taste the mango and the peach. Wow, I'm a little bit out of breath. Delicious. That is really quite nice. Is it better than the whiskey sour? Absolutely not. Based on what we've had so far, all of these, can you imagine if I tipped them all over, like I'd knock into them? All of these have been A+. I would not be upset to drink them and multiples of them. This, I think, is the worst so far, but it's still really good because the bar right now is very high. Does that make sense? Is it worth nearly £3 a can? No, not really. To try something new, absolutely. I love trying new stuff. I think I've already said that. If you've watched any of my channel, any of my taste tests, you know this already. So it's definitely fun to try. I will drink the rest of it. It's tasty, it's nice. Oh, hold on. Made in the UK with only the finest natural flavors, triple distilled vodka, and spring water, this gently effervescent drink will be a delight for your taste buds. It can be enjoyed with the thought that it contains no artificial ingredients and that a portion of the profit is donated to looking after the oceans we love. It does say 1% of profit flows back to our oceans. Okay. That sounds nice. Is it worth £3? No, it's not, but it's still very tasty. Next up, which one would you like to do next? I think we should do another very classic British drink, and that is the Bombay Sapphire. This one came from Tesco, but it was at all the supermarkets. Tesco sold it for £2.55. Not cheap, but to be fair, kind of comparable. Gin and tonic, created with vapor-infused London dry gin. 6.5%. I will say I like the can. You could get like the light, like less calorie version. I don't care. But I was curious to see how this compares with the Gordons. Cheers. Oh, this one tastes like more intensely gin. Like more of that word that I can't think of. Hold on, let me Google it. Wow, even Google doesn't really know the word that I'm trying to think of. I will say, this one does taste very pine needles. from the juniper berries or whatever. I think maybe a bit more intense than the Gordons. This just felt like a bit, maybe more my style, like not as in your face. Yeah, like a really bad.
Akis. Hello, Akis. Yeah, Super Hubby. I'll not say his name on stream, but you met him the other day there. Yeah. He checked. He created a Twitch account for himself or for me, really. And it notified him that I was live, that my channel was available. So I went back tonight. I was hedging my bets essentially. I didn't know how long it was going to take to get my channel back, but I've got it back. Lesson learned: do not show football on stream. She's robbing us. Oh. So no more football. Don't get me wrong, I'll still watch the football, but I'll just not show it on stream. I let him know if he wants to jump in. We can maybe do our discussion tonight if he wants. That might be quite fun. Or we can schedule it for when he's free and not too busy. You're more than welcome to stick around, Akis, if you like.
Balanced, nice. Still tastes like gin, but not like offensively so. This is definitely more gin, if you like that kind of thing. Careful now.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna get anything else done today. Do you realize that? Do I realize that? I'm gonna give Bombay Sapphire 2 out of 6 sapphires. It does what it says on the tin, but it's just not to my taste. Moving right along, I'm starting to get a little bit sweaty. Don't know about you. What would you like to do next? I know. I'd like to do this one. So this one I got from M&S as well. It is a East London liqueur, vodka, and rhubarb. This was £2.90. So I think the most expensive at this point. It is kind of like small business vibes where it's like the aluminum can and then the label is just a big sticker. But I'm happy to look past that. This is a 4.6. Every time I burp, I'm tasting gin. Cheers. Oh, that is fun. It's so rhubarb. It's almost a bit tart, which again, I like. It's not too sweet. There's definitely sweetness in there, but it's so rhubarb. That is wonderful. You don't really get rhubarb tasting. You don't really get rhubarb flavored drinks. Do you know what I mean? But I do feel like rhubarb is such a British flavor. Again, back in Canada, we pretty much never had anything rhubarb. I don't know why, we just didn't.
Rhubarb is the work of the devil. He likes it, and so does my mother. The pair of them can get wrecked. I don't like rhubarb. No. My mum's favourite gin is rhubarb flavoured. Each to their own, so I'm never going anywhere near that. Obviously, allergic to gin, allergic to juniper, and I really don't like that. I'm not allergic to rhubarb, I just don't like it. Ugh. Oh God, I forgot my sister. My sister likes rhubarb and custard as well. Sorry, my dears. Nah. Just give me a lemon tart. Or a chocolate gâteau or something, or ice cream. Rhubarb just, nah, fuck off. So my mum's favourite dish is rhubarb crumble and custard. Ugh. Ugh. So that's the one that she has the most often, would be rhubarb flavoured for gin. Why would you do that to vodka? That is sacrilegious in my eyes. Just don't. Leave vodka alone. Thank you for your help, Akis.
This is really nice. If you like rhubarb and you see it out and about, do try it. Is it worth £2.90? Almost. This is definitely the most expensive, surely. I would not be buying this often just because of the price, but for the flavor and for something totally different, like M&S, Tesco, Sainsbury's. We got a Sainsbury's one coming up. Co-op. Nobody had anything rhubarb. This was the only rhubarb thing that I saw. Delightful. That is so nice. You know what? That's top 3. Is it better than Pim's? Maybe not better than Pim's, but it's very close. I'm gonna say currently these 3 are the contenders. And for almost £3 a can, like, it's kind of a lot. But I guess it depends, like, how frequently you drink, or like if you want something like a little bit different, something a little bit fancy. East London, I'm gonna give that 6 out of 6.5 rhubarbs. Love the flavor. It's very smooth. It's not too sweet. It's very easy to drink. Delicious and different. Next up, let's go to Sainsbury's. Now, Sainsbury's actually had loads of like pre-made drinks or canned drinks. I wanted their own branded version, but even still, they had a lot of like the fan favorites, the margaritas and the martinis and what have you. But I decided to go with their spiced rum and cola. None of the other brands, as far as I could see, did any rum. I want to say any, maybe any. Let me just say, I didn't notice any rum-based drinks from the other place, but Sainsbury's did. And guess what? Ooh. This was only £1.30. The branding, the can, it's all very simple, very straightforward. £1.30 for a spiced rum and cola. This is 5%. Why not? Cheers. That's great. It's very vanilla. It almost tastes like a vanilla Coke. Do you know that flavor? Like, very, actually quite sweet. Almost too sweet, to be fair. It really like lingers. This feels almost too sweet for me. Like, I thought the spiced rum, you know, cola, love that mix. £1.30. Like, you could buy so many of them. But it's almost too sweet for me. It's still tasty. It's nice. It's very like vanilla flavored to me. I'm going to give Sainsbury's, what am I going to give them? 7 out of 10 unbranded colas. It's nice. It's sweet. It's vanilla. It's very smooth. Certainly very smooth. Not very spicy or anything. But it's just a bit too sweet. Still kind of good though. Grows on you. Where does it go in the list? I think second last currently. I will say this. I've said a lot of things in this video. I will say this. So far, everything we've tried has been certainly drinkable. I would drink all of these, and I probably will. And then I will throw up, and I'll have a nap on the couch. But so far, we still have our 3 standouts. But we're not done yet, if you can believe it. Now, I didn't want to do multiple drinks from each brand. So like Sainsbury's had loads of different flavors. Marks & Spencer had loads of different flavors. Interestingly, there were no Tesco branded cocktails. They only served or sold like the branded stuff. But anyway, I didn't want multiple flavors from the same brand. I just wanted one and done. However, I did see that Marks & Spencer's do like 2 different lines. So I got one, the whiskey sour from just their like regular M&S line, but they have a fancy line, which obviously we have to try. The fancy line is called the Marxologist, and the flavor I picked is salted caramel espresso. It's a martini cocktail, 14.2%. This is by far the most expensive out of all of them. This tiny but
your lass has had that one. Hi, Kitty. Oh, thank you, Akis. I have no idea. She was on my homepage, who this is, and she's going through all the branded cocktails from it. She's Canadian, and I don't know. She lives here in Britain, and she's going through all the canned stuff. That one she's currently holding up that she hasn't tasted yet. I've had that. I've had several of those. They are really quite dangerous. I put them in the same sort of dangerous category as like Hooch or Breezers. yeah, you drink far too many of them, then you forget that you start to stand up and you don't have legs anymore. Oddly enough, I don't throw up when I drink those. I throw up when I drink spirits, just normal spirits, not in the mixed form like these cans are. So I try to limit myself to how many spirits I have. My two favourite ones are vodka and bourbon. Can't have gin, I'm allergic to juniper, so no gin for this lass. My mum and my younger sister deal with the gin. They drink gin, I don't. My younger sister looks at me when I'm drinking my vodka and said, "How can you drink that? Vodka tastes nasty." I said, "I would say the same about gin, but I don't know." The first and last time I tasted it, I nearly fucking died. Anaphylaxis is not fun. Would not recommend to anyone.
Adorable.
Have fun, Alana. It is dangerous. It tastes just like a coffee.
£3.50. But I will say, if you want to try interesting flavors, the Marxologist line had a couple of really interesting ones, like very unique ones. But I love an espresso martini. So here we are. What a beautiful day. I hope you're doing well. But £3.50 for...
Akis, I'm curious. Will you be watching the World Cup? I'll be watching it for the football. Just the games themselves. And to see how my favourite countries do, obviously. I am not happy with the majority of our matches, Scotland's matches, being in the States. And them being the bastards. Vast majorities of the Tartan Army have said, "Fuck this, not going over." Good for the Tartan Army. Round of applause. That includes one of my mum's former work colleagues and friends up in Perth. He is a huge Tartan Army person. He was planning on trying to go over, but since the whole tangerine dictator situation, if you want to call it that, fucking world-ending fucking bullshit happening, essentially. Him and his wife, my former paediatrician, I love Dr. Maggie, she was amazing. They're not going. Their son's still going. I hope he enjoys himself. He should be able to get in, there's nothing really... He has social media, but it's basically just Tartan Army related. Which is obviously one of his main... that and his work, what he does. So, even if I had the money, I wouldn't be going over. Well, I couldn't get in, my meds don't get in, and I'm pretty sure my social media presence and what I say on my stream would preclude me anyway. Case in point, calling him Tangerine Dictator.
Off. The can is absolutely adorable, but it's so small. It's like half the size of all the other ones. Cheers. Wow. I will also say, I got this on M&S, and it is listed as the International Spirits Challenge Double Gold winner for 2025. What does that mean? I don't know, but it won something. This is delicious. It's so like caramel chocolate espresso. Really, really nice. Absolutely dangerous. This is not our last one. This is so good. Vodka cocktail drink with espresso coffee and salted caramel syrup. It is divine. If you like an espresso martini like me, please try it next time you see it. £3.50 is stupid expensive.
Go and do what you need to do. There's no obligation whatsoever. Feel free to drop by whenever you see me live. Yeah, if you've got stuff to do, carry on. I'll be here. Carry on, Alana, and please be careful, my darling.
If you wanted to try it, you wanted something a little bit fancy, this is delicious. Incredible. M&S does it again. And you know what? The current winner is the M&S Whiskey Sour. Is this better than the Whiskey Sour? That is a really tough question. God, they're both absolutely perfect in their own category. This is a beautiful whiskey, lemon, kind of citrusy, sour, wonderful. This is sweet, coffee, chocolate, caramel. You know what? I'm going to do something unprecedented. These are currently tied. This is my video. I can do whatever I want. These are currently tied. M&S, if you ever see this, can you imagine if we got an M&S sponsorship? Be rolling in it. So sorry. I'm going to give the espresso martini 10 out of 10 nightcaps. Now this video is probably a million years long, and if you are still watching, thank you so much. And if you skipped to this point, that's okay. Thanks for being here. We have one final drink, and this is the one that I screamed when I saw it on the shelves. So I went to B&Q, and B&Q does have a lot of weird canned cocktails. I couldn't tell if they were British because they were all like really weird brands, but I did see this one.
My God, B&Q's branched out a bit. It's called B&M Bargains, by the way, for anyone who is not British that might hear this. I've got a B&M 10-minute walk away from where I'm currently sitting. And that's where we buy the majority of our drink from. It is where these cans of Inch's cider was bought. Those prices that she quoted, they're the same up here, but that deal you saw underneath them, the 4 for 3 from Tesco, doesn't exist in Scotland. Those sort of deals are no, verboten, not allowed. They're still the same prices, but those deals don't exist up here. The unit pricing and all that nonsense. And these cost more. These are cheaper. The cans of cider that you get, cans of beer and stuff like that, they're cheaper down in England and Wales, in Northern Ireland. They're more expensive up here. The whiskey industry here in Scotland and the multinational corporations that own them had a collective meltdown when the Scottish Parliament were introducing the unit pricing. You're going to be hitting one of our huge markets. The majority of the whiskey that gets made here is export, so it leaves Scotland. Don't get me wrong, there's still people who buy whiskey here in Scotland and the UK or Great Britain if you wish. But they had a collective meltdown when they were introducing it. And they brought it in to stop people like myself from drinking. Nah, didn't work. And the people who could just about afford some drink for their household to partake of a weekend maybe, they're the ones who have just kind of dropped off. They were already going to be stopping drinking anyway, but the vast majority of us who drink, who can afford it, and people who have more money, are still drinking at the same level they were. Small drop, like either 0.5% or % drop in sales, but it usually rises right back up for celebrations, like Christmas, New Year and all that stuff, and for Easter. And oddly enough, round about Wimbledon time. That's weird. So it's dropped a bit, but it's plateaus and it's stayed the same, and it usually spikes at Christmas, New Year anyway, so okay. Keep on saying, if you really want to stop people to drink, put in more social measures, not economic ones. Help people get out of the destructive cycle, the loop that they're in. Maybe to a certain aspect myself, because I'm naughty. I use it as an escape to help me cope with shit, but I use it as a painkiller, which is naughty. Shouldn't be doing that, but I still do. And I keep my GP informed about how much I drink anyway.
And I said,
not an excuse, obviously,
and
but
that is
my justification.
The Iron Brew Vodka Martini. What? So this was £1.49, kind of like Sainsbury's prices, infused with nitrogen for a velvety texture and smooth head. Who is funkin' nitro cocktails? I don't know, but I see Iron Brew, I buy.
You thought some of them were sweet. Prepare yourself, my lass. And remember, this is after the sugar tax. It is still one of the sweetest out there. And this one is deceptively drinkable. Because it's Iron Brew, obviously. Still wholly owned by a Scottish family, by the way. Still made here in Scotland. We don't even sell the recipe, we sell them pre-batched mixer that we send to other countries. They don't get their hands on the recipe. It's locked up here in Scotland, just up the road from Glasgow. Cumbernauld if you're interested. So no one gets the actual recipe, they get pre-mixed stuff that they make. They basically come and make it themselves and bottle it in whatever fucking country. They're not allowed the recipe. It's our recipe. Ain't no one getting their hands on it. And that's after the sugar tax as well. The original recipe still exists and no one's getting their hands on that one either. Oh God, I want to see a reaction for this one. I've had that one, by the way. But I'm Scottish, I know what to expect from this one. Please, my darling, be careful.
Oh, cheers. You know what? I don't taste the vodka at all, and I'm scared. This tastes so freakishly smooth, and I imagine that's the nitro, because it says like classic vodka martini has been upgraded. Crack open to infuse with nitrogen and enjoy a silky smooth Iron Brew vodka martini straight from the can. It is so smooth, but it just tastes like Iron Brew. I don't taste the vodka at all. That is kind of frightening. At 5%, this honestly truly just tastes like an extra smooth Iron Brew. If you are looking to get absolutely pissed without your knowledge, please go to your nearest B&M and get this funkin' Iron Brew vodka martini. Limited edition, £2.39 on the top, and yet I bought it for £1.49. This is weird. I personally don't really like Iron Brew because I find it to be too sweet. But if you like Iron Brew, oh my God. 4 out of 6 cans of indescribable Iron Brew. Wow. Well, everyone, what have we learned today? I think the room is spinning. This has been so much fun. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you have a taste test idea that you'd like to see next, do leave a comment down below. I will say all of these, even the weird Iron Brew, are delicious. I think my least favorite is the Bombay just because it is so gin forward, but the winners has to be M&S. I know they're expensive and they're a bit posh, but my God, they know what they're doing. I would be so interested to try their other flavors from just their regular line, plus the other flavors from the Marxologist line. Unbelievable. But I need to lie down now. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you would like to watch something else, how about this one? But as always, thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, bye. Cheers.
Ooh, I have people on my Twitch now. Hello, Twitch comrades. Your lass has learned her lesson. I might be tempted to show highlights every now and again. I don't think they'd be copyrighted and not get struck again. I've been invited to go and join the creator camp and do the copyright class. I don't think I need to. I'm fine with that one strike being there. I get 2 more strikes and I get banned. Then at that point I have to go over a kick. Oh fuck. So no, I'm not putting my platform in jeopardy again, ever. No. Not doing it. Right. That was a fun starter, wasn't it? How many people have I got over on my YouTube? Give me a minute. Oh, I've only got Aki's. Okay. Oh, Anthony Bourdain visits his favourite Scottish city. Oh, Catherine. To deal with people, like, we don't need to worry about him, he's dead. Him. Kev is still alive. Ooh. We might get around to that later on. Oh, I've not played that short for a bit. To show him back. There it's there.
I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of 3. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen. I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of 3. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen. I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of
3. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Do. However, I didn't write Project Cyber, so it might be a good one. Helena, I thought Helena would still be going. Hello? Oh no, they're doing yeah, they're doing Kev should still be alive. Give me a minute. Is Kev still going? He is still going. I'll just dip in for a second.
There are a lot of people who are traditional Labour voters in like the Red Wall who don't want to vote for Labour and would never vote for the Tories in their lives. But they'll vote for the Reform Party because it's not the vote party of Thatcher, even though it sort of is, but not literally. Like the,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the brand of Conservative is like cancerous poison. People don't want that shit. And so
No.
them having just Tory after Tory after Tory, especially like I say, you've got a former Tory fucking chancellor, wasn't there very long, but like still did all of the fucking evil shit. The immigration minister who opened the fucking migrant hotels is now in the party that is like their whole thing is we need to close the migrant hotels. Why'd you accept fucking wanker into the room then? What are you talking about?
It's true. Like, there was a moment, my mate posted this on Facebook, who lives in Stapleford, which is in the same constituency as me. It's in Broxtowe, but it's the other kind of side of Beeston to me. And he was pointing out how he went to the polling booth for the local elections, and there was one of those people, like a greeter from the Reform Party outside there, and voters were coming out, and he also came out as well, and was just like, did you know...
Rejoice, comrades. Bri, your guy. Hi, Bri. How are you? Yay! Your lass is back. Welcome. What the? Oh, Cody. I'll get you later. Hang on, I'm coming. I can't see your full name. Give me a second. The two grasses. Aki doesn't know what he's missing. Hello, the two grasses. Welcome. I assume you are... Oh, it's still stuck on Alana. Fuck it, I'll like my own stream. Sorry, I'll be naughty for a couple of minutes and listen to Kev a little bit more. So, No Justice MTG as well as the other voice you can hear. And obviously you can hear me as well because I'm streaming. But she shuts down her YouTube one because the copyright claim that'll happen on her YouTube, where she makes the majority of her money for her streaming, she shuts down her YouTube, and she still streams Question Time on her Twitch. Kev doesn't bother because he's like me, he makes the majority of his money on Twitch. I am not monetized on YouTube yet because fucking hell, it takes forever. I'm going to be 47 in March, and hopefully by the time I'm 50, I'll be monetized on YouTube. Maybe, who knows? Fuck it. Correct. Well, Kev's currently live. And at midnight, he's doing well. He's been going for 3.5 hours. Can't hear him. Yeah, it's 1,000 subs. Not muted that, have I? No. Have I muted this one? Oh, fuck, I've went on to the... Yeah, I've went on to my muted one. There we go. Because it's on my actual channel. We should be able to hear Kevin. Oops.
that you're getting from Richard fucking Burnham, is it?
True, very much so. Like, she's a social democrat who hates trans people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she wants, like, you know, Keynesian economics and trans concentration camps. Which is a sort of Keynesian, because that's going to be public works, building concentration camps, right? That's going to employ a lot of builders. Just saying.
Thank you, Riverboat Jack, for raiding in.
No, fuck off. No, really.
You literally.
Oh, that's amazing.
As soon as you said the concentration camps were like Keynes in economics, the rate instantly hit.
Okay, I need to explain. I was doing a joke at the expense of a turf.
I'll just mute that a second. Rejoice! Aw, thanks, Bri. Rejoice. Scrubby is here. Fellow, my resident philosopher. Hi, Scrubby. Thank you. I do batches of uploading to my channel, so you can go and check out my past streams and stuff if you want. And you can hear me lose my mind at certain topics and certain people, obviously. Also try to educate. Thank you, Bri. Everyone, go and follow Bri, your guy. He is currently working his way through the Lies of P, which is proving rather fascinating to me. I'm going to have to hold off until it goes on sale, Bri. It's still 50 quid. Fucking hell. At this current juncture in my finances, I cannot afford £50. As much as I'll love the look of the game, it'll need to wait. And anyway, I've got a couple. I've got my Oxygen Not Included, I've got my Disco Elysium, I've got my BG3 by Baldur's Gate 3, and I've got my Hades, the first Hades one, that I still can't quite finish. Because, shit, what Fury is it? I've forgotten what Fury they've put into the game. Fuck. Bad K. It's one of the Furies that you have to battle. She's the end level boss. And she is proving difficult trying to get out of Asphodel. Yeah, I keep an eye on it. I've got the Steam app on my phone plus my full Steam account on my laptop. So I go in and check. So there's 3 games that I really want. Shit. Silk Song. Obviously the first the first one, those two, and the Lies of P. So that's the 3 main ones. So I've got Hades, Deathloop, BG3, Oxygen Not Included, Dimesia, King of the Castle, SCP and SCP Secret Labs. So they're the ones that I go through every so often. I haven't actually started the main SCP one, and I've yet to start Thymesia, and I can't get. I've never got enough people to actually play King of the Castle with me because I need people in my chat to play it. So I'll need to cajole you all to bring you all to play King of the Castle with me. I had so much fun when Raptor used to play it. Oh no, not pause. Unmute.
Flying around, totally like unthinking.
Snakes in his midst. Because, like, he was King Dick when it was just reform bankers. Now all the Tories, the backstabbing evil bastards, the fuckers, the same pricks who were putting in letters to the 1922 committee, now they're all in there. What's he going to do when Bobby J wants to be leader?
Oh, honestly, being a Green Party member is so good. 'Cause it's so nice to know that, like, every other party is like a nest of vipers, and we're just, like, very happy getting along, looking to try and make the world a better place.
Oh, you don't need to be gay about it. Jesus.
You know what? You're full well, I mean...
But that's student politics, being nice to everyone and wanting the country to do well, apparently. They are a nest of vipers. So get that's a Tory, by the way. An unknown. He's still in the shadow cabinet for.
The last I heard from Andy.
Ooh, who oohed? This is not a fucking panto. What is? Oh, for God's sake! These are the adults in the fucking room, by the way.
Burnham, he said that he was going to go through this term. He had no interest in going to Westminster, in the near future, and he was going to carry on with his stuff.
Yeah, and he's a fucking Blairite fuck. What do you think he's going to tell the truth? He's a politician. God
I
almighty.
don't know.
I mean,
the
the
last I heard.
constituency
Come on, Kev. I think
is
he'd be better than Starmer.
available, as you know,
Yes.
underground
Just,
state.
just saying.
I need to double check exactly what Andy Burnham said. I hope someone will correct me if I got this wrong. I think he said he couldn't predict the future.
He said, I'm committed to my... I've got it written down.
Oh,
I'm
brilliant.
committed to my third term, absolutely, and I'm not intending to come
Emily
to
brings
Westminster
receipts.
anytime
She is a
soon.
lawyer.
And he's
Gay
also
is
said
in,
the best person
gay
to
is
be
on.
Prime Minister is Keir Starmer.
I want some
Now, I
gay.
don't know, maybe
Gay is gonna be-
that sounds to me like something else.
When was that?
It's far too much fun with that
So,
soundboard.
a best person to be Prime Minister is Keir Starmer, he said at conference.
Yeah.
No, since the constituency came free this evening.
Oh, I don't know what he said since then.
He hasn't ruled it out,
All right.
is my understanding.
As I understand, he hasn't ruled it out, but I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, woman here in the front.
So, as a member of the general public and, listening to the political...
That's it. I'll stop piggybacking off of Kev. That's rather naughty of me doing that. Oh, this one should be fun. Take it away, PoliticsJoe. I guess.
Andrew Gwynn is standing down as MP on the grounds of ill health in the Manchester constituency of Gorton and Denton. Pundits were speculating whether Andy Burnham could resign as Mayor of Greater Manchester to run in the by-election.
Hello, the two grasses. Hello, hello. Scribby, you're based in England. What do you think? I think he would be better than Starmer, but a little bit more. You'd be a little bit better than him. But at the end of the day, I never thought I'd be happy to see the return of a fucking Blairite. There's still too many in the fucking House of Commons, obviously. And the Scottish Blairite ones, I deeply despise those bastards. I hate them. Do you think he'd be better than Starmer? I call him a Blairite because he was in the cabinet then, but he was more attuned to Gordon, for whatever that's worth. Proud fifer of the presbytery, really. Yeah. But he's still leaver. How do I feel about Gordon Brown? Fucking hell. Bit complex, really. Proud son of the manse and all that bollocks.
Becoming an MP and paving the way for a leadership challenge to Keir Starmer. Polling shows that Reform could win the vacant Manchester mayoralty that Burnham would leave behind. So we've come to ask, would you like to see Andy Burnham step down as Mayor of Greater Manchester and run as an MP?
No, I wouldn't actually. I think Andy's done a great job for Greater Manchester.
Well, personally, I don't think we should have mayors. It's too much power for one person. And I do think that Andy Burnham, whatever other people think of him, is a...
Correct, yeah. Not exactly a high bar. It is literally... It's not quite in the basement yet. I know, maybe it is in the basement. It's not quite down to hell level yet. The bar is kind of subterranean at this point, so anyone that is vaguely decent is probably better than Starmer at this point. What Kev said earlier on before I started my stream was saying, by the time, even if he runs and he gets, the NEC allow him to run and he gets in, he becomes an MP for Gorton and Denton, it would take a while to lead up and actually do a leadership challenge. Raina's making pleasurable noises towards him coming back. Yeah, as you saw with the thumbnail, he's a careerist. Yeah, he's a playwright, essentially. I like the work that he's done for Manchester. He's done quite well for being the Mayor of Greater Manchester, from what I've seen from the outside. Obviously, I'm not Mancunian. I don't live in that area. But from what I'm hearing from people who are in either Greater Manchester or in the surrounding area and work in Manchester and stuff like that, they're a bit mixed as well. Because he is a politician, after all. Let's listen to the lovely Manx, shall we?
Careerist and goes whichever way suits him.
Yes, I certainly would.
Why is that?
Because there's too many MPs and members of Parliament who were born with just silver spoons in their mouths.
Yeah, I think you'd make more of an impact as leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister currently. So yeah, for the greater good.
I'd have to say that I wouldn't mind seeing him as leader of the Labour Party as well. But that's a more complex issue, I think. Whether he could get selected, whether he'd win the election. It's a difficult time for the Labour Party. I am a Labour person. But actually, being a bit selfish about it, I'd like him to stay. Because I think he's done a lot for Greater Manchester, and I think he will continue to do so if he stays here.
I suppose, sort of selfishly, it feels as though he could probably have more of an effect with what he can actually do working as a mayor in the city of Manchester, as opposed to being an MP and just casting one vote on amendments that affect all of the country.
Please, please, please tell me he didn't do PPE, did he, Scribby? Hang on, I'll actually check. Please tell me he didn't do PPE. Andy. Burnham. Involved in the current election. Let's see. Andrew Murray Burnham. You're fucking shitting me. I will not say. Fitzwilliam. Aintree. Just outside Liverpool. Kenneth Roy bought a telephone in and his mother a receptionist. Called Trans. St. Louis Catholic Primary and St. Arid's Roman Catholic High School in Newton Willows. St. Hilton, right? English! Alright. He described himself as Catholic by upbringing but not particularly religious. Fair enough. There's plenty of Catholics like that. Adding Catholic social teaching underpins my politics. He did have to read Catholicism. Oh, the catechism at school, but it's powerful and strong. Powerful and strong and right. Fair enough. He done English. At least it's not PPE. I'm fine with that. Studying English is quite good, obviously.
True.
Would you see then him stepping down as Mayor of Greater Manchester to run in the by-election that's going to happen in Gorton and Denton as careerist?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely think he's been waiting for Andrew Gwynn to leave, which he's really had no choice about, to ready to step into that seat.
I know the government don't really speak for all of us, but it'd be nice to have a bit of a sort of common or a bit of a northern voice, if you know what I mean, if I just sort of know what I mean. But I think sort of Keir Starmer, I think he should do us a favour and just sort of take a long walk off a short pier.
Why is that? What do you think of how Keir Starmer has?
Not endorsing violence, but that is obviously a good turn of phrase. A lot of people use it every day, obviously, but about certain about individuals that we don't like, really. Again, please, no violence, I beg of yous. But I do like that turn of phrase, take a long walk of a short pier. Or take a flying donut. Fuck it, I'll say it. Take a flying fuck at a rolling donut is a favourite Scottish one as well. God, I love that one. It's been a while since I've actually used it.
Well, he just hasn't got any backbone. You know, I mean, like, Trump is making him out to be a little bitch, if I can say that, excuse me. But
no, it's correct.
I mean, he just has no
Carry
backbone
on.
and he doesn't speak for us. You know, I mean, it's all just the Eton boys and the toffs.
There was some polling that showed that if there was to be a mayoral...
You has Ochob. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Everyone, go and watch Screen Cleaner. It'd be brilliant. And haven't read Discworld as well. They are brilliant. They discuss the Discworld books. They are great. Does YouTube... Probably. Yeah, probably. I finally managed to link both of them, so I've got the restream working so I can see both chats here on my screen. Hello, Andy. Everyone, Andy is brilliant. I spent the day with him and his friends, who are now my friends. I'll show you. Everyone, go and follow Random Scottish History. Look what she gave me. Jenny is fucking amazing. And her husband done the illustrations in this book. Look at it. It is in one of the larger pockets on the side of my new streaming chair, Andy. Tell Jenny that. And tell her she's more than welcome to come here as well. Yes, Random Scottish History for the win. For the W. Jenny's awesome and so's Alex. Oh, I'll show the cover one. Where is it? Alex is fucking awesome. Look at that. So, Unicorn Scotland, and the 3 lions you see on their badge is actually leopard. Leopard, yeah. And that's the representation of Britannia in the middle, stopping the fighting, essentially. Yeah, trying to shut us up. Yeah, you're doing fantastic at that, aren't you? Everyone, go and buy that book. Just put in, oh god. Give me a minute. I'll go into my actual channel. Yeah? What the fuck? Come back. Got her name spelled right. Yeah, there. There we go.
Race in Greater Manchester that Reform could win. What's your reaction to
scary face one. I would hope that the people of Manchester and surrounding areas would have a bit more insight than letting a group of people like that get into power.
I wouldn't feel comfortable with it.
There's a reason I call them Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. If anyone wants to see it, just type in political custard into chat and we can show you exactly what they're like. The main one that I like showing is Kent and all the shenanigans that are happening down in Kent County Council, because what the actual fuck? And they think they're going to be able to run an entire fucking country, a nation of 4 countries? Get wrecked, Nigel. And your absolute lunatic bastards and controlling 10 councils in England. What the fuck? Ah, you done it. Thank you, Andy. Much appreciated. We could maybe show that book that I just shown. She's got a playlist with that in it, and you can hear Jenny's beautiful voice as well. How do I sound, actually? I do try to sound clear and concise, obviously, but you get to see me lose my shit in certain ways. Case in point, either Douglas Alexander, the current Scottish Secretary, or the former Ian Murray. The pair of them can get wrecked. I hope they both lose their seats at the next general election. Yeah, you can see it, yeah, you can listen, you can watch the YouTube as well.
Being a reform, that'd be my personal feeling. But I think in mayoral elections, you've got to look at the personality as well. I'd like to think it's less political than, say, running for an MP or leader of a party.
Well, I think that speaks volumes. You know, I mean, people are fed up of this BS and hate being lied to. And, you know, I mean, I don't believe everything I read in the media, but if that's what people are voting for, then I think that says a lot about the state of our country, which has gone to shit, really. You know, I mean, people are fed up with this country, everything with like the crime and murders and all that. I mean, it's just not looking good. So, and I think people want our country back.
Do you think that Reform could have your vote in any mayoral race in Greater Manchester?
If I was honest, yes.
Really? Why is that?
Because they're just...
My dude, they're fucking charlatans. And they're Thatcherites. Don't vote Reform, please. I beg of you, just don't. I, like the other Mancunian said, I have faith in the people of Manchester not to vote for that. And I will keep on saying this until I'm blue in the face. If that happens and that person gets into number 10 at the next general election, I'm going to be in queue and buying myself a fucking shovel and digging the trench myself. You will see me on the border. I will send out a siren call to anyone in the northeast or the northwest of England who do not like what's happening to move up to Scotland. I will say to them, bring a tent, and I will find places where you can stay until we get you houses. Just, no, I will dig the trench myself. I do not want that as my Prime Minister. And I don't want those fucking lunatics and Thatcherites. Some of them are not lunatics. Some of them are actually careerists and right-wingers. They speak of this. Apparently they're going to be, if this happens and Andy Burnham steps down as the mayor and runs for the seat of Gorton and Denton, he's going to be running against... Guess what? By-election, guess who's going to be running? George, please, just fuck off. I beg of you, just go away. Yes, some are just evil. Idiosyncrasy. Rejoice. Base Scottish individual. Hi, idiosyncrasy. Yes, some are just fucking evil. I can't believe they're going to be putting Zia Yusuf to run for the seat. Fucking hell, man. So we've got Galloway, we've got Zia Yusuf. And it's been speculated maybe Zach. Don't get me wrong, he's from the Greater Manchester area, but not from Gaunton, Denton, he's Stockport. Plus possible Burnham. And obviously, anytime there's a by-election or a general election, there's usually a monster raving loony who runs as well. So, you might have some independents as well from the local Manchester area running for the seat. So that by-election is going to be fucking crazy. And I'm here for it. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be happening just before the fucking locals and the Holden Senate elections. Just, what the fucking... Oh God, make it stop. It's like a fire hose of insanity happening to us on a daily basis. Just what? No, just give us a fucking break. I am not going to put my platform in jeopardy again because you need to see me lose my shit with everything that is happening. And I will try to educate people, obviously. How goes it, idiosyncrasy? You're more than welcome to jump in, Andrew. Or what do you prefer, Andy or Andrew? I'm easy either way, obviously. Andy's easier to say. But if you like Andrew, I'm fine with Andrew, obviously. You can jump into the Discord.
Speaking
Numptyverse, if you wish.
Truth, or they're speaking things, or they're talking about things that no one else is talking about or are afraid, like Keir Starmer. Every time he gets asked a question on said subject, he...
See in there, not me, Starmer's. See in here, the brain box. There is essentially nothing. Oh my God, who fucking said it? He's basically like a golem. So there's a concept of it like a golem to protect the Jewish people, and it gets made out of clay, and they write a message, they write instructions on a piece of paper and put it where the brain should be, and that's what they go on. So people have someone essentially said that Starmer is like a golem. Made out of clay, fashioned to be vaguely human, and with a set of instructions written on a piece of paper and put inside the brain box, and that's what he goes on. And anything outside of those parameters either waffle or just outright makes shit up, or reneges on what he said before, or changes what he said in the past. Because he's not a corrupt serial liar. He isn't. He's our Prime Minister and we love him desperately. I like that analogy, actually, calling him a golem like that, in that old mythological or occult sense, basically made of clay with instructions put inside. That's it. I might want to. If anyone's interested, I can show you. There's a couple of videos that have just sprang to mind to show you how it actually works and how it protects. Basically, it was usually protect blah blah blah, or stop blah thing from coming in, or stopping thing happening. Quite a good analogy. I like that.
It goes another way. And I think people are just fed up of the BS, and they just want, as I said, they just want our country back. And, you know, I mean, like Nigel, you know, I mean...
Other than being an absolute fucking idiot and streaming a football match. Lesson learned, not going to do that again. Not going to put my platform at risk. No. Everyone needs to hear me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a career politician or anything. I don't want to... Mind you, in saying that, I would like to become a councillor for Glasgow. Depending on my health, obviously. And whether people would want me to run to be a Scottish Green councillor for Glasgow. Plenty of time for that to happen, because the council elections for Glasgow and most of all of Scotland are next May, so May 2027. plenty of time. Watch this space.
He is a character, I'll give him that, he's a character and he gets what he deserves the best of the times, but I suppose he's got more of a spine and a backbone, and he's trying his best.
Can you tell me about why it is that you think Andy Burnham would perhaps make a better Labour leader than Keir Starmer?
Well, I don't mind Keir Starmer, but I think he's from a strong position. I think he's perceived, I wouldn't say I perceive him as such, but I think he's beginning to be perceived as somebody who's indecisive. And with the volatile situation with politics,
BDS.
and lo and behold, Reform, who I'd hate to get elected, I think they stand for nothing positive at all, but people are frustrated. And I think it might be interesting even if he did stand in Denton and Gorton, because it's a very strong Labour area, but the Greens are quite strong. There's a dissatisfaction. It'll be a new MP. It's difficult to guess what's going to happen.
How well do you think Keir Starmer is doing right now as Prime Minister?
Bloody rubbish.
Really?
Yeah, terrible.
Would you like to see a new
I'll let
new
this
Prime
run.
Minister, perhaps Andy Burnham, in charge, or do you think it'd be much the same?
I mean, it couldn't help to get someone better. I just think Keir Starmer's just like changes his mind like the weather, and it's like he doesn't really have anything like to stand for. I don't really know what his policies are or anything, because he just changes his mind all the time.
Well, I'd like to see rid of a lot of them actually. The current government is not a socialist government. They're just Tory light basically, and they're not helping working class people.
Well, honestly, fuck Keir Starmer, fuck Labour at the moment. I'm not a fan.
Why is that?
Because they are Blairite shills and they have no backbone, and they've just let a bunch of Palestine Action, not even prisoners, they haven't been convicted of anything, but they just starved them for up to 70 days, and they didn't even have the gall to kill them like Thatcher did in the 80s.
If there was to be a new mayoral election here in Manchester, polling shows Reform could win. What do you think about that?
Oh dear. If Reform got like anywhere near power, I think I'd probably leave the country. Yeah, we don't need Nigel Farage and his racist nonsense in this country at all.
What would you think of a Reform mayor of Greater Manchester?
That would be awful. Reform are terrible, and if it looked like it was between Reform and Labour, maybe I'd do a tactical vote, but I'm with the Greens. I think they're probably the only decent party at the moment.
I think it really shows the lack of intelligence within this country and a very gullible audience that is, around this country completely. And if you think that millionaires who go to private school like Nigel Farage have your best interests at heart, then you're just thick.
That would be a problem. That would be an issue. But I don't think the people of Manchester are that silly.
Oh. Ow. Sorry about that. Oh, thank you, Andy. Yeah. Give me a minute. Give me a moment. There we go. There we go. Oh, fuck off. Oh. Fuck right off. Lady pain. Oh. I really shouldn't call it lady pain. The old habits die hard, if you wish. It's cramp. I thought I was all over that by now. Fucking hell. Really can't. Oh. Fuck it. Let's listen to Channel 4 News and see what they think.
Keir Starmer walked into number 10 with the second largest majority in history and an approval rating of plus 10%.
Who had the largest then in UK history? Fuck it. Fuck it. Who... Nope, not I. Who had... Oh, take off capitals. Who had the largest... Do-do-do-do-do. No. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, fuck, agree. Go away, Discord, for a minute. Bye, Discord. If the polls are even closer, Keir Starmer's the final was Tuesday. Majority of 318, winning 484 out of 600. Yet. Yeah. Tory majority of 209, 1924. Christ, it was a Tory majority in 1924. Rejoice! Some random geek is lurking in the void. Look out for the tardigrades, geek. Everyone, go and follow some random geek. I do not know what he be doing. Let be checking. Shout out. At some random geek. Right. Oh no, that's not right. Ah! Motherfucker. Oh, wrong. Oh, capitals. Idiot. Shout out. At some random geek. Alright. Ah! Fuck it. I seem to be getting
according to a
Geek's
number
name
of
wrong.
polls. But a year and a half later, the economy is sclerotic. There have been multiple policy U-turns, and he's faced a rebellion from his own party over attempted welfare reform.
It is with a heavy, broken heart that I will be voting against this bill today.
According to YouGov, some 55% of Labour voters now have an unfavourable opinion of Starmer, and stage left, a potential challenge for the Labour leadership from Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham. Late this afternoon, Burnham confirmed he was throwing his hat into the ring to stand as the Labour candidate in the Gorton and Denton by-election, which could be the start of another leadership bid, calling it a difficult decision. And speaking of changes needed at a national level, Burnham also promised to support the work of the government and not undermine it. It all raises tricky questions.
We will see how this pans out over the next sort of couple of months, really. Then we'll dive straight into the local elections, Holyrood and Senate. Oh, Christ's sake, this year's going to be fucking crazier than the last two. And that includes all the benefit bollocks and shit happening and the genocide and all that stuff. And basically grovelling at the feet of the Donald. Fucking hell. Honestly, if he runs and he wins the by-election, gets into the House of Commons and challenges Keir, are things going to change? I don't think he's got enough time. I'm with Kev on this. I don't think he's got enough time. But getting somewhat vaguely sensible voice into the House of Commons might be good. Time will tell, obviously. Rayna's backing him, apparently now. Fair enough, Angie. Good for you, I guess.
For Labour grandees. Just a few minutes later, former Labour leader Ed Miliband said Labour needed Burnham back in Westminster.
I'm sorry to blindside you, but while you were speaking, Andy Burnham confirmed that he's going to throw his hat into the...
Oh, motherfucker, it's the Fabians. Oh. Scribby, help. Do we need to cover... For this one specifically, I'd want you actually on the stream. Do we need to cover the Fabians? Oh. We might have to get round to it eventually at some point, obviously. Everyone needs to know about the Fabian Society. At least in my opinion. But I'd love you actually here speaking, telling everyone, with me adding my little bits of bollocks to it as well, obviously. But I'd want you in on this. Or if you don't want to come on, giving me all the resources, or helping me find the resources and stuff to actually talk about them properly. Other than just basically shouting about them being eugenicist piece of shit. Some of them were leftists, some of them were actually socialists and communists that were in the Fabian Society back somewhat. Soc Dem and socialist. At the time they were seen as basically communist. But in... what would they be now? They'd probably be considered Trotskyists or Leninists at this point. From what they were like back in the day, but because we've moved on, we've moved more right-wing, the Overton window has shifted to the right. It sucks. I like her hairdo.
The ring for the Gorton by-election. Can I just get your reaction to that?
I think Andy has done an outstanding job in Greater Manchester. I think he'll be a massive asset in Parliament. So my view on this is that I very much hope that the local party will have the option of picking Andy as a candidate.
First, Burnham would need to be approved by Labour's powerful executive body, the NEC. At the Fabian conference in London today, several senior figures trying to balance the party's woes. Block Burnham to protect Starmer and face the wrath of the party left, or allow a divisive internal row in the search for someone better able to connect with voters. Do you think...
Damned if they do and damned if they don't. Stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea. The Politburo, the PLP, the vast majority of them can get wrecked, as far as I'm concerned. So, let's see how this pans out, shall we? Oh God, Fabians. Fucking hell.
The NEC should allow Mr. Burnham to run. Let's speak after my speech. Come and see my speech.
The London mayor urging the NEC to
Oh,
let the
fuck,
people
it's Sadiqa Fabian.
I think if Andy Burnham wants to be a member of Parliament, Andy Burnham should be allowed to be a member of Parliament. I'm a firm...
Oh God, I can hear the foxes outside. Right. 3 hurdles. One of them about to be brought down if he runs, and he went, right, if he runs, right, fair enough, go on, run in the by-election. Next, second step, the NEC. It is all being filled with Starmerite fucking bastards. Oh. Navigating the NEC is going to be difficult for Andy. Don't get me wrong, he was part of the... Obviously, he was a fucking cabinet minister for Gordon Brown, for crying out loud. So he knows how the NEC works, because, obviously. Third hurdle, number 3, the PLP. So the NEC and the PLP have basically been moulded, sculpted by Morgan McSweeney at this point. Has been for the last 5 years, essentially. Well, maybe not there were still certain sections of the NEC which were relatively decent in the scheme of things, really. Most of them have now been purged. They've been booted. Or they've left because they didn't like the way it was running, and they were more left-leaning, more socialist. But, like, obviously not like myself, I'm a fucking Marxist. So most of them said, no, fuck this, I am leaving Labour and going away. Some have just completely left, can't be arsed, politics fucking sucks now. I don't blame them, really. So, first hurdle about to be breached, running and possibly winning the seat of Gorton and Denton. Second challenge, the NEC. For him to actually challenge, he needs to have enough people on the NEC to actually do that, to actually get it in place. Then, third hurdle, the NEC, and secret fourth step, Morgan McSweeney. But if it's a big enough challenge and enough Labour backbenchers actually back Andy Burnham if he becomes an MP, what would need to happen, he would need to have at least a couple of cabinet members. Me no think so. And it'll be for, oh God. I know what I'll show it after this.
Believer in the best teams having all the talent playing for them. And if Andy wants to return to Parliament, I'll try and make time between now and the by-election, go knock some doors for him.
Okay, great. Nicely done.
Or whoever the candidate is.
There is, of course, no guarantee that Burnham will win. Polling suggests both Reform and the Greens could mount a stiff challenge in Gorton and Denton and the Manchester mayoralty. Not a reason, says this former Labour candidate who ran against Farage in Clacton in 24, for his party to be paralysed by fear.
I think what Andy Burnham has shown in Manchester is the transformative programme that a Labour mayor can do. And I think people across the country would want to see more of that in their local regions and nationally. And so
that's Gary Gibbon you're hearing, by the way, Andy. I quite like Gary at times. It's quite good. He's the one that you see the most in like press conferences and shit like that. He's Channel 4's lobby journalist. He's a lobby correspondent. So he's one of the lobby. He's lobbied in, and you could speak to something. Government sources told. So he's the one that they go and speak to if they want to Channel 4, 5, TV News, whatever, blah 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 blah, BBC, whatever, Sky News. So Gary Gibbon's part of the lobby, essentially. Do you want to know who I miss? I miss Jon Snow. He was quite cool. And to a certain extent, he might have been a bit of a bell end. I miss Paxman. Do you think Starmer would stand up against a fucking interview with Paxman? Fucking hell. That would have been fun to see. Sorry, I can't seem to get comfy for a minute. My hips are not behaving. Carry on, Jovan. Sorry.
That's my answer. So don't be kind of ridden by fear.
No, not at all, not at all. I think we have to go strong with our values and our principles and show what we can achieve when the country affords us power.
Gorton and Denton will know who their Labour candidate is by next weekend. The Labour leadership faces a less certain future.
Kemi and Zaram there. So what does Andy Burnham's announcement mean for Labour? Well, earlier
I thought that was Gary Gibbon. It was Kemi and Zaram. Sorry, Kemi. It really sounded like Gary Gibbon. Damn. I do apologise.
I spoke to Luke Trill, Executive Director of the pollsters More in Common. I started by asking for his reaction to Burnham's latest political move.
Well, one of the things we know is that at a time when lots of politicians are quite unpopular, Andy Burnham does stand out as someone who has a reasonable level of popularity. In our polling, his favourability is +4. Now, that might not sound like very much, but if you compare that to the Prime Minister, who is on -43, you can see quite a big difference. And he's even more popular in the Northwest. His approval rating in the Northwest is +20. So there's no doubt that, he's a strong candidate for the by-election, and it is going to be a tricky by-election for Labour. In many ways, that Gorton and Denton seat reflects the struggle.
I'll say I might need to go through it a bit. Kev showed it. It was the award-winning gerbalism. So it was Kev and Helena when Wes was on Laura Kuenssberg last year at some point. I can't remember when. And they brought up what it was like during the first year of becoming Prime Minister. Blair +34, Cameron -3, which is the margin of error for most polls. So plus or -3 is basically the margin of error for polling because of the statistics. And actually, you're asking humans, you're asking the electorate, the people wherever you are. So the plus or -3 is the margin of error. So Cameron, when he became Prime Minister in 2010, -3, which is within the margin of error, so neutral. But in his first year of becoming Prime Minister, -54. Get red, Keir. One of the lowest polling for the first year of a Prime Minister ever. So much fun, and it's got slightly better, but -43, for fuck's sake. You really should be stepping down if he hasn't even preached. He hasn't become popular at all. He's been minus several points, several tens of points. But -54 in your first year being Prime Minister, that is terminal in my opinion. Keir Starmer, as far as I'm concerned, your political career is over once you get if you get voted out. And we want to see who actually runs against him in Pancras and St Holborn. St Pancras and Holborn? I've forgotten the name of it, see, it's a London one. St Pancras and Holborn. Spectacles and toaster. Oh god, I fucking love that. That's getting pinned. That is fucking getting pinned. Pin that. Pin it. Pin it.
That Labour is having nationwide, losing some votes on the right to reform, but also losing votes on the left to the Greens and Independents. So it's going to need a candidate.
They're losing more to the left. It might look that I'm pointing, but switched. So this is my left over here. This is my right over here. This is where the Overton window is, on the right. So mostly right with a little bit of the centre, the edges of the centre. but they're losing more to the left, to the Greens and independents. There's some... I know Trots. Some of them are still alive that I used to gallivant with, if you wish, organise and campaign, agitate, if you wish, back in the day when I moved down to Glasgow when I was a teenager. So they're actually backing Workers' Party, and they love George Galloway for fuck knows what reason. He's not a leftist. George Galloway is a bellend. God. This by-election's going to be fucking mental. So they're losing. They're losing more to the left. They're losing more to like Greens and to socialist independents who could possibly run in by-elections and council and things of that nature. People who used to be in the Labour Party who are more left-leaning, they might run as independents in certain local elections, and the ones that are going to be running, obviously. We will keep an eye, and obviously we've got our Brummie comrade who will be covering his local election for the second city of Empire. Birmingham, Glasgow would like to have a word with you for that one. We were considered the second city of Empire because where do you think most of the ships got built for the British Empire? And sorry, Liverpool. I know some of the ships got built there in your docks. The vast majority of them, about 90% of them, got built up here on the Clyde. As far as I'm concerned, don't get me wrong, I hate the Empire for what it done and what it ruined across the globe. The least of which spreading the English language, which is fucking garbage. It's the one I know the most though, obviously. Do I speak good English? Do I English good? Maybe. Depends how upset I get. Or angry, or frustrated, or downright apocalyptic. Yeah.
Who can both unite the left, but also peel back some Reform voters as well.
Will even he be able to do that?
That's not going to happen.
The King of the North, but these are really tricky times. You laid out those numbers there. That sounds horrific.
Oh yeah, it is a nightmare by-election for Labour, especially in the current climate. You know, Labour is polling sub 20%. Nationally, the government's approval rating is very low. I guess what I would say is if you look at Andy Burnham's track record in Greater Manchester, he clearly is able to appeal to voters who aren't just traditional Labour voters, and in fact our polling shows...
No pressure whatsoever. You do not need to say yes or no or any... well, it's a direct question. Andy, would you like to become a mod on my Twitch? Again, no pressure. I will not be hurt or in any way at all. I'm just curious if you'd like to be a mod. You can have some power. Obviously, I have all the power. Obviously, me being Scottish and a woman and a Marxist. If you would like to be mod, just say. I've not got that up enough. Wrong one. That one. There we go. What's that? Got it better. Oh, that's better. Ow. Much better. Carry on, Luke. Anyway, there we go.
He's actually quite popular with voters that Labour have lost since the election, and they're going to be a key group in this by-election. But you're absolutely right, this is going to be a hard ask for anyone wearing a red rosette.
For that particular group then, I wonder what they made of this week. You kind of had a little bit of a fight back, Keir Starmer having those strong words about NATO, about Greenland. Will that play with them? Did that make a difference?
Well, look, there's no doubt that when the Prime Minister is on international affairs, he tends to be better received by the public. You know, we saw bump in his approval after he was seen as the mediator when Zelensky and Trump had that fallout following the Oval Office meeting. I suspect his kind of quite strong and firm stance on Greenland will go down well with voters. But we also know that, look, ultimately it's domestic issues that people most vote on. It is the cost of living, it's the NHS, it's immigration, and it's those issues which are...
Andy, go and put a message in the YouTube chat. I am mod, but also punk. Bit of a dichotomy there. Me be punk, he be mod. I've always been punk. And lots of punks are anarchists. Yay! Andrew has spanner. Praise be. New mod. No pressure whatsoever, just look out for chuds and shit. Most of the chuds actually come onto the YouTube, so they've kind of dropped off a bit. I think they're a bit busy just watching ICE murder people. Because they be chuds and they be fucking bastards, obviously.
Dragging down the Labour Party's poll ratings, dragging down the Prime Minister's popularity.
But still...
He's done that to himself, Luke. And so's the people, well, the Cabinet especially, the Cabinet specifically, and to another extent, the PLP, the backbenchers. Don't get me wrong, there's still people in the backbenches. Oh, God. I'm a bit mixed about Bergen and John McDonnell. There are still decent people on the Labour backbenches. I don't know why they're still there. They're still voting against the government in their three-line whips, and they haven't lost it yet, so I'm curious about that one. Morgan doesn't see them as a threat? Maybe? Who knows? Yeah. But most of the ones, they're following the party line, which sucks because most of the policies and the legislation they're trying to introduce to the country and through the House of Commons and the Lords, the other place that shouldn't exist, they're following the party line, and it's truly, truly despicable. I don't like it. I despise most of the legislation this government's doing for many, many reasons. Yeah, cool, nice one. Yes, we'll finish watching this one. Luke, my dude, you need to come up here, go to other parts, come up to the north of England even. Go north of England. Don't stay centric. I call it the below BBC, the below Birmingham Corporation for many, many reasons. Move up, come here, poll Scotland, go to disparate parts of the UK and poll us. You come up here every so often and ask us the questions and put what we're saying, and put them into your algorithm, essentially, your formula. Come up here more, go up more to the north of England, either northeast or northwest, or go into the valleys as well. You need to get out of that sort of bubble down in the southeast. Come up here, poll us, because you're going to get some different statistics, trust me on that one.
The poll numbers that Reform UK are having at the moment are something that Sir Keir Starmer could only dream of. They're still in the driving seat. Is there any leader, Labour politician, do you think, that could beat Farage?
Well, look, we're a very long way from a general election. You know, if things like the cost of living turn around, if there's more of a grip on immigration, I think that
a good question,
polling landscape
actually.
would look completely different in 2 or 3 years' time. There is no doubt, though, that the Prime Minister now has a significant amount of baggage, and I think Labour MPs will be questioning whether he is the right person to fight the next general election because of those poll numbers, and perhaps someone who is less tainted by that might come in. But they've got to weigh that against Why did voters kick the Tories out so comprehensively?
Why did we kick them out? Because look at the rot. Look at the ruin they've wrought across the fucking land. And saying trying to fix the country through austerity wasn't going to fucking work. That was purely ideological, and we were fed up of all their fucking bullshit. Forget about the fucking parties, the lockdown parties, and all that other bollocks. The Pincher situation was very critical in it. A little medium-sized bit, essentially. But we were fed up of what they were doing to the country, treating us like scum, essentially. We don't like being treated. I've been treated like scum. I've been treated like a scrounger and a fucking layabout and useless eater and all that other bollocks connected with being disabled and draining, being a drain on the fucking body politics. Fuck off. No. We were fed up with the fucking bastards. It was guaranteed that Labour were going to get in no matter what, because the country was fed up with the fucking Tories.
Comprehensively, because it looked like they were addicted to chaos, chopping and changing. So, you know, it's not an easy equation here.
Lots to look out for, lots to play for. Of course, Luke Choll from More in Common, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. Give me a minute, everyone. Haha! Go to Discord. Go to Numptiverse. Numptiverse.
Hello.
Hello.
Katie Marshall's people. Hello.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear Andy?
I'm Andy Storm. I'm just having a last cigarette out the window. Here in Hollywood, there's torrents of rain and wind, but that can't keep a smoker down.
There we go. There we go. Can everyone hear Andy? Hello. Let's just go back to the YouTube a second. Say in chat if everyone can hear Andy and myself. We are going to be covering things. Give me a minute. I will go into my Discord again and bring up the chat that me and Andy had earlier on, because it'd be awesome. Go to my just what the fuck? Direct messages. Give me. Fucking hell. Alright, fine, be up. I can't bring them up. Sorry. I'll bring it up with my phone. I'll be losing my. For a second, I have lost my chat on my phone. I can still see it on my screen, though. Give me a minute. I will read what me and Andy were talking about earlier on. Direct messages, if you please.
Andy or Andrew, Luke, or just Nob. I make YouTube videos primarily about like science fiction and franchise stuff, but I don't get nerdy excited. I try to put a humorous bent on stuff and use outside the box thinking and primarily entertain rather than tell you if you should watch something or not.
Oh no, there's ones here. There's ones here we need to cover. So it's pronounced Habes, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's possibly Jabez Balfour.
I see that in go immediately Iberian because of the J and the Z. So Jabez or Habez, however you want it. Balfour, actor from 1880 to 1916, English MP, property tycoon and church fraudster. Delightful. National Liberal Club. By the way, the Liberal Party got destroyed in the 1924 election. One of the biggest wipeouts ever in British political history because they're Liberals. James Whittaker Wright, active from 1960 to 1904, English MP, property tycoon, fraudster and eccentric. What do you mean by the Tube's Bakerloo line?
Yeah, so
carry on.
Yeah, this guy was responsible for the company that built the Bakerloo platforms and the Tube and the Circle station, along with a lot of other property deals.
Ah, thank you. Horatio Bottomley, active from 1880 to 1916. English MP, newspaper fraudster. Isn't that just a proto or an early form of Rupert Murdoch? John Bull paper. So if you know that, I'll show you what John Bull is in a minute. And World War One, jingo chief and you basically a jingoistic bastard in regards to the First World War, where thousands of British troops died. Maundy Gregory, active from 1890 to 1941. Christ, you went a while. English newspaper and political spin doctor. Christ. So an early form of Alistair Campbell. Delightful. Cash for... Oh, Christ. Oh, he was involved in the Cash for Honours back in the 1930s. Delightful.
Oh, he was very, very pivotal in that. There is a 1925 Act, the Prevention of Sale of Honours, that was brought in specifically to curb Monty Gregory. Of course, it's been completely ignored in 100 years since.
Funny that, it getting ignored. Those who do not hate history are doomed to repeat it. Anyone seen any corollary here? Tribich Lincoln, active from 1890 to 1940, international MP, spy and monk. That might take a while. I actually done a little bit checking up on Tribich Lincoln earlier on, Andy, after we were talking. My God, that fucking hell. Yeah, that would take a while.
That's going to be our show on its
That's
own.
going to be a while. We will leave Tribich Lincoln for the time being. Viscount Lewis Harcourt, active from 1880 to 1922. English MP and sexual predator. Obviously, never be known. MPs are not sexual predators at all in any way, shape or form.
It's Saturday night.
Short story could tie in with other one, Harcourt's main political rival, Lord Rosebery, Scottish PM. Yeah, you have to remember quite a lot of prime ministers throughout the history of the UK have been Scottish. They've all been scum, essentially. I love my country. I do. I love where I come from. The Scottish people are mostly decent. Some of us are absolutely completely based. Your lass. But some are opportunistic careerist bastards. Versus the Marquis of Queensberry and Oscar Wilde, which is the one I was thinking of doing, which would be good. I've actually done a little bit of Oscar Wilde before. Nearly 2 years ago, it was one of the first things that I'd done in my stream before I got affiliate, before I started earning money. I covered him after he got out of prison, what happened to him, what works he done after he left, and his subsequent death, and what happened to all his friends and stuff a little bit, so after he died. So I didn't hit on anything before that because it's quite involved in things, but we'd be able to do that one.
Yeah.
We'll do that one. Would you like to start with Bottomley, or would you like to do like the Rosebery, Queensberry, Wilde one first?
Yeah, let's get into the Rosebery, Queensberry. Harcourt thing. So this was around like the 1890s, and the Lord Rosebery was I think was a leader of the Liberal government at the time, but he didn't really have control of the Commons or the Lords. I think it was his Chancellor of the Exchequer, William Harcourt, was sort of undercutting him constantly and just generally taking away the power of Parliament from under him. And yeah, so I mean they're both sort of Primrose and Harcourt, William Harcourt and his son Lewis, who was also his private secretary. Two kind of tales that fork off here. I guess when we talk Harcourt first, he was Prime Minister for 16 months, so slightly longer than Liz Truss.
Well, that's just slightly over a year, which is like, I guess kind of decent, maybe.
Yep.
My God, he was actually quite a handsome young man.
So he had a son called Lewis Harcourt. Let me just sort of untangle. No. Rosebery. Yes. So Rosebery. 1894, he came in as Prime Minister, and Rosebery was gay, and he was having a relationship with the Marquess of Queensberry's elder son, Lord Drumrolling, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Queensberry found out about this and was not happy in the slightest. Rosebery fortunately had a number of protections against the Mad Marquess, and so he was married to the only female heir of Hannah Rothschild.
Oh, crying out loud. Fucking hell.
So, and obviously as a senior member of the party who would become PM, meanwhile the Marquess of Queensberry was putting all kinds of pressure on his son, and at some point there was like an intervention the Prince of Wales went to the Marquess of Queensberry and said, "You've got to lay off," because Queensberry was giving Rosebery so much abuse and going up challenging him to fight, said he'd horsewhip him. And eventually what happened, Marquess of Queensberry's son was shot. There was a hunting accident, but there's a lot of rumour that this was a suicide, that so much pressure applied to Drumrolling from his father and from other members of the echelons over his relationship with the PM, that he marched out into the countryside and blew his brains out. Of course, Queensberry was rightfully fuming, but he could not act against Lord Rosebery. So when Queensberry's other son got into a relationship with Oscar Wilde, that was kind of, it was like Wilde was like a sacrificial lamb. All the fury that he wanted to take out on Rosebery was instead directed to Wilde, who was a much easier target. And we had Edward Carson, the famous unionist lawyer scumbag, who incidentally hated Orange men, despite being worshipped by them since.
Oh, for crying out loud.
He had Wilde put on trial, and
After putting an army of private investigators, one of the numbers I heard was like 12 or something that were investigating his relationships, just to take Wilde to court, which is what the fuck it. Just leave us be. We mean no harm. We love who we love, and just fuck off. Just what the hell? Queensberry was absolutely scum in my eyes for what you done to Oscar Wilde. It's just gah. Like most of the people back then, they were hypocrites, because a good few of them either had friends of that nature who were LGBTQI at the time, but it was shh, don't talk, no, nothing to see here, can't see, no, not happening, can't see it. So, massive fucking hypocrites, and sending an army of investigators to do this, and basically dox your own son. And in effect, Queensberry disowned him by just sending out this army of investigators to find everything out, which is just scummy. Don't do that nonsense. Just fucking hell. The upper echelons of British society have been like that for fucking centuries, by the way. It's horrible, and the British state sucks.
Yeah, that secret stuff is totally a pertinent point that we need to sort of hang up for the next story, and really key point. The story of Lewis Harcourt, who was quite held a number of important posts. He was in office under Asquith and Henry Campbell Bannerman. We're talking 1905, 1910, 1915. So Lewis Vernon Harcourt, first Viscount Harcourt, also known as Lulu. Yeah. Right.
That's hilarious.
If you're ever down in London, in the Kensington Gardens, there's a statue of Peter Pan statue sculpted by George Frampton, and Harcourt sort of oversaw that going in. Harcourt had this enormous sort of home, Quinns Harcourt, and Port Harcourt in Nigeria is named after him. So once the Harcourts forced Rosebery out of government, I mean, Rosebery just kind of took a dive after Marquis of Queensberry's son had blown his brains out. Rosebery resigned about 4 months after that, and not just himself, the whole government.
Yeah.
It seems really linked. I mean, the Queensberry had threatened threatened to blackmail him, or threatened to tell all the press about his sodomite prime minister. But Lulu Harcourt, so he had a Port Harcourt in southern Nigeria is named after him. But he had his own skeletons in the closet. Essentially, he was a big giant paedophile. And the boys, girls, if you bring up sort of pictures of him, he's kind of like a sort of a stick figure. Like Rosebery, he was also protected by being married to rich Americans. He was married to I'm just going to have to quote this off Wikipedia. Married to Mary Ethel Burns, daughter of American banker Walter Hayes Burns, and his wife Mary Lyman Nee Morgan, a sister of J.P. Morgan.
Oh my God! So he is married to the people connected with the starting of Chase Morgan and JP. Oh, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, so you've these two people sort of run out of operating at high political levels. I mean, Rosebery's crime wasn't really a crime, but his chief opponent was he was known as a pouncer, or the pouncer, for just its gross sexual misconduct over several decades.
Did
and
he?
This was a wide.
Did they actually? Is there? Do we know if they actually graped anyone, or if it's basically just forcible touching, like things of that nature? Like, I would want to say like upskirting, fondling the lady lumps and the derriere and things of that nature, or did they actually physically force themselves onto people? Do we have any... obviously, getting evidence from back then over a century ago might be quite difficult, obviously. Policing being what it is.
Yeah, so I'm just scrolling through my readings, but memory serves me, it was quite... there was quite a lot of it. I don't have any first-hand narratives in front of me, except for... Let's see. The daughter of Viscount Esher, I think. Oh, right. So, yeah. Okay. So, a great friend of his was Reggie Brett, the second Viscount Esher. And Reggie was secretary to the Board of Works while Lulu's commissioner. Reggie also had similar sexual tastes, but he preferred boys to girls. He had a long affair with his own second son, Morris, who also supplied a number of Eton's school friends. Lulu also seduced Morris, as well as Reggie's younger daughter, Dorothy, who is the Brett of D.H. Lawrence. I don't know if that means anything to anybody in chat, but she was put off men for life because of Lulu's advances.
I know about that aspect of it as well, because I do a lot of researching and stuff when I've got lots of free time on my hands. Obviously, I class this as my job. But yeah, I research lots of different aspects of British society and history, from basically like the 1700s onwards, going back from that. Information, especially where Scotland's concerned, is kind of patchy because we had a nasty habit of burning all our information, all our documentation, to prove someone didn't have a claim to anything. So, I don't know. So 1700s, it got a little bit more formalised. We kept all the documentation and things of that nature. So the period from like the 1840s to 1850s up until just after the Second World War, just wild times essentially, especially in British politics. It's just fucking crazy, and all this nonsense. Still had an empire, still being colonial bastards and all that nonsense, and all these things were happening here at home essentially. And dear God, how did we ever run an empire with these either rapist, imperialist bastards, self-interested cunts essentially? Just how? Please tell me. It's mad to me to think that we controlled a quarter of the fucking globe, and all of this was happening here in the UK at the same time. Just fucking hell. Rejoice, comrade. Sozzled Snake is here. Hello, Sozzled. The other voice you can hear is Andy Luke.
Hello.
Sozzled is good. Sozzled is based.
Welcome, Sozzled Snake. Good to see your name there again. we are talking about Lewis Harcourt, who was the first Commissioner of Works, 1905 to 1910, Secretary of State for the Colonies, 1910 to 1915, and a notorious sexual predator of maybe 20 or so years. We were talking about Lord Rosebery just before, who studied at Oxford and was a member of the Bullingdon Club.
God, I forgot about that.
It never ends. Lewis Lulu Harcourt was, he also studied at Oxford, but he was primarily associated with Eton. And around autumn 1921, he pounced on an Eton boy who was visiting Nuneham Court with his mother. That was Harcourt's country house in Oxfordshire. Boy was named Edward James. It says here in my notes, future millionaire, homosexual, aesthete, patron of Benjamin and the Surrealists, and owner of Moulton. God, James recalls in his memoirs that he thought of Lulu's advances, hideous and horrible old man, and told his mother what had happened. So she gossiped a lot about the assault among friends in London society, and the story slowly made the social descent until it reached the police. So a little over 2 years later, Lulu, who had been looking preoccupied for days, was found dead by his valet in his dressing room at 69 Brook Street, where he'd been sleeping since he and his wife ceased sort of getting on together. And Lulu had swallowed a whole bottle of the sleeping draught known as bromidia.
Holy fuck. I know exactly what's in that stuff. Dear God. It was used to, it was an escape essentially, so you could chill after just living essentially. But if you take too much of it, it has a nasty habit of relaxing the muscles. It's a precursor to what we use to actually as anesthesia essentially when you go under going for surgery and things like that. So, but it's incredibly strong, and it's relatively easy to actually produce. You could, if you have the know-how to do it, you can actually make it in your own kitchen, but just don't. And I will not be telling any of you how to make this shit, even though I know how to make it. I don't need to make it myself. All I need to do to pass out is just drink enough. So if you use that stuff, it has a nasty habit of relaxing your muscles a little bit too easily, and you either slowly sleep yourself away, or it seizes everything up, and you're basically freezing yourself, making yourself deliberately catatonic and relaxing everything, and your body kind of winds down like a battery coming to the end of its life and just shutting off. It's not. If you just fall asleep, you don't feel it, and you just kind of pass, you go away essentially. But if you're fully conscious and this is happening to you and you try to fight it, it gets worse because of the way it works within the metabolism. Yeah, not a nice way to go.
Gruesome.
Oh yeah. So, the history of toxology is fascinating to me. And some of the ones that they had back then.
You wouldn't need a whole bottle.
God no, you wouldn't even need like a fifth of it.
The coroner concluded that there was not the slightest motive for suicide, and according to the Times, verdict of death by misadventure. The whole sexual predator thing was kept out of the papers for a while, but obviously a lot of Lulu's contacts, friends in high society knew. I mean, he was a great he hosted a lot of parties.
Most of them did,
While this-
probably.
Say again?
Most of them probably did have lots of parties, social gatherings, and things of that nature.
So Reggie Brett, Lord Esher, his friend, went through his archives after his death to remove all his his child pornography, which he carried out to his own house. And it was kept out of the papers, and really only seems to have come out, I guess, since the internet. His townhouse, London townhouse, 69 Brook Street, where he took his overdose, was now taken over by the Savile Club. So, no relation, well, yes, probably every relation to Jimmy Savile. A traditional club in Mayfair. Yeah. So,
I'll just show some of these shorts here about Harcourt. Oh, this is about how it got its name. Here we go.
The city of Port Harcourt is named after a British man, Lord Lewis Harcourt. That was his name. So in the year 1912, when Nigeria was being colonized by the British, they built a seaport to help move raw materials from Nigeria to Britain. But from that 1912 till August 1913, they couldn't find a name to give the seaport. Then the Governor General of Nigeria, Sir Frederick Lugard, wrote to Lord Harcourt, who was then the British Secretary of State for Colonies. The letter was to seek permission. He wrote, "In the absence of any convenient local name, I would respectfully ask your permission to call this Port Harcourt." Lord Harcourt then replied, "It gives me pleasure to accede to your suggestion that my name should be associated with the new port." That was how the seaport and all the area around it got the name Port Harcourt. Unfortunately, Lord Harcourt had a bad reputation for being a pedophile. He was accused severally for taking advantage of both small boys and girls. The city of Port Harcourt is...
Bloody hell. Here is Lewis Harcourt, whom the capital of Port Harcourt, the capital of River State, was named after by Lugard. He was a paedophile and rapist. He raped little boys and girls. After public humiliation, he committed suicide in his London home in 1922. Okay.
Yeah, and even his best friend Reggie Brett himself, like a serious sexual deviant, was kind of despairing of him.
Lord Queensberry. Oscar Wilde. Another great Irishman.
Oh yeah. Just a fantastic writer. You can still go and just read Wilde stuff today, and it's just alive. He was such a great wordsmith, so funny, so imaginative. Got to kill for his talent. Well, maybe an aunt or something.
This might... I keep on forgetting that he actually played Oscar Wilde, an Englishman playing an Irishman. Excuse me, sorry about that. Sorry, everyone. Yes, Stephen Fry actually played Oscar Wilde. This clip might be quite fun to show. I've watched this film, it's really quite good.
Catholic, though I couldn't possibly live as one. Catholicism is such a romantic religion. It has saints and sinners. The Church of England only has respectable people who believe in respectability. You get to be a bishop not by what you believe, but by what you don't.
That's true enough.
It's the only church where the skeptic stands at the altar. St. Thomas the Doubter is Prince of the Apostles. No, I couldn't possibly die in the Church of England. Where do you stand on cremation? I'm not sure I have a position. I'm for it. I wrote a poem. When I am dead, cremate me. That's how it begins. When I am dead, cremate me. What do you think of that for an opening line? It's challenging. Well, I'm a challenge.
In my opinion, a bit pedestrian. I don't. How would I want to go? How would I like to be dealt with? I'm young enough. I'm young enough to decide over the next couple of decades, essentially. Unless I get hit by a bus, obviously. Talia, hello, my dear. Hello. Rejoice, comrades. Talia Button is here. We have Andy Luke. Say hello, Andy. Andy? Can't hear you.
Hello, Andy forgets to take himself off mute. I can't because I'm using my camera for my stream. Whoops. My camera is here. You can see. By the way, if you see me floating around Discord, you'll see the front cover of Reform or Revolution by my icon, my darling, Red Rosa Luxemburg. Praise be. She got murdered. And so did her partner.
Sort of man.
She was a socialist.
Don't like me. I don't go along with the ordinary ways of thinking.
Then we are exactly alike. Another glass of brandy. I find that alcohol taken in sufficient quantities can produce all the effects of drunkenness.
Funny that. Brandy gets you drunk. Never been known. I'm not a big fan of brandy. I'm more bourbon or vodka.
You were there for ages. You stayed talking till after 4. I knew you'd like him once you'd met him.
Well, he's got charm, I admit that. And that's bad. Men shouldn't be charming. It's disgusting.
Men shouldn't be charming? Queensbury, you're a wanker. People have to have a level of charm so we can get along with each connect. Obviously, a little too much charm turns into arrogance and forcefulness, which is we can't see any of that anywhere in the world right now, can we? Obviously. I hope I am charming. A little bit forceful, don't get me wrong. I am Scottish. I can be loud. Can anyone hear me? Can the Labour government hear me? Probably not.
Don't think much of his action. Let's have a look at the pay. Mind you, Wilde's no fool, talks wonderfully. Really wonderfully. And that means nothing when what he says is such rot.
I recognise who
Worse
that
than
actor is. I
rot,
can't
evil.
remember his name.
This is why I insist you stop seeing him forthwith.
Insist? What's that supposed to mean?
It means I will...
Holy fuck! That's Jude Law!
Oh.
My god, he looks cute. When did this film come out? I'm losing my chat off my phone for a second here. IMDb, if you please.
Oh, I think it's there in the description. 97.
97. Got it. Wild. Right. Gimme. I'm sure that it looks like Jude Law. Wild.
I still might check that out. I was a reader of
Oh no, I've seen this film. Jude Law.
Rightfully cancelled cartoonist Dave Sim did a couple of books as part of the Service series about the latter years of Oscar Wilde, particularly Melmoth, which is about yeah, Wilde after prison, just on his deathbed, and yeah, wonderful autobiographic piece. Quite sad.
My Jude Law, you're far too fucking prolific. I'm still in the 19th. Yes, that's Jude Law. Christ almighty.
To bring it back to Rosemary just a moment, Wilde's trial and the preliminaries, there was a letter from Queensberry produced referring to Wilde as a damned cur and coward of the Rosebery type.
Burn. Fucking hell.
The suggestion was Queensberry had threatened to expose the Prime Minister if his government did not vigorously prosecute Wilde for the latter's relationship with Drumlanrig's younger brother, Lord Alfred Douglas. Queensberry believed that he put it in a letter that snob queers like Rosebery had corrupted his sons. Yeah, he claimed to have ever himself of Rosebery's relationship with him, but that was never produced.
Christ's sake, man. Oh,
so here's the timeline. Rosebery resigned from the premiership 22nd of June 1895. This was a few months after the death of Drumlanrig and not quite a month after Wilde was convicted on 25th of May. So that's that timing, I think, is quite conclusive.
It is, yes. Wow. Scumfuckery knows no bounds, apparently, in British politics. Christ's sake. It keeps on getting repeated.
I remember Mark Thomas making a joke about something to do with the guy who invented the rules of boxing getting beaten by Oscar Wilde. Made him laugh.
Well, it is called the Marquis of Queensberry Rules. They've been developed further and stuff in the between then and now, the intervening decades and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, that was the foundation of basically the rules for boxing in essentially everyone. Give me a second, I'm going to fix my hair.
And Wilde shagged his son. Oscar Wilde is still the king.
Correct, yes. Oh, that's better. There we go.
Smart.
Glorious long hair.
Yeah, I was reading. I had this edition of the complete works of Oscar Wilde about 30 years ago, and I binge read the first 300, 400 pages about halfway through, and I found it in a charity shop a couple of years ago, and I have the page marked to pick up where I left off.
Cool.
I'm not a great reader of older literature, but I mean, Wilde's words just sparkle through the years.
They do, yeah. It's fucking hell, it's been over a decade, probably the best part of 2 decades since I've actually read Wilde. I really should pick up again. I'm reading far too much theory, basically Marxist and leftist theory, and social commentary, especially from philosophers who are on the left and things of that nature. Plus, I've got a couple of other books that I'm reading, the sci-fi and fantasy history ones. Your last reads, by the way, because what else? That is the way you learn things. How things work and all that.
Yeah, I've been, just last night I watched the finale to Pluribus, which is absolutely fantastic. Just this wonderful meditation on loneliness and isolation, but it's absolutely hysterically funny, looks utterly beautiful, gripping piece of drama. No Vince Gilligan Breaking Bad Better Call Saul trip, but yeah, I think it.
Oh, that's right. I haven't. No, and that's another one I haven't seen yet. Is Better Call Saul. I've seen all of Breaking Bad. I've got the DVDs. They're sitting behind me. They're down there, just underneath our telly. You can see our telly up there. So all my box sets, so like TV shows and stuff, they're right underneath. So I have 11 of them. Mostly sci-fi and fantasy ones and some history ones. I've got half of the Sharp ones. I assume you've seen Sharp, the one with Sean Bean. We've got most. You know, wow. Dara O'Malley is rather good as Sergeant Harper, and obviously adaptations of the books and stuff. I quite like them. For what they are fun. They kind of jumble up the history of the Napoleonic era, especially in the battles, and some of the characters and stuff. These people did exist. Sharp didn't exist, and neither did Harper. Obviously Wellington existed, and all his chief of staff, they were actually people. I quite like Sharp for what it is. It's quite fun to watch and quite fun to read. And Game of Thrones, and we've got all of the original series. We've got Voyager, some DS9. So things of that nature.
Right, this is not what I expected. I expected a modern thing. This is 1993 to 97.
Yeah, the early to late 90s, essentially 98. Then they done an additional one in 2000 or 2001.
Oh.
After the Napoleonic, when Harper was basically a horse seller, and he got captured in between the border of Spain and Portugal and stuff. So Sharp went and rescued him essentially. So that was set about 10 years, 5 to 10 years after the Napoleonic, after some Corsican had died and all that, and everything had come back to normal essentially, and he went and rescued Harper. One of the recurring characters, the Simmerson, turned up and things. So that was set. That happened. So the last one finished in 1998. Then it came back 2000 or 2001 for a one-off. It was nearly 3 hours long, that one. So yeah. And Bernard Cornwell had a nasty habit of filling in and changing the timeline to fit the history better from what he wrote for the first 12 books of Sharp. First 8 books of Sharp. And he kept on chopping and changing towards the latter half of the writing career for what he was doing for like Sharp and stuff. Bernard, just get your story straight. You should have just started doing the history to begin with, and maybe adding a little bit of flavour text to it instead of completely changing the order of battle and how everything happened during the Napoleonic era, especially in the Iberian Peninsula. Just saying.
Yeah, it's such a difficult balance to get right as an author. Like, I mean, I suppose the more modern it is, the more you are under pressure to stick to the fact. I absolutely adore Michael Hirst's Vikings, which plays a bit fast and loose with the history of things.
Yeah.
But, really captures kind of the essence of the history, if that is allowed.
My little Niblet's girlfriend said to me, "You have to read them. You have to. You don't even need to buy them. They're in flat. Just come up. You don't even need to come to the flat. We can take them to your mum's house. I can take them out of the house and you can borrow them and you can read them. You need to read these. So, right, fine, calm. I'll read them. Just drop them off at my mum's. Between myself and my little my nibbler, she's not little, she's taller than me, for fuck's sake. Or they're taller than me. I'm moulding her. I'm moulding her to read history and alternative history books, and I'm giving her little tidbits and how to read the. No, she knows how to read, but how to read and comprehend and think about the actual history and how the author either suggests or outright puts into the book the thing that actually happened, but with different characters. It's quite fun.
Have you seen Corey Feldman versus the World?
If I type that into YouTube, I'm not going to get copyright claimed, Amatalia. I'm curious. What
I have an IMDb description up. Corey Feldman embarks on a surreal rock tour with lingerie-clad angels, facing disastrous events that compel him to confront Hollywood abuse allegations and personal secrets.
Alright, I have to either buy or rent it. That's fine, but we can... Fucking hell. I'll get
Come on,
back
this
to
is my
that.
Twitch debut. I don't want the copyright cops on my shutting me down.
No, don't worry, I'm not going to do that. I'll watch that off stream. I'm curious. Thank you, Talia. I'll get back to that. I might actually rent that. That's fucking crazy. Oh, that's going to ask. Oh, save later. Save to watch later. Fucking hell.
Unearthed some what have I unearthed? Some Lewis Harcourt photos of his home and stuff here, which I might try and screen share. Yes, I remember how to do that. I'm not that nervous.
Oh, no. Hang on a minute, I'll move you over here. No, right. Where are we? This one. Here we go. That one. Right. Go back to that. Move you over there. Where? Can you remove screen capture? And screen capture. Source. Where be it? Give me a minute. It's there. Hold on, that one.
Oh, hang on. If I share this other thing instead. In stream.
What the hell? That looks absolutely. That looks gorgeous. Wow. Move that over a bit so I can still see chat. Wow. These people live in such splendour and comfort. It puts my little one-bedroom flat here in Glasgow to shame. Tell Jenny I love her flat, by the way. It looked gorgeous.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is Jenny Random Scottish History. Katie and I have a lovely day just hanging out with both of us meeting her for the first time. And she's like a genuine historian. We got to play with swords, didn't we, Katie?
Be careful. I have done fencing in Kendal, by the way. Oh, by your... Is it mental? Thanks, Talia. I've got to say, I cheat. Because my mum, other than sports, she doesn't pay for the sports, but everything else, like your movies, your media, all that stuff, she pays the subscriptions through her, well, she's got all of it other than the sports ones. I can go up and watch it up at my mum's and maybe do something. That isn't naughty, obviously.
This is one of these little London terrace row houses.
Yeah.
All this stuff is inside them.
Right, these ones look grand, and they say they're small in the scheme of things. They're basically equating themselves to what the king monarch has. These places aren't small in any way, shape or form, considering that where I am is small. I assume where the house or flat or whatever you live in is relatively modest, isn't it? I would assume. And they say this is small. They're basically saying this is small compared to what a fucking monarch, the head of a fucking, well, titular head of the country. Constitutional monarchy sucks, by the way. Is that the layout? So that's a blueprint, by the way, or a draftsman's drawing.
Drawing room.
Bloody
I don't know if that appears to be the layout of one room rather than one floor.
Christ.
These
bastards.
I mean, I don't know if Belfast City Hall is this big. This is insane.
Yeah. I've been in Glasgow City Chambers. It's quite a decent size, let's put it that way. I don't think it's a spot on what some of these places in London look like in Belgravia or Knightsbridge and all those fucking places either side of the riverbank and shit like that in the West End. Okay. But yeah, this is mad. Look at all that space.
I don't ever read that many books. Books ain't easy.
Oh, that's nothing. We've got 1,200 books and they're surrounding me at the minute. There's 3 bookcases to my right. There's a rather large one that is 7 foot tall and it's full of books. We've got two over there that are 5 foot and they're full of books. I've got silver metal ones here. I'd just love to see you can actually see it. See the silver metal books there? They're basically iron. And they're all filled with books. Like the ones right underneath the telly, one up against the wall next to the window, and the one right underneath the telly there. That's my DVD selection. That's all my DVDs. And the rest are all books. And that's 1,200. At one point, before Super Hubby moved out of his parents' house in the north of Glasgow, closer to the city centre, at one point, Super Hubby had 4,500 books in his bedroom, which is about the size of this living room. So he had a bed, he had a wardrobe, had a bedside cabinet, and the rest of the room was filled with bookcases. Rather large ones that reached up to the ceiling, and the ceiling was the same height as this ceiling, which is 9 foot. So he had massive bookcases filled with books. And his older brother, who will not be named, he is an utter bastard, basically pinched all his valuable books and sold them because he is a cunt. I try not to talk about this person. Lula the Pouncer.
Oh, I've just been sharing my phone number on screen for the last minute, but I haven't got any calls yet.
Don't worry. Do not annoy Andy. Do not call Andy. Unless
yeah,
it's,
but you know,
I get so don't worry about it. Most of the people in the stream are relatively decent. Christ.
Yeah.
These people.
So yeah, what we're looking at is a script for a comic book that. So my background of pretty much the last 1997 to about 2016 was making comic books, self-publishing, writing, drawing, and I had written a sort of 6-page comic on the Lewis Harcourt story, along with a number of other corrupt politicos of the time. There's a sample of Harcourt's handwriting.
Christ, it's nearly as bad as mine's. Crying out. Oh. Lots of photos of Morris Brett. Oh God. Oh, that is quite a depiction of him crying out loud. Calling him.
Yeah, so this is quite
not Italian. Not
it's quite a. This is from the Spy magazine.
All right.
Which has its own kind of story, but they were the leading political. No, Spy is the name of the caricaturist, I think.
All right.
Yeah, I dug so deeply. I mean, not even the cartoonists were without moral degradation. Yeah, you've got Eaton.
Is that the coat of arms?
Yep.
Fleur-de-lis, depiction of tulips. That's not rampant or passant. I'm trying to think of the heraldic name for that depiction of the lion. It's not rampant. The lion rampant is on. It looks like that he's standing up and or passant is lying flat.
I don't know much about coats of arms, but I'm just recalling a conversation we had with Random Scottish History at the weekend about leopards.
Yeah.
So she had a theory, or we'll have to cobble this truth together between us, but essentially the gist was that anytime you see a lion on an English coat of arms, it should be a leopard.
Yeah.
Something to do with translations?
Yeah, because English is very malleable and trying to fit it into other dialects, especially local ones that have been there for fucking millennia. It's difficult to actually translate what we are talking about. The Germans look at us saying, what have you done to our lovely Anglo language and stuff, because obviously Vikings and people read it in and blah, 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 blah. And it moulded the English language that we currently speak to this very day. And translating it to other places, especially in Africa and East Asia, so like your Philippines, your Indonesia, Malaysia, over there and stuff, Singapore, whatever. Translating that our English, what we speak from about the late 1600s onwards, has been problematic, to say the least, because English is utter garbage as far as I'm concerned. Obviously it's the main language that I speak. I also speak Scots and Broad Scots and things, but translating that and trying to represent the coat of arms that we use for the stupid imperial and clan history reasons and things of that nature. Translating that is kind of difficult and squishy and very malleable. So yeah, the translation gets lost, essentially, due to local dialects and the way people speak to each other in their daily lives. Or at high level, the government level, running of country, things like that. So changing it and making it fit the local parlance has always been tricky. We didn't really give a fuck. We're imperialist and colonial bastards, and we imposed our will and our language and our way of thinking onto people. So they've tried to slot in English, and it gets messed up in so many fucking different ways. It's mad.
That's Newman Court, was Harcourt's, one of his homes were one of the, the abuse that
I like that
took
painting.
place in 1921 that spilled out over London society, and possibly the one that triggered him to top himself with the bromamide sleeping stuff. Yeah, it's effing ridiculous they have that much money. Lionel Logue and his wife, and Effie Smith. So I'm sure you know. Lionel Logue was the subject of, was it the King's speech, the speech therapist?
Oh, was he the? Yeah, he was a speech therapist. Yes. So oh fucking hell! Colin Firth played him. Fucking hell. Edward VI. That is basically the Queen's dad, by the way. So Charles's granddad. So this is the speech therapist because the king had a stammer, and he struggled to get his words out. So the speech therapist helped him so he could actually make a speech as the monarch of the United Kingdom. Blah blah blah. So if you want to see more on that, you can watch the King's speech, I guess. And there's plenty of history about it and how he actually helped the king to actually speak and to orate and to speak to the British public, the Commonwealth as well, the imperial people, everyone essentially. So he wouldn't stammer as much. And me doing that is not ridiculing them, because one of my best friends at school had a stammer. It is difficult, it is tricky for them, and it's horrible for them as well. I've never worried about having to stammer, but trying to get my point across is kind of difficult at times because this is a chaos box. Don't get me wrong, I do manage to speak.
The film's essentially sort of royal propaganda.
It is, yeah.
But it is a great film.
I love the film for what it is, but yes, it is a piece of. I love the film for what it is, but it's a piece of propaganda at the end of the day. Yeah. Just like most of British history that gets televised or published or put on this silver screen.
The other figure there is Effie Smith, Lord Birkenhead, who I need to do a deep dive into him because everything I remember was quite
have fun.
He wielded a lot of power. How's your Effie Smith knowledge, Katie?
Not too bad. Not too bad. It's been a few years. I haven't done anything of that on stream yet, but I've done his. It's kind of not locked away. It's in a sort of box that I can open. It's somewhere in my mind, but trying to pick up apart from everything else that's going on in here is. But yeah, there's lots of different angles I can go on with certain things that I like in history or things that I think people need to see to get context.
He was very well connected, if memory serves, wielded a lot of social and political power. Monty Gregory will come on to. So there's a lot of the people who popped up on my studies. Yeah.
Wow. So much scumfuckery.
Yeah. more photos from Lulu Quinn's, as it stands today, obviously. Yeah.
Do you want?
If you have lots of money, give me some, and we make comics together.
Give me a minute. Let's see if I can bring this up. Give me a second. Where be it? Give me my direct messages. No, I close this. Oh, fucking hell. Right, I can't do it. Right, we'll give. No. Just go back to the chat. Go back to the voice call. No. Ah! Then But let's go back to that one. There we go. Ah! Close.
Oh,
Yes,
that was
close
me
it.
ended the stream. Nice. Yeah.
Screencatcher. Give me back my YouTube. There we go. Give me a second. Add source. That one. Thank you. There we go. Move over. Increase it a little bit. Damn. Fucking muscle tremors are getting worse. This is bad.
We could talk Horatio Bottomley, but that's a hugely long story.
We
I
will
That's
schedule
4
that.
o'clock
We will schedule that for later, and we'll start off the stream with that one. So we'll get everything sorted, we'll get all set, then we'll do Bottomley, and we can make it the entire stream because we will both be interjecting as well. So doing that would be an entire stream, and we'll get round to it, and we'll just make it the stream. I'll put in my the stream title, Hugh Bottomley, and think of a funny little line to put after it, essentially. So that'll be fun. What I wanted to show, give me a second. Oh, you're Irish, you might actually like this one. This is quite fun. This describes me and my sister
I'm
fairly
brave and
well.
I'm strong, I'm the eldest of three. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen. I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of three.
Irish voice, but that describes me and my two sisters quite well. That is kind of unsettling, really. No, back.
I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of three. If you want to lead...
God damn it, move.
I had a very nice chat with Random Scottish History about the work of Colin Bateman. So Colin Bateman is a County Down-based crime novelist who writes incredibly funny, incredibly authentic Northern Irish entertainment stories. He is essentially Derry Girls' Lisa McGee before Derry Girls arrived on the TV and just captured the Northern Irish voice perfectly. So that's a top recommendation if you want some good Northern Irish reading. Colin Bateman. Author
one,
of
thank you, Andy.
Divorcing Jack, which you'll have heard of.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Pete, I believe. The James Nesbitt TV show.
Oh, God, Jimmy Nesbitt. It's been a while since I've seen anything from him. Wow.
So while I was in Glasgow last week, actually Hamilton to be precise, and a lot of I got to meet random Scottish history at Jenny Eales, and I was staying with her travel partner, David Ackies Clay. Hello, Ackies, if you're here tonight. Ackies insisted on driving me all over Scotland, so I've got hours and hours of video to go through and provide commentaries for. I'm just working, actually. Before I come on stream, I've been writing my script for our trip to the Duke of Hamilton's hunting lodge. Is it Chateau Hero?
Chateau Herald. Yeah.
Yeah. So that will be up on my Patreon tomorrow, patreon.com/Andy Luke, and on YouTube later in the week.
I will join the Patreon. I get my money on the 3rd, which is a week on Tuesday, so I will join the Patreon. Then you'll have some mad Scottish women as well. Another mad Scottish. Sorry, Jenny. I'm not saying Jenny's mad, but to a certain extent, most Scottish women are either mad or eccentric to a certain extent, be it small or rather large. Some of us be kind of mental. Can you take over for a sec?
Patreon.com/Andy Luke begins at $1, and you don't have to pay until the 1st of the month. So if you just want to check it out, come and join, and then sneak away before the 1st if it's not for you.
Can you take over for a second? I will be back. 2 minutes, my friends. I need to do something. 2 minutes, please.
Can talk for all of the UK and Ireland.
Carry on, my friend. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I guess just the stuff would be showing you. I was kind of spurred on about when the 2011-ish expenses scandal happened. I was kind of spurred on to go just mad vendetta deep on studying the recent history of British political corruption. And I started at the tail end of the 19th century, and I never made it beyond 1940 because there was just this sort of heavy sea of slime and mud to get through. It was so much so. Katie read out a lot of the names I've been studying. Trebitch Lincoln, which is an absolutely fascinating story of a sort of international political chameleon. Horatio Bottomley, who we'll be looking at next, not tonight, but another, who was like a kind of a Nigel Farage of the World War I period, had that kind of Farage Boris Johnson scam going on. Monty Gregory, Lloyd George's political spin doctor. So loads of names and stuff. Gosh, this live streaming is harder than it looks. Katie and Kev and Helena, they all make it look very easy. I should plug my YouTube again. It's YouTube at Andrew Luke. I have recently made Screen Cleaner, which is essentially a Charlie Brooker rip-off, with a number of like political stories mixed with entertainment, kind of like a full show. And I don't really do live streams a lot, but after putting so much into Screen Cleaner, I just thought, it's going to be a lot easier. It was quite hard work. Thank you, Talia. I'm sure she will. How's everybody doing in chat tonight? Pop over the YouTube, which usually takes a while to get to us. I hear Katie coming back.
Ha
ha! Katie, Talia wished you a peaceful time.
Thank you, Talia. Always needed, obviously.
Peace and love to everyone.
I say to, I metaphorically, obviously these people can't hear me. They don't see me at all. For many, many different reasons. I tell lots of politicians, especially the current Labour government and the ones who are waiting in the wings. It's the reason I call him Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. And the Starmer Politburo and Morgan McSweeney, essentially. These people are hell-bent on destroying people like us because the reasons. Would I want to see into the mind of Morgan McSweeney? Yes and no.
I
But
mean,
these people exist.
If the whole Morgan McSweeney anti-Semite scandal, I mean, that should be front page newspapers for a week, and it should sink Starmer. It boggles my mind why it isn't.
Oh, no. You've got
Hundreds
more.
of thousands of people just labelled as anti-Semites falsely in order to give Starmer a manufactured enemy. Paul Holden's book, The Fraud, is just a really kind of terrifying read on all this stuff.
On my wish list, will be buying on a week on Tuesday. I'm going to fucking read it. For anyone who can't afford to get the book, go to the Canary. They've got it serialised, them actually speaking to Paul Holden, and it is amazing. The book is going to... It should have been blown up bigger. But don't worry, people like me, Andy, Kev and Helena, we will be covering this. I will be reading myself and reading excerpts from it every so often once I get the book into my hands. Oh my god! I will show random Scottish history later downstream. This one is actually quite cool. If you want to stick around for this, Andy, you're more than welcome. Ash actually spoke to him. This is brilliant. Paul.
Oh yeah, I have seen this interview. It's a good one.
It's an hour and a half.
I basically found this one thread, and then I was watching over 2 years, 3 years, him just emerge as this incredibly powerful figure in the Labour movement. Andrew Mark calls him the most powerful person in Labour Party history. It's almost like I'm like living a nightmare.
Let me pause.
I've from 2023 onwards, I've been trying to like raise the alarm bells about this guy.
There's managed to pause.
And then seeing him become Chief of Staff to Prime Minister, incredibly powerful position.
Pause. That's better. I need to go to the actual pause button. Rejoice! Some Arkies fan is in the chat. By the way, for people who don't know, any Americans who might be watching who are in the chat, either on YouTube or on Twitch, Arkies is a pejorative or a moniker for people who support Hamilton Academical, a football club here in Scotland, in Hamilton, just outside Glasgow. So, Hamilton Academical fans get called Ackies, and the football team gets called Ackies as well. I've actually been in that stadium, Ackies, on the away stand. I was there for a Celtic match with my stepdad. Fucking seasons ago now, a while ago. My God, I've forgotten the name of the Aki Stadium. My sister lived right next to it when she lived in Hamilton. Fucking hell. Bad Katie. Welcome, co-conspirator. Love it. Love it. So Celtic fans are called boys or girls. We don't have one for NBs yet. So Celtic fans? I know a few NB Celtic supporters. I just call them either girls with an H or boys with an S. So BH boys or GH. And he slept through my Twitch debut. Is this grim? At the time of my... Oi, no. Douglas Park. I knew I should have fucking... Ugh.
Made me realise that this is like a really profound story
yeah.
about our politics and something that's gone deeply wrong with it. That somebody like him, who I think really shouldn't be anywhere near power, has so much power, and how he's gathered it is so problematic.
How did Keir Starmer go from winning a stunning parliamentary majority to becoming one of the least popular prime ministers in the modern era, all within the space of a year? Perhaps the clue is in how he came to prominence in the first place, and the web of dishonesty, dark money and backroom operators who catapulted him into position as Labour Party leader. This week on Downstream, I'm joined by investigative journalist Paul Holden, and we talk about his new book, The Fraud, a meticulously researched account about the machinations at the heart of the Labour Party, which is now in government. From leaked documents to financial accounts to insider reporting, Paul Holden examines the key role of Morgan McSweeney, how he rose through the ranks of the Labour Party to become one of the most powerful individuals in the party's history. What's more, we discuss what this means for how Britain is governed. So I hope you enjoy the interview. Paul Holden, welcome to Downstream. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So you're originally from South Africa. How did, I suppose, witnessing the aftermath of the apartheid regime, the birth of a democratic South Africa, how did that shape your sense of what it meant to be a journalist?
I think very profoundly. I'm gonna try very hard not to cry during the story, but I can't promise anything. Right?
If I get someone to cry in the first 5 minutes,
that's quite something. Yeah. So I mean, I had quite an unusual upbringing in South Africa because my father was gay, and under apartheid there was a terrifying thing where, if it was discovered, you could be prosecuted for it. There was sort of late stage apartheid. There was like really properly mad Stanley Kubrick conversion therapy stuff happening. So my father effectively suppressed his homosexuality for pretty much his whole life. So he had 3 kids, and he lived like this very he tried very hard to live a very normal suburban life, but he dealt with obviously the struggle of actually dealing with that suppression was so profound that he had massive mental health issues while I was growing up when I was a kid, and he ended up being sent to mental health institutions twice when I was growing up, which I didn't even know. Right, I had no idea that this was happening as a kid. I had no idea whatsoever. But then I remember very clearly my dad came out. I think it was 1991. So this is like a year after Mandela's become freed, and what happens is we grown up in this very conservative part of Johannesburg, like one of the most right-wing parts of Johannesburg. I was brought up effectively like a pretty staunch racist, actually, in like sort of the community I was surrounded by. It was like I went to an all-white school, racial slurs were like very common, and then suddenly my dad came out and he's like, actually, I'm this thing that you've been told your whole life is evil. But what was pretty
How
remarkable...
old were you when you're having this conversation with your dad, or this understanding with him?
I was 8 when this happened. So, and obviously I don't process it at all at the time. I don't really understand it. But what it does do very quickly is my dad, the way he copes with coming out in that it's still a very hostile environment, is he very rapidly joins the very nascent gay rights movement that's happening in Japan.
Rejoice, comrades. Sly Loris. Hello, Sly Loris. Welcome, welcome. Great to see you, my comrade. Paul Holden, getting interviewed by our queen, Ash Sarkar. Go and buy the book, if you can afford the book, of course. If you can't, just go on to Canary, they've done a serialisation of it. Sly Loris is based. I love Sly Loris. Welcome in, my friend. Carry on, Andy. Not Andy, carry on, Paul.
Johannesburg, becomes like a very prominent member of the Johannesburg Pride movement and helps organise the Pride marches. Like I still have these very vivid memories of being like 10 years old. There used to be this little office called the Gay Advice Bureau in like downtown Johannesburg, and my dad would go and man the phones from like 10 in the evening until 5 in the morning. People would call in. It was still incredibly scary for people to be gay in South Africa. People would call in and get advice from him. I remember walking around these spaces, and what it meant was that I very quickly understood like the political contingency of my life. Suddenly, it made like it all very apparent to me, like that the political environment could either kill my father or let him live, right? Because my father wouldn't have survived another 10 years of suppressing his homosexuality. I really don't think he would have. And what it did do over time, and obviously this is very chaotic in my head and I had to make sense of it, but the one thing that I took out from that understanding was maybe a naive understanding, was that the constitutionalism that happened in South Africa, because South Africa's constitution in 1996 is the most liberal constitution in the world and recognises gay rights. Gay marriage is introduced in South Africa very early. My dad is one of the first people who actually gets married under the legislation. So from like maybe 15, 16, I'm like, you know what, I would dedicate my life to like defending like this democratic order, because it is so fundamental to like my father's life and our own life, but I understand like how profound the political change has been, and this is such a valuable thing that we have to protect and defend. So I went and studied history at University of Witwatersrand. My plan was to become like a history professor on South African history. I was like writing incredibly boring dissertations about urban design.
Wait, you're another accidental journalist, because I thought I was going to be an academic as well. Yeah.
So I had this, like, I had a career path in mind. I was like, I was going to teach at Wits, which is the university. I really loved this idea. Digging deep into, like, my thing was like the codification of language and comparing the Indian and South African experience, like really deep in this stuff. I loved it so much. But then I realized, I was working, one of my first jobs out of university was working for this incredible, like absolutely incredible journalist in South Africa called Mark Visser, who wrote like the defining biography of South Africa's second democratic president, Thabo Mbeki. And he was a very controversial figure. And there was a very corrupt arms deal that happened under his presidency. And at the time, I was quite young when it happened, was 1999, so I didn't know a huge amount about it. My colleague said to me, Mark said to me, could you please just do a report on this? And I just got absolutely sucked into this story. And I realized it was this really profound, dark, worrying story of how effectively European multinational arms companies saw the end of apartheid as an opportunity to corrupt a new state. And they all arrived in 1995 in like with their fancy 4x4s to corrupt the political system, and they did. Right? They succeeded. And I saw this, and I thought, this is the threat to the constitutional order that I'm really worried about now. I'm worried about what's going to happen when you have a political class that's been corrupted. What does it lead to? It leads to all these sort of horrific outcomes, because suddenly if you have a president like we have with Jacob Zuma, who is facing criminal charges or could be prosecuted if the system runs properly, they will have every instinct in their body to basically destroy the institutions that hold them to account. So then I was like, I'm not going to do this for long. I'll write a book about this very quickly.
I'm just going to dip a toe.
Yeah, I'm going to dip a toe. I wrote a book called The Arms Deal in Your Pocket about it, which was like an explainer. The idea was I'm going to help people understand in South Africa, take this very complicated thing and write it in an accessible way so that everybody can understand how important it is, and we can do activism around it. And I was like, yes, that's been published. Now let me go back to my master's thesis on urban design in post-apartheid South Africa. That's what I want to go back to. The problem was, as soon as I published that book, just loads of whistleblowers came forward and said, actually, you don't know, there's so much more here, there's so much more dirt than people realize. And I just got sucked into becoming an investigative journalist. And I was very lucky because there was loads of people around me. In the South African media environment is very supportive, it's very helpful, it was quite open at the time, it was quite innovative, it's completely fearless, because a lot of people cut their teeth under apartheid. And they basically all these people taught me how to investigate stuff, and I've been doing it pretty much ever since.
But is there something that, I don't know, like for me, when you're telling me about your childhood, your witnessing of your father's mental health crisis coming out, there's a thread there about secrecy, right? And there's this idea that, like, I saw secrecy and what that did to my dad, and, very nearly, like, kills him and robs him from me. And then there's a community of activism and politics, which is also associated with, like, living an open and honest life. And you can see how that maps onto your experience of investigative journalism a little bit.
Absolutely, because it's all about trying to make things as transparent as possible. Because there's obviously, there's a lot of information that we are not given access to because it's politically damaging to certain people, and it's our job to try and find that information, dig it out, ferret it out, and present it to the public so that they can make informed democratic decisions. That's like me at my highfalutin. I'm a journalist for, like, I've watched enough Aaron Brockoviches and stuff to be like, this is the grand version of myself, is that I'm going to go dig for truth and present it to the public. There's also a part of me that's just like, I just get obsessed.
A dog with a bone.
Dog with a bone. Like, I just need to find, I need to dig, I need to just get to the bottom of something. I told a story at my partner Jess, who I do a lot of investigative work with. I was telling a story about, like, how do I know that I love, like, there's so many reasons I love my partner, right? And there's so many reasons we have kids together. But one of the things I remember so clearly was maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, we were, like, digging around a story and we were looking into it, and we were like, this story doesn't make sense. We need to add it together. He was there then, and then he went there. There's a lie here that doesn't add up. And then I said to her, let's go to the pub and make a timeline. And she was like, yes, this is the best thing I've ever heard. And we spent the afternoon making an investigative timeline together. So there is, like, a part of me that just loves the digging for the secret.
One of the really cool things about this year is that we've gotten into a real groove with doing live events for Downstream. And if you want tickets for on his thesis of enshittification, why is the internet so rubbish these days? Well, his vision for eco-socialism and what kind of role tech plays into that. So if you're interested, the event is on Monday, the 17th of November. We're hosted by the lovely Earth Hackney, and you can get tickets on Dice. Who's Robert Redford and who's Dustin Hoffman between the two of you? Or the President's Men reference, by the way, for the viewers who don't know.
I think Robert Redford's more striking and handsome, so that'll be Jess.
Oh, that's very, very diplomatic of you. We're here to talk about The Fraud, which is your book about Keir Starmer, Labour Together, Morgan McSweeney, focuses on the period 2017 to 2024. What made you want to look into this story? If you cast your mind back to the sort of, like, very embryonic stages of the project, what was it that made you think something isn't passing the smell test?
So sort of carry on a bit of that story, but I basically left South Africa in 2009. I came to the UK. I wasn't super involved in British politics. I felt that the Labour Party was my home, in a sense, almost immediately. I voted for pretty much every Labour Party I could in every election I could, and for local council elections as well. But definitely the experience of when Jeremy Corbyn was elected in 2015 was, I think, one of those moments where, for a lot of people, you suddenly start realising the what's the best way to put this? The ways in which our political realities are constructed that don't chime with your own experience, right? There was a disjuncture that developed in my understanding of, like, I would read The Guardian pretty much religiously when I arrived, right? And I was like, The Guardian is the gospel truth. And then the Corbyn moment happens, and
Hello, former Guardian reader here, by the way. Not so much now. I stopped reading The Guardian just before the pandemic hit. Don't get me wrong, I dip my toes back in. A couple of my friends here still have subscriptions to The Guardian, and they just send me things that they think I might find interesting, so they just send it straight to my Dropbox.
Malcolm Tucker called it the paper that hates papers.
The paper that hates papers. He's not wrong, actually. Malcolm Tucker is a character from The Thick of It, who is played by Peter Capaldi, written by another Scottish person, Armando Iannucci, who I have problems with, let's put it like that. But Malcolm Tucker is, some of his takes do kind of rub me the wrong way. Sock Now! Hello, Sock Now. It's titularly on the left.
Yeah. They do some reporting really, really well.
They do in certain ways. They do, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I still go and check out what they're saying and stuff. Too many transphobes in it for me. Owen's still a columnist for them. I love Owen. He's amazing. By the way, everyone, go and check out Owen Jones. He is awesome. He is a lovely little twink. Yeah. He might only be 5 years younger than me, but my God, he still looks young. Jammy little bastard.
Oh God, yeah, he's like, what, 21, Owen Jones? Yeah.
No, Owen Jones is 41. He's only 5 years younger than me, for fuck's sake, the little bastard. Sorry, I don't mean that, Owen. I'm sorry.
Well worth looking up is Owen's interview with Paul Holden. There's just it's like a full 45 minutes thing, but there's a moment like in the last 10 minutes where he's talking about Starmer and McSweeney's claiming that throughout Corbyn's left wing of the party, members are anti-Semites, and there's an absolutely heartbreaking story about an elderly Jewish woman who the McSweeney claimed was an anti-Semite, and she was like on her deathbed with this hanging over her, and she had written to Starmer and McSweeney to try and get this smear lifted, and they never responded, and her family had carried on the fight after her death. It's absolutely heartbreaking to hear Paul Holden tell this story.
I think they showed that they showed that in the Labour files. Thank you, Al Jazeera, by the way, for that one. Anyone just type in the Labour files or go into Al Jazeera's YouTube channel and you should be able to find it. It is an eye opener and everyone needs to see it. I've shown it a couple of times on my stream before because it needs to be shown, and for one of the sections I really need to bring in my comrade, my friend Elron Hubbard. You might recognise the name. Elron, can you hear me? Because his MP in Wallasey is Angela Eagle. She is scum. Me and Elron are working to try and get rid of her.
Sounded better.
All right. I'm going to be 47 in March, by the way, Talia.
No way.
The Ford Report is a good I've got it. It's in my Dropbox. I have read all of it. I go back to it regularly so I can actually tell everyone who doesn't want to read it. It is a bit academic, don't get me wrong, but me being nerd, maybe read lots, so yeah. It is a good read, the Ford Report. Oh, right. If you're in the Discord, Sock, now post it in either philosophy or the news channel or just general chat if you want. So yes, good things. Thank you, Sock, now. Back to Paul.
I'm engaging a little bit with it. I'm interested in some of its policy proposals. A lot of my work is anti-corruption related, and there was great anti-corruption stuff happening on the fringes of it, really interesting stuff around tax havens, which is really fascinating to me. And then I was seeing this presentation of it as something very different from what I was experiencing behind the scenes. So it gave me this awareness of the nature of the contest within the Labour Party and how it played out. And I was obviously, very disappointed when in 2019 the Labour Party did so badly. But what really happened was just actually fortuitously I was basically given access to a leak of documents, this massive leak of documents.
I will just say, sabotage from within. For more on that, check out Kane Skittles. He's got a good video on it. Praise be. a Canadian comrade, who is an actual comrade. He is a Marxist, like myself, praise be him. So check out Kane Skittles, he's done that. It's a great video. How about the Starmerites, or the Blairites, the right of the party, literally sabotaged from within in that election.
Yeah, Labour
Starmer
should
can
have
get
won that 2019 election, but they cared more about getting rid of Corbyn than getting the Tories out. Just horrendous.
Did we get the Tories out? I don't think we have, really. Fuck it. The Senate and the Holyrood elections here in Scotland and Wales, and the locals down in England. The 7th of May is going to be fun. And your lass is going to be here for it. I'm going to try to end myself by streaming all of it, every last second if I can, between bouts of hopefully getting Annas kicked out. Going to be difficult. He is on list. It's going to be easier to get rid of his deputy, who is Jackie Baillie. She has a constituency. We can get rid of Jackie Baillie, because first past the post, never forget, is garbage. But it does work sometimes in our favour. Sometimes. So we can get rid of Jackie Baillie, which will be fun. Oh God, please just let it self-implode. It's on the way of doing that, Loris. It really is. I can't see it. Give me a minute. Yes, Andy?
A slight, well, actually a total tangent. What's your problem with Armando Iannucci?
He's when he appears on the couple of the times when he's been on The Last Leg, when he's been on the panel for like Politics Live and stuff, the BBC one. There used to be Andrew Neil, but now Joe Coburn. He is kind of left and still kind of centrist and stuff. He was against us getting our independence. I think he's rolled back on that now. Oh God, it's difficult to explain the way he portrayed, the way he wrote and got his writers to write Malcolm Tucker, saying basically making him like the in certain aspects stereotypical Scotsman, being loud and brash and things of that nature. Just kind of grated me the wrong way. Not all Scots are like that, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Some of us are kind of brash and outspoken and things like that, and kind of loud. But he went for that stereotype, and it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
You know what? As I might have mentioned when we saw each other last week, I'd started reading Terry Pratchett's The Wee Free Men, which absolutely goes 110 on the Scottish stereotype of drinking, fighting.
It does.
And just celebrates it.
It does, yes. That's the difference, yes.
Think of a more stereotypical image that is more just kind of enjoyable. I mean, Moffat did the same thing with his use of Peter Capaldi as a doctor in Doctor Who.
Yes, he did.
And yeah, it's kind of enjoyable. Although I'll say, when people do the same sort of thing to the Irish, it really irritates me. So maybe it's all about where you're sitting.
Yes. So don't get me wrong, Malcolm. The thick. I loved the thick of it. Back in the day and stuff. I still I dip my toes in it every now and again. I did. My mum recorded it all because she loved it as well. She tries not to involve herself in politics. She just wants to get along, provide for the family, look after everyone and things of that nature, like a good Scottish mother does, obviously. My parents, obviously, but my mum, I love her desperately and she looks after us. She loved that, the way Malcolm Tucker behaved and stuff. She said that is quite fun because she met people in her life, throughout her life and stuff, who were actually quite like Malcolm Tucker. Very political, very brash, very very loud and gregarious and all that stuff.
I love that the thick of it had a swearing consultant who went over the script.
Yes.
I mean, it's now come to light that that's exactly what Westminster was like. The sort of creatures, the bullies that inhabited those positions. And we can see it very much today, even more out in the open. Reform particularly, there seems to be a Malcolm Tucker thrown out of the Reform Party every other week.
Yeah. Is Starmer like that?
Wouldn't surprise me. We know he's... I mean, one of the things Paul Holden talks about in his book is the Starmer's kind of false political past, that he has projected himself as a humanitarian lawyer, whereas that isn't exactly true, quite far from it. The London riots...
Yes, very far, yeah.
The night courts, the fact that 52% of the people arrested and charged during the London riots were under 16. And like another 20% were under 20. Something like it. Just ridiculous. And these kids were dragged in at 3 o'clock in the morning to sit trial. All night courts. Yeah, absolutely horrific. But also, I mean, Akis has a theory, there's a sort of an Adolf Eichmann type quality that he will just be given a job to complete and he will follow that. So, you know, it may very well be that McSweeney's doing a lot of the driving and Starmer's attitude is whatever it takes to do this thing.
Yeah.
To get me ahead in the polls or... Yeah, how's that working out for you, pal?
Yeah.
Minus 43.
It looks like they're going to be wiped out in the Senate and up here in Holyrood, which is going to be fucking glorious. Bring it on. I am here for it. I really am.
Let's get the popcorn out when that happens.
Oh God, yeah. Oh no, I'm going to create a spread for myself that's going to be sitting somewhere close to me. So my desk is currently populated by like I've got my wedding photo right here. I can show this one though. You saw me buy this at the Barras. Look, my icon. Ha ha ha. I love David Bowie so much. So that was. In his Ziggy Stardust era. I will not show my wedding photo because you can see people, you can actually see their faces. I'll just drive by, look, wedding photo, da da da. I love my wedding dress. My wedding dress isn't in this flat. My wedding dress is up at my mum's in her wardrobe in a case, not a case, a sealed bag and stuff, so it's in my mum's wardrobe up in Perth. I love my wedding dress. I paid £50 for it, and I look absolutely fucking gorgeous. I loved my wedding day. I got completely drunk.
With the way he reacted to Gaza, no way does that man have a humanitarian bone in his body. So true. Thank you,
God, yeah. Yeah.
From within the Labour Party, and initially my sense was, and watching the Labour Party from the outside, is it'll be quite gossipy material, right? It'd be like people internally being mean to each other in a factional way that is sort of known about. But then I basically found this one string, this one thread that I started pulling, And I realised actually there's something much more profound.
And so what
worrying
was the
here.
thread?
The thread was Morgan McSweeney. The thread was Labour Together. The thread was coming across a series of emails about Labour Together.
Excuse me? Sorry about that.
Its undeclared money and what it was doing behind the scenes. And it was such an interesting experience because we came across these emails and they were saying behind the scenes they were involved in the anti-Semitism crisis, for example. But if you look at Labour Together's website and everything that they ever published for 2.5 years, there's nothing there. There's no mention of it whatsoever. So immediately I sat up and I said, this is
Curious
very
about
strange.
that.
Like, why are they saying behind the scenes you're involved in it when there's nothing in the public domain that we can see? And really you started pulling that thread. And as soon as you start pulling that thread, a much more disturbing and profound story emerges. And it becomes more profound with time as well, because when those emails are first discovered, it's, I think maybe it's 2021, 2022. Morgan McSweeney isn't like a big name. He's not a big deal. There's not much about him in the public domain. It was hard to understand how powerful he actually was. And then I was watching over 2 years, 3 years, him just emerge as this incredibly powerful figure in the Labour movement, to the point where, after the election in July 2024, Andrew Marr calls him the most powerful person in Labour Party history, which is an incredible thing. And from what I've been investigating behind the scenes, it's almost like I'm like living a nightmare, because I've from 2023 onwards, I've been trying to like raise the alarm bells about this guy and the way he got power and the political project he's been involved in, and I've been alarmed by this project, and then seeing him become chief of staff to the prime minister, incredibly powerful position.
Can I sort now? Yeah.
Made me realize that this is like a really profound story about our politics and something that's gone deeply wrong with it, that somebody like him, who I think really shouldn't be anywhere near power, has so much power, and how he's gathered it is so problematic as well.
I mean, let's stick with Morgan McSweeney for a second. What's his political origin story? How and where does he cut his teeth? How does he attach himself to Keir Starmer?
So he he moves from Ireland in the early 2000s. He studies at, I think it's the University of Middlesex, and one of his first jobs in London is working in the Labour Party offices. I think he works as like in the reception for a while. Then eventually he starts working alongside Peter Mandelson for a little bit. He works inputting in data into the Excalibur computer system. And from there, he develops a career in the Labour Party, but it's generally around local government issues, right? So it's sort of his primary source of where he goes to work for a long period of time is the local government association. But in that period of time between working for Peter Mandelson, he also works for Steve Reed, who is at the time I think he's the head of Lambeth Council, and he goes and works very closely with Steve Reed. Steve Reed is now an MP, and he is the cabinet secretary for housing, where he wears his MAGA hats and is doing this very weird Trumpian build baby build stuff. But Morgan McSweeney and Stevie become very close political allies. And
I'll pause Paul for a second. So now, I've been doing a little bit of research. I was doing it last week. It's kind of left me again. I'll get back into it. But yeah, from what I was seeing, you don't have any decent sort of left-wing sources where you are. And by the way, everyone, hopefully I'm not going to dog Sogna. Sogna was on Puerto Rico. Fuck it, American colony for all intents and purposes at this point. And they don't have any decent left-wing sources. They don't have any decent news sources at all, because you're literally colonised. It fucking hurts me. I feel for you, my comrade. I really fucking do. It must suck for you having all those corporations basically strip mining your island. That can get to fuck. You've got me. You can ask Raptor, Kev Logan, Helena as well. No Duchess MTG. And we can get you sources, we can find stuff for you, we can send it to you. I can post them in the Discord and you can read them and stuff. So if you need any help in researching anything, just ask us. It might be difficult to separate and aggregate it in certain portions and shit, but we can give you information and stuff. Media from the rest of the world, essentially. within reason. There's some news that we can't get. Obviously, the sanctions and embargoes do exist, obviously, but we can get news to you if you want it, if you need it. Obviously, you need it. All the information would be good for you, obviously. Oh God, yeah.
About paramilitary breaking their silence to deny Morgan McSween was one of theirs. But yeah, all the sources Katie just quoted are fantastic independent sources. Anybody joining us for the first time, No Justice MTG is one of the brightest political minds in the UK. It's just really good at just sourcing different stories from across the UK and the States and beyond, international.
And Europe and
really.
stuff, yeah. She's good. She's fucking amazing. Me and Talina have an agreement that are you okay with me using your footage to show to everyone? I said, yeah, carry on. You're not going to be taking away from me at all. And if you can bring more people in to the stream, to either YouTube or Twitch, carry on, use my stuff. She knows my health limitations and I struggle. I still do lots of research and stuff, but being able to segregate it all makes sense to tell everyone. My mind is wired oddly, let's put it that way. I can't get it through coherently if I manage to set it all out and explain everything. I'm better with scientific things like health and disability and science, but parsing all the different political and historical narratives, because it's so complex and just keeps on getting more complex by the day and getting more dystopian and being able to segregate it all and put it out in a line or just coherently speaking about it is getting harder because there's too many different political actors now, and just fucking end me please at times. Good. But I am here for it. I am.
Viscero, conservative, sketchy funding sources.
Yes.
It's in that period, apparently, according to other biographers, that they articulate and develop this total antipathy towards the left, that they absolutely despise the local left that they're dealing with in Lambeth.
And so what year is this?
That's roughly 2007 to 2009, as far as I remember.
So this is when the Labour left is really a rump force.
It's tiny, right? So they are butting heads at like the most local level. It's like the most nitty-gritty. We need to make sure this councillor doesn't get through the selection. We need to make sure this councillor does. Like real in the weeds of Labour Party politics, understanding the machine. Then he works for the Local Government Association, which again is very in the weeds of like local government and how the Labour Party actually functions as a bureaucratic machine outside of its.
The local government authority, all the different CLPs across the land, they're all structured differently. They all communicate in many different ways, especially up here in Scotland, in Wales, in England, and somewhat in Northern Ireland. We all speak in different parlance. We all use different things to talk about, like health, disability, economics, infrastructure, things of that nature. We all speak differently, but at one point we do actually manage to come together and give out I'm not Labour Party anymore, but we all used to speak somewhat together in certain aspects in certain policy areas and things of that nature. But since this Starmerite or Blairite takeover again, and even more harder from what they used to be, we are getting silenced. He literally said, there's the door, you can use it. And yes, we fucking used the door, we have left, and now they are moaning, come back. No, you told us there's the door, and we fucked off. Get wrecked. As far as we're concerned, you are fucking dead to us. So, no, get wrecked, just no. We hope you all fucking lose. Don't get me wrong, I don't want that as Prime Minister next. I fucking God, just no. It's going to get worse for us, and I'm going to get even more fucking loud if that becomes our Prime Minister. Thanks, Starmer, you absolute fucking waste of humanity.
The word must turn.
Oh, God. It's going to get worse, isn't it, Andy?
I don't know. I mean, it's gotten worse before, and it's collapsed under the worstness of its worstness. So, I think we might just be due one of those collapses where things get better for a while. Yeah, we certainly are. Bring it on. Let's hope.
You've got it. I've got that. That's the second part. That's the other side of that argument with me. I do kind of doomer just a little bit, not too much. Don't be doomer, please, anyone. I beg of you, just don't. Down that way, destruction leads. We don't need that. Don't get me wrong. Be activated by what is happening. Get loud. Get active. That will help. If you can be active.
This is Stock Now point just making in the chat. We need to be. We're going to have another Trump situation, so we need to be louder than reform. We need to be aggressive than reform, and that's how they're getting the followers. I mean, Helena No Justice makes this point with Zach Polanski and his manipulation of the media that essentially they will go and post some crap about him, and he will retweet them and just respond. He'll say, like, here's another article about how pathetic our press is, and then the press will get angry and they'll go and make up some other crap about him, and he'll rage bait them, and essentially he's getting so much free publicity off of trolling them. We need to remember, this is the media. The internet has been about for 30 years and has pretty much killed the old models of the press. The press is now ours, each and every one of us. If you look in like one of the British national newspapers, they've maybe got about 20 journalists. That's not a big gap between Navarra media. We can take these forkers. Let's kick them up the ass. Kick them out.
Well said. Yes. Carry on, Paul.
And let's face it, we're sexier too.
Sorry?
We're sexier too.
We are.
Smarter and sexier.
Shit, I can fucking see him. Irish. Damn it. Not in this bit. Damn it, I've forgotten his name. I can bloody see him.
Who's that?
It's not Colin Murray. Is it Colin? No, it's not Colin Murray. He's a radio presenter. Oh, fucking bugger up. He was Bullseye. No, oh god. He was in Minority Report as well. Fuck! Give me a minute. I'll let that play. Carry on, Paul.
It's top echelon, like this, like very Byzantine, completely dysfunctional at times, local democracy. And, according to his biographers, he develops the sense during this period that the Labour left is just like anathema to his own personal politics, but to any possible chance of the Labour Party being successful long term.
Colin Farrell.
But the really key moment in his development, I suppose, is 2017, right? Because 2017 is a moment that shocks.
Is Colin Farrell Northern Ireland, or is he the Republic?
I think he's a Southerner. He's fun. He's great, Colin Farrell. Yeah.
I could see him. I've seen him in so many fucking different films, and I forgot his name. Sorry, Colin Farrell, by the way, my dude. I quite like him in Minority Report. There, another Philip K. Dick work that I enjoy. The book is better.
Yeah,
the book is weird.
He was born in Dublin near Phoenix Park.
Oh, right, was he? Oh, I've been to Dublin. I love Dublin. I need to go back.
Oh, and his next movie apparently is Batman Part 2. So isn't he the Penguin in the TV series wearing an enormous fat suit?
So, yeah, yes, fucking hell. Yes.
I wonder is he reprising that role? Surely he is, yeah. 2027.
The
So
Labour
next
right
year,
wing, of which he's a
right.
part. He's part of this pretty small faction in the Labour Party. So, to give you a sense of how small his faction actually is in 2015 he is the campaign manager for Liz Kendall.
4% Liz.
4% Liz, right? And I write in the book, I say, you know, what people didn't understand about Keir Starmer, and we're moving forward a bit, but Keir Starmer's election campaign, is that Keir Starmer was effectively the front man for this 4.5% faction. And it's a sort of a bit of a, it's not particularly ideologically coherent, but, you know, sort of anti-welfarist, it's like worker estate intervention, it's socially conservative, absolutely despises the left, despises the left, thinks that they are just beyond the pale. I mean, according to, I think it's Poggen and Maguire, they think, you know, McSweeney thinks that left-wing people are evil. Which is a pretty extreme thing to think about people, like 1/3 of your own political party, effectively, you know, you think are evil.
I'm not evil. I'm not evil. I'm a leftist. I'm a Marxist and an eco-socialist. I don't see myself as evil. Obviously, that is up to everyone else to say if they think I'm evil or not. I don't think I'm evil. I don't think I am. As far as I'm concerned, Morgan McSweeney's evil, and so's Pat McFadden and West Streeting and Keir Starmer and fucking Liz Kendall. So I don't know.
And you're in this party with them. In 2017, there is this assumption within the Labour Party bureaucracy and the Labour Party right wing that Jeremy Corbyn wins in 2015 and he's going to lose the next election so badly that the left wing will just absolutely collapse. And
They'll do it to themselves.
They'll do it to themselves. They're so incompetent, they're so useless that, you know, when he actually faces the public, the Labour Party will get 10% of the vote, they'll be annihilated, and then the party can return back to its Blairite mode. But then 27 actually happens, and Jeremy Corbyn goes before the population, and the left-wing machine is much more effective as an electoral force than they ever possibly expect. And that's an emergency for people like Morgan McSweeney, because it's not just that he has a personal antipathy towards them, but people like him have no future in the Labour Party, right? And there is a very substantive ecosystem in the Labour Party of people who sort of move between these roles, between think tanks, lobbying groups, inside the party itself. There's like a very closed ecosystem, and there's probably 5,000 to 10,000 people who at different times rely on a particular faction in the Labour Party being successful for that ecosystem to function. Right.
Well, so this is something which I kind of wanted to ask you about, which is why is it that the Labour Party functions in this way? And for viewers who might not be familiar, the sort of factional wrestling. I mean, it's not really, it's a blood sport, really. And there's a level of viciousness which, you know, it absolutely saturates Labour Party political conflict at every single level. Yeah. So at the most, you know, tiny, you know, what about the elected positions within your local Labour Party branch, like all the way to local government, that's before you get to MPs. Why is it like that in Labour?
I mean, it's a couple of things. People who've been in the Labour Party for a long time carry a lot of wounds with them. And there's a lot of people who, you know, certainly my experience of joining the Labour Party in sort of 2016, 2017, was expecting to go to a branch and they'd be excited to see me.
Yeah.
Right? They'd be like, oh, you are a marginally competent person who can maybe go knock on doors and deliver flyers and is supportive of this project. And instead, my experience was like, oh, this is really like a pretty insanely toxic factionalized environment already, and it was very hard. I mean, I'm not saying like I'm some sort of saintly person to not be drawn into that factionalism either, right? To not feel it at some level. And part of that shows that like familiarity breeds contempt. If you're having constant like pitched battles at like a branch level, if you're like having pitched battle about what the slate is in the Kentish Town branch, right? Then your enemies, in a sense, become the other people on the other side. So that does breed a degree of factionalism. But I think the broader systemic issue is first past the post. Obviously, I think that's the constraining feature of the Labour Party, because what it means is that in lots of places in the country, and less so now, considering what Keir Starmer's done to the party, but for 50, 60, 100 years in certain places, you have entire boroughs, constituencies that are effectively single-party boroughs. If you want to be politically involved, and you live in Newham, for example, you do it through the Labour Party. Caerphilly used to be, if you want to be politically involved, you do it through the Labour Party, right? So all the active politics that actually happens, the politics that matters, determining the actual nature of the politics in your area, happens in the Labour Party first, because the party is always going to be elected as the winner, right? So in Newham, which is I use as a case study, there was, I think it was in 2015.
I just want to point this out. Talia, they're shot now. Even Burnham isn't going to save them. Well said, Akis. Yeah. Even if he managed to get back into that den of iniquity that is called the House of Commons. Huh? Don't get me wrong, I'd rather have Andy Burnham than Keir Starmer, but at the end of the day, he's still a playwright. Huh? Maybe? Huh? We all see this by-election is going to be absolutely fucking crazy. And I'm going to be covering it just because, for just fun reasons, just seeing the breakdown and what actually happens in the campaigning and stuff. It's going to be fucking hilarious and mental, obviously. Oh, no problem, Andy. Carry on. I will bring up the chat for a second. I'll just shut it down now. Andy, thank you. Say goodbye. Rejoice, everyone. We've had a based Irishman. Thank you for being here, Andy, by the way. It's been fucking awesome. And we will get on to Horatio Bottomley. I will talk to you. I'll bring you onto Discord and we can chat about it and stuff. Square sausages. They're called Lorne, by the way, because they were from Lorne, which is up near Oban, just up north on the west coast. Oban is beautiful. If anyone gets the chance to go up to Oban, do it. Oban is gorgeous. It's got a brilliant seafood restaurant. Thank you, Andy. I love you. Thank you for being here. And hang around and chat. Get food. Food is good. Yes. Thank you again. Shall we continue?
60 out of 60 councillors in Newham were elected from the Labour Party, right? Underneath that, there is a very intense local battle about who those 60 people are, which is how democratic politics plays out. But what that means is that there's lots of people with very different ideological perspectives and very different ideological goals who join the Labour Party because they're seeking to influence politics locally, even if their own ideological politics don't actually fit in with the Labour Party itself. So you have the Labour Party, and I think locally you have lots of people, I'm thinking of my own experience, who would actually, if there was a PR politics, wouldn't be in the Labour Party. There'd be Lib Dems, there'd be Tories, because they're actually quite conservative, right? They think the free market's great. They think that we should cut welfare. They, will defend the Iraq War. All these things that are, I think, don't chime with what I would consider to be traditional Labour values. But they're also personally ambitious, right? Or they want to have an impact in their politics in some way. So they join this party. And then as a result, it becomes this fierce contestation. The thing that's problematic for that faction, for that right-wing faction, which has been in control of the Labour Party at times for a long period of time, is that that faction is not the dominant faction, right? It's a smallish faction. And what we've seen again and again and again is that...
Oi, Akis. No. Naughty. Leave Andy alone. I am glad I have had him on my stream. Fucking amazing. Praise be Andy. Yes. If you want to jump in at any point, Andy, Akis, feel free. I have learnt my lesson. I streamed the Bologna Celtic match on Thursday and I got copyright claimed. I lost my platform for 2 days, for 48 hours, because me naughty. Lesson learned. Not going to be showing football on stream. I will still watch football, obviously, because the Celtic fan. I love football.
When the membership actually has a democratic vote, they lean left.
One of my favourite things about doing Downstream is actually the stuff you don't see in the video. It's the chat when the guest enters the studio and just before they leave, because you get all of these...
They get delayed by between 2 and 8 seconds. It depends. The longest delay I've noticed just on my stream, especially with YouTube, the delay on Twitch is only 1 or 2 seconds, but on YouTube it can be up to 10. It depends on how the internet where you are, the Wi-Fi that I use is actually quite good. I don't pay that much for it, and it is really quite. It is brilliant. It's decent for the money that we pay for it each month. But the way YouTube is structured and stuff, the delay can be up to 10 seconds, which is like an eternity. So there is a little bit of a delay, or a good bit of a delay. Don't worry, they come up, and I see them, obviously. But it does take a good few seconds for it to come through. For more on that, ask Alphabet. There's not much I can do on that end for the messages actually getting through because I'm not in charge, obviously. Because me be leftist and me be authoritarian and all that fucking bollocks. I just want things to work. I want people to be able to talk to me, to chat in the chat with their messages. And to actually come on and talk so everyone can hear. Out with my control, obviously. I'm not in charge. I should be in charge, obviously, because me, eminently sensible. Like all leftists.
Wonderful nuggets about who they are as a person, the kinds of books and thinkers that shaped them, and even just what they think about celebrity traitors. So that's why we're launching a newsletter. It's going to have all sorts of supplementary tidbits from Downstream, and you can sign up at novara.media/Downstream newsletter. This week is our very first one, so if you want to be there for the teething pains and the typos, sign up today. There's also the system of patronage networks as well, right? I mean, so just to sort of bring it back to our dear friend Morgan McSweeney, he's part of this patronage network which has, Peter Mandelson and sort of, Tony Blair behind him at the top, but then there are all these other figures as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the sense that, Morgan McSweeney fundamentally transformed the Labour Party, really fundamentally transformed it in ways that people don't fully understand. But between 2021, 2022 in particular, and 2024, there is an aggressive attempt to totally reshape who will represent the Labour Party at every level of the party, from councillor level all the way up to MP level. Right? And there's a couple of factors that make that possible. One is that by 2022, the faction that Morgan McSweeney heads is in total control of the bureaucracy, total, complete control of the bureaucracy.
And by bureaucracy, you mean what?
So I mean the Labour Party bureaucracy itself. So the party itself is actually this big machine, at the top of which is the General Secretary and the National Executive Committee.
My friends, Kev, as friends Rusts, who else have I got? I've got Leckers Mankellen. Praise be Leckers. They be awesome. Davinia to a certain extent as well. Davinia Robbins. Praise be Davinia. And a couple of other people within Helena's chat and Kev's chat and my own chat. Lots of different people who are football. We are football. We love the sport. We love the game. Praise be the beautiful game. If it can be called that. Yeah. I do still love watching football because football be awesome. I love the sport for what it is. It is amazing. You saw me lean back. I was stretching out my knees and helping my hips and stuff, and I hit my desk, my knee. Oddly enough, because I keep on punishing myself for whatever fucking reason, it just asked the universe for that one. I fractured my right kneecap, and my knee hit off the edge of my desk. That was kind of painful. It is still kind of tingling, but I'm feeling fully stretched out now, which is good. And the pressure has been released because the build-up of nitrogen in my joints and blah blah blah. So I'm feeling a lot more freer. I can move a little bit better. Moving better. A little bit. So I hit my knee off the edge of the desk, which is 2 inches below where this laptop is. Kind of sore. Fuck it. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm used to that. I bang off things on a daily basis, so fuck it. I'm used to it. I get through it.
But the General Secretary and the leader have enormous power to determine the rules of democratic engagement, effectively. What the bureaucracy actually does, it's supposed to be in Martin Ford's this great KC who did an investigation for the Labour Party into racism and all sorts of other issues. In Martin Ford's very utopian vision, which I love, the Labour Party bureaucracy would function like a neutral civil service, right? It would facilitate meetings. It would fairly and neutrally adjudicate disputes within the Labour Party. That's not what the Labour Party is. The Labour Party bureaucracy is basically like an internal police force, right? Which takes direction from the General Secretary downwards, works via its regional officers, and it sort of filters down. And at every level, they enforce the political will of the leader and the General Secretary and whoever's in that small leadership core, like Morgan McSweeney. And they adjudicate disputes in the most unfair ways possible, stitch everybody up, exclude people for ridiculous purposes in order to remake the party. And for the first time, that's always been happening in the Labour Party, right? That's always been an element of the cut and thrust of Labour Party politics. But there's all sorts of factors. One is from 2022 onwards, this faction is so much more ruthless than any faction I think has ever been before, in terms of just like totally not even pretending to play by any fair rules. Right? They don't care if it's unfair. And they make a calculation, I think a very wise calculation, is that nobody's going to call them out that matters, or in their mind that matters, right? Because if you're just excluding left-wing people, you're not going to get... Who cares?
Who cares about the left?
I mean, you guys might complain about it, but they're not going to be getting an op-ed in the Times about it. There's not going to be a Guardian front page screaming, factionalism in the Labour Party destroying democracy, right?
What, did I ever tell you about my encounter with Sebastian Payne?
No.
So Sebastian Payne is now a comment writer for The Times. Before that, he was the head of conservative think tank UK Onward.
Right.
Before that, he was an attempted Tory candidate. Never quite made the shortlist, poor dear. And before that, he was the Whitehall correspondent for the Financial Times.
Right.
And I can't remember if he was still Whitehall correspondent at this time or if he'd left journalism by then and he was part of Onward. But I was on LBC's Cross Question with him. And this was probably 2023 or 2024, can't remember. And we were talking about Keir Starmer's myriad broken promises. And he gave us a little anecdote. And it was that when he was a journalist and he was talking to a senior Labour advisor close to Keir Starmer, we can speculate about who that might have been or might not have been, that this advisor said to him, look at those 10 pledges, not one of them will bind our hands. And what I find extraordinary about that story isn't the fact that it happened, it's the fact that Sebastian Payne never reported on it at the time. For me, as a journalist, and not just a journalist, in my bones I love gossip.
Right.
I love gossip so...
I'm with you on the lawn. I'm not too big on it, like fried, scrambled, boiled, poached, coddled. Super Hubby loves his eggs. He likes scrambled and he likes fried eggs. Like completely set, not runny yolk or anything, just completely set. And he likes black pudding and Lorne and stuff, so I'm with you on the Lorne. I have Lorne and tatty scone. And far too much pepper for other people, but I love my pepper. Hummus will save us. I like hummus. Hummus is good. Eggs are rancid. Rejoice, comrades. Omaha, the cat dancer. Aye. Hi, Omaha. Give me Lorne and black pudding and bacon. And far too much pepper and ketchup. I know what I like. I am set in my tastes, really.
Very much. To a point that it's absolutely toxic and within my own life. I love gossip that much. You could not rely on me for discretion about something like that because it's a huge story, right? At the time, you're being told this is a leadership campaign which is deceptive. We have no intention to keep our promises. And you'd think that a political correspondent would be chomping at the bit to publish it.
Yeah.
And he sat on it. And I think that tells you everything you need to know, is that it's not that journalists didn't know or were hoodwinked. I'm sure some were hoodwinked, but it's not that they didn't know. It's that they politically were in alignment with the deception, and so they participated in it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that there is I love that phrase people always use, playing politics on easy mode.
Yeah.
Which is basically what the
I
Labour
think that's a Matt Zarb cousin.
Really?
Yeah.
Well done, Matt. I really like that. And that's basically what the Labour right wing does.
Animals
they
of
play a very
people.
particular role in our national politics. When the Labour Party is in opposition, they have the easiest ride of any faction in the world. Because basically they don't have to come up with any policies that make any sense. Nobody's going to test their ideas, which actually is part of the reason why they're so bad at governing when they take over, because nobody scrutinises them at all. They're given all this fawning coverage, they'll do like full-page shoots in like Style magazines, looking all sharp in their suits. And because the right-wing and the generally right-wing leading press here sees them as like a useful political sop to ensure the left-wing doesn't work. What I would say is interesting about this process is that it seems that so many people knew that the political project that underpinned Keir Starmer's leadership campaign had a completely different vision for how the party would be. And it's very clear that for a long period of time, Morgan McSweeney is working closely with a whole range of journalists. I don't know all of them, but there's definitely a very large number of journalists who know what Morgan McSweeney is doing between 2017 and
who were they? Or if you can't give us names, can you give us outlets?
The Times is the key place for me. Is a place where there's a lot of the Times and the Sunday Times. There's a lot of reporting that's placed by Morgan McSweeney. So I'm sort of skipping ahead a bit to make it easier for your viewers to understand. I mean, basically what happens is that in 2017, Morgan McSweeney responds in horror to the election of Jeremy Corbyn. So not the election of Jeremy Corbyn, but the 2017 general election where Corbyn gets 40% of the vote.
The near miss.
The near miss, right? And there is a sense of this is a disaster for his faction. So he leaves almost immediately and joins Labour Together, which is this think tank which now really dominates British politics in a very profound way. So the policy for digital ID, for example, is written by Labour Together.
Omaha. You do not need to dox yourself. If you can give me the address of your local Amazon Dropbox, like the lockers you see popping up everywhere and stuff, I can send you down Lorne, if you wish. Just give me the address of the nearest Amazon Dropbox and I can send you down. The gloriousness that is Lorne and proper Scottish tatty scone. They be good. Feel free to put brown sauce if you like brown sauce, or ketchup, or vinegar, or pepper, or salt, or things of that nature. Fuck it, even sriracha, or soy sauce. Bewitches. Stop it, Talia. Naughty girl.
They are having a profound impact on our politics. But back then, they had this tiny, pretty marginal think tank that had originally been set up by an MP called John Curtis to try and resolve some of the factional infighting in the Labour Party. And
John Curtis is sort of a blue Labour figure.
He's a blue Labour figure, so he would be seen as part of the right of the Labour Party, but he's well respected across the factions. He's seen as a party historian. His perspective is that he was genuinely concerned. He's a Labour man through and through, John Curtis, right? He is and he understands, even though he's part of the New Labour faction, that the power of the Labour Party is when you can have somebody who gets all of these factions at least working sometimes towards the same goal. That's when the Labour Party is going to be electorally successful most of the time. That's the best way to run the party. That's his vision. And he's very worried in 2015, when Jeremy Corbyn gets elected leader, that the right wing of the Labour Party is going to defect. That's his concern. His concern is that right-wing MPs are going to just flee and basically do an SDP again and make sure that the Labour Party is unelectable. And his job...
And for younger viewers who may not have heard of the SDP, what is this moment in Labour Party history?
And this key moment when you effectively have a left-wing leader takes over for the first time in the 80s, and instead of... It basically creates the schism in the Labour Party, and basically the right-wing liberal block of the Labour Party at that stage splits off altogether and forms a new entity, the SDP, which then runs, it's at 83, I think, and splits the vote and hands a massive majority to Margaret Thatcher, when actually if those votes had stayed together within the Labour Party, they could have challenged Thatcher at the time. But it's really the thing that saves Thatcher.
Right, quickly explain the...
It's like a fucking Australian tennis tournament in here.
I'm feeling relatively comfortable. If you're not, you can turn the heating off if you want, my dear.
It does have an off switch.
I usually end the stream when he gets up, but I'm not. I'm in the mood, and we're fine. BBC News, BBC Breakfast doesn't start until 6 a.m, so I'm fine. I'm going to carry on. Sorry, my dear. Say good morning to Super Hubby, everyone. He be awake. He be here. Hello, Super Hubby. Oh God, what now? It's not Tangerine Dictator, is it? It's incessant, isn't it? Everything keeps on happening. Oh. Oh. Right, it's on the doodle. I'll get to that after this then. Oh, poor possum. It's not looking happy, is it? Rescuer helps terrified possum stuck in a tree. It's not looking happy.
It's upside down, it's stuck in a tree.
Yeah, I didn't fucking blame it being upset. Oh.
And the great big beastie thing's touching it.
Most humans are decent, I believe. I'm decent.
Who's been quite unpopular for the first couple of years of her prime ministership, and she, she then transforms politics, and there is a sense that if you can't cohere
I can send you over Lauren,
together,
Andy.
then that's what you're going to do. You're going to be handing electoral success to the right wing for a generation, effectively, which is effectively what happens at that time. It takes another 14 years from that point until there's a Labour government. So what Craddock is trying to do is generally speaking trying to keep people at least in the tent, talking to each other, not leaving, so that the Labour Party can actually be an electoral force and can survive this moment in some way or form. When McSweeney arrives, he has a different vision. McSweeney's vision is very clear. It's like, this is, even though the Labour Party has won 40% of the vote, this is actually a disaster for the Labour Party because he hates the left wing. He doesn't want it to be ascendant. In his own sort of cosmology, it's like this needs to be destroyed. Mm-hmm. And very clearly from July 2017 onwards, he develops this famous document. I've never seen a copy of it. I really wish I could see a copy of it. The strengths,
Look into the camera and ask for it. Who knows, it might come.
If somebody could please send me the 2017 strengths, weaknesses and opportunities analysis that Morgan McSweeney did, I'd be very grateful, thank you. Basically what he does in the SWOT analysis is set out a project.
To anyone else here that heard that message, and if you can hear me as well, send it to me, please. I want to read it. I'm fed up of trolling through fucking Hansards. Don't get me wrong, I'll still keep on doing it. I like punishing myself for whatever reason, really. Yeah. I'd love to read that. Might be able to get a glimpse into the mind of Morgan McSweeney. Not too much of it, obviously, because who would want to look too deeply into that mind, really? I don't.
A project about what him and a small group of people in Labour together need to do. Because it's also quite clear, I've spoken to John Curtis about this, he didn't know this plan was happening, right? This is happening, it's a small core group in Labour together, and Morgan McSweeney and Steve Reid, who are the key players there. And the plan is twofold. One, we will destroy the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. We will make sure that Corbyn cannot be elected whenever the next general election is. Because as long as the only way to dislodge Jeremy Corbyn as a leader of the Labour Party is for him to lose another general election. So they will work for 2.5 years to basically undermine the Corbyn project as much as they could to deliver his loss. And at the same time, when the appropriate moment arises, they will then choose the successor to Jeremy Corbyn, which then happens in July 2019. So in July 2019, Keir Starmer has been thinking about a leadership challenge for over a year by then. I think it's in March 2018.
Never. Andy, never. Paul, this lovely individual, praise be him, has been trolling. Literally, he dives deeper than I do. I don't want to get too far deep into this because, dear God, I'm already het up, I'm already activated as it is and angry for many different reasons, politics-wise, really. Paul might be able, Paul Holden might be able to compartmentalise it a bit better than I can. I've got things compartmentalised and things of that nature, and I can bring them up, and I'm still relatively sane. I can talk about them coherently and stuff. Stop fucking laughing. I will slap you.
Yeah, that's right. Domestic violence.
I say again, no violence. I speak metaphorically. I just tell him to shut the fuck up. Ooh, sweet. Again, on my wish list. I will be buying it a week on Tuesday. He's better at doing that deep dive, and with his partner, Jess. I don't want to get too dystopian, and if I go that far deep into who and what Morgan McSweeney is like, I will just get violent, let's just put it that way. And I don't want to become that again. I've already done it once in my life before, where politics is concerned, and I don't want to go back down that road. It's not good. But yes, I will leave it up to Ash and Paul and Aaron Bastani and Michael Walker. Sunil. I'm not going down that road again ever. I will comment on what I see in the media and maybe dive a little bit deeper and stuff to show context is important.
Yeah.
I heard a rumour from someone very well placed who Labour Party figure who sort of shares Keir Starmer's legal background, who heard that he was considering going for the top job when he was a new intake MP in 2015.
That would be astonishing. I mean, he's clearly very ambitious, right?
Very ambitious.
Extremely ambitious. And there was the sense, I remember, there is
these
articles that come out in 2015 of, Watch the Sky. He's a guy to watch. He very much had the ear of, the Guardian insider set.
People kept comparing him to Colin Firth in Bridget Jones's Diary.
Yes, and there was the rumour that actually Colin Firth was based on his character.
I heard that rumour too.
And then, which was repeatedly debunked. But then kept on being brought up as do you know?
Yeah.
But it was the author was no, that's categorically untrue.
I mean, I know that this is, there are many deceptions which are covered in your book, and they're really important. Lots of them are about undeclared funds, lots of them are about political deception. But I do think this form of gaslighting, that people try to convince us that Keir Starmer was sexy. like that really needs to sort of see the light of day. We need a truth and reconciliation around project to...
Keir Starmer? Sexy? Okay, can't see it. Can't see it at all. Darling, is Keir Starmer sexy?
Oh, his wife must think so.
They are married. You know. I don't see him as sexy. I don't. Going on outward appearance of people within either the cabinet or the wider Labour backbenches. I love round, full-figured bodies. Let's put it that way. I don't like her politics or anything, but I do quite like the look of Emily Thornberry.
Kid us into thinking he was hot.
Can I say, even though it's plain in my book I'm not a fan of this man, I will say that Keir Starmer was handsome.
Young Keir Starmer.
Young Keir Starmer was handsome. He was never attractive. That's my line, and I'm sticking with it.
You know what? When we stop rolling, I'll start saying what I think about young John McDonnell. But anyway, so you're highlighting July 2019 as sort of the key moment where Labour Together and Keir Starmer converge. How does that happen?
So very practically, starting in March 2018, Keir Starmer sets up this group called the Arlington Group. And it's him and Jenny Chapman, who's an MP, and Steve Reed, who's obviously
Baroness Chapman now. Thank you very much.
And it's called Arlington Group because it's named after the road that Jenny Chapman lives in Camden, in London.
I used to live on an estate off Arlington.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I really like Parkway there. Yeah. Some of my favourite restaurants there. So they have this meeting. It's been convening, sort of loosely discussing the possibility of a leadership election in March 2018. But the sort of decisive moment is July 2019, where Morgan McSweeney is invited to a meeting. It's not entirely clear who invites him to this meeting, whether it's Keir Starmer or whether it's Steve Reed. But basically, Morgan McSweeney arrives with a plan. And he sits down with Keir Starmer and says, well, look, if you're going to run as leader, I know how to get you, I know how to make you win. I know how to guide you to victory. And what Morgan McSweeney has done is, over the last up to that stage is 2 years, he's taken about £500,000 of donations, which he's not declaring in violation of electoral law, which we can...
Because he was there at the beginning, he was there before the beginning, he'd been basically set up, he'd been there since the 2010 or the 2007 election. He's been there a while, so within Labour, and subsequently MP and now cabinet member. So he's been heavily involved in Labour since about the late 90s, since about like the Blair era and stuff, either working in his local constituency and in Lambeth. So he's been there throughout. He's one of the main threads that goes through this Labour Together. Be wary of Steve Reed. I do not like the man at all. He doesn't say much. He speaks, don't get me wrong, he speaks, but he doesn't say much. You have to look out for that. I managed to see it though, oddly enough. Being able to see through what they're actually saying or not saying is a good thing. You've got me for that. To a certain extent, at least.
Come to, which he's using to do a couple of things. One of which is he's undertaking this massive polling exercise for the Labour Party membership that nobody else. He has the best understanding of the Labour Party and its constituent factions and what they want from a potential leader, and he presents this diagrammatic explanation of where the Labour Party actually is ideologically, what they want from a potential leader, and it's basically a blueprint to victory. And at that point, Morgan McSweeney is immediately brought on to Keir Starmer's sort of leadership team. Is given a formal role, actually, at that point. I think he's in charge of membership or something like that. But at that moment, they basically start collaborating towards a potential leadership challenge, which is precisely why, when the general election results come out in early December 2019, it's very soon after that Keir Starmer is able to launch like an incredibly slick, curated campaign.
And also before that point, and I remember this really well, one of Keir Starmer's comms guys got in touch with me and was like, do you want to do an interview with Keir? And I think it was like at a Lewisham barbershop or something. And I was like, no. And the thing is, I was just like, well, not really. Like, I'd be up for like an interview, but like not something which is this sort of like soft focus, trying to make him seem like he's down with black people and working class people. Like, it's kind of weird. And I remember at the time showing it to my partner, and I was like, what do you make of this? And he was just like, that's a future leadership bid, right away.
So when was that?
So that was during the 2019 election.
Very interesting.
And so obviously left-wing journalist, left-wing outlet.
Interesting, extremely cringy.
Very cringy.
Incredibly cringy, but totally on point, right? Because they are extremely effective. This political project is extremely effective in that period of time. And obviously, it's not effective with you because you've got a nose for this stuff.
Well, no, I was just like, I'm not like Keir Starmer in a Lewisham barbershop is sort of a bit like, how do you do, fellow kids?
I don't think it would have gone down very well. I think you were very, very good to stop
him
that.
getting his cornrows put in.
Yeah,
like.
that would be. I would pay to see that. I'd pay a lot of money to see Keir Starmer get cornrows. I will now admit on camera something that I'm going to regret terribly. Yes. I had cornrows at university. And let me just tell you, a white man with cornrows is not a good look. Because what people don't realize...
The Rainbow Nation, it was
I was a Rainbow Nation. I was trying to be like, I was turned 18. I was like, what am I going to do for my 18th birthday? Okay. Obviously, I'm going to get cornrows, obviously. And I'm going to go to the only drum and bass club in Johannesburg and show up. What you don't realize when you have cornrows, like your head hasn't seen the sun for 18 years. God. It's the whitest skin you can find on a body. So you have cornrows as a white man is the whitest hairstyle you could possibly get. So you can cut that if you don't mind.
No, we're keeping that. That's going to be the sizzle reel that we start the thing with. So we've got this meeting, we've got this plan that Morgan McSweeney has put together, we've got this huge polling exercise. I mean, your book starts in 2017, but just thinking about Keir Starmer in the couple of years before that, was he someone who had identifiable political beliefs? I mean, it was clearly ambitious, but was he someone who came with a sense of politics and a sort of ideological motivation?
No, I don't think he does. And it's been this quite... I think a lot of people have struggled with this, actually, because it's actually quite unusual in British politics, but also in Labour politics in particular, to have a leader who doesn't actually have a political economy, like quite a deep and profound understanding of the way society functions and how to improve it. So even somebody like Tony Blair, for example, somebody whose policies and vision I don't back, but the
man had a worldview. He
had a worldview. It was an articulate. He had thought through what politics was, where he was in that moment, and he had a very clear, articulated vision for how to achieve it. He was also very honest about it. Actually, he didn't lie to get into power. He said, "This is who I am."
Like to get into Iraq, but not to get into power.
Yeah, exactly. But generally speaking, he's not. There's degree of hedging around the election, but generally speaking, he's not lying about. He's not saying I'm actually a deep eco-socialist. He's like, no, this is capitalism's one.
Yeah, right. And he sort of laid out his sense of what the dividing lines were: open versus closed, etc., etc.
And there's a sense, Gordon Brown, also a very deep thinker. Ed Miliband, like steeped in the Labour tradition, also from like a family of thinkers, and he's a deep thinker about politics as well. Jeremy Corbyn has been in the party for ages and has his own very clear sense of what the world looks like and why it looks like it does, which is a very cohesive worldview. All these people have cohesive worldviews that then lead to like a pretty particular. Well, first of all, they're underpinned by some pretty clear principles, from which they develop like policy and practice. Right? Keir Starmer doesn't seem to have any of that, and it's very weird. It's very strange, and it's led to some very odd experiences. So I read Tom Bolden's biography of Keir Starmer, and it's a very interesting read, because actually what that biography did, it made me really like Tom Baldwin, right? Because what Tom Baldwin is desperately searching for, like Tom Baldwin wants the Labour Party to succeed. He wants Keir Starmer to be one of those figures, and he's desperately searching for this. He's trying to find this core essence to Starmerism that he could then present to be like, this is the guy. I know that he's a good guy.
He won't find it. He won't. Just ask many of the British electorate. Ask me. I would say yes, super happy, but
this is his essence.
And for viewers, Tom Baldwin was very close to Gordon Brown. I think he was Gordon Brown's Alistair Campbell is the closest analogue.
Yes, yeah. And the book is interesting from that perspective, lots of insiders. But actually what I find interesting about it is that it's Tom Baldwin, who's plainly a good person, who wants the best for this person, is like trying to grab smoke. And it's just like constantly moving through his fingers. So it's not just that, Keir Starmer is the most unruffled liar in politics. Like, he will say one thing one day and another thing another day. And it shows there's no sense of like...
Do you think he knows he's lying?
Yeah, of course he does. He's a smart guy. Of course he does.
But what I mean by that is that, like, I've come across in my life people that just say shit. And I don't think it even registers to them that words ordinarily have a relationship to reality. And that's what makes them such good liars.
Yes. I think it's something else, actually. If I'm going to do some, like...
Yeah.
My book doesn't engage in, like psychologizing Keir Starmer.
I think you've earned the right, though. The research is very deep and it's meticulous. And so now that we're in the realm of speculation...
Right, let's speculate about this. I actually think that there was an early Tory attack line on him, which I actually think was more on the money than people realised, which is just maybe sort of June, July. They were sort of doing some pretty ham-fisted stuff because the Tories, it was expected they're going to be in power for the next 150 years after 2019. But their attack line was like, he's a lawyer. He just repeats whatever his brief is. He's a lawyer, he takes on briefs for different clients, and on one day he'll defend, he'll be doing human rights law, on another day he's got a different client, he'll be doing something completely different. And I think there is some essence of truth to that he sees that certainly the role that he's played within this particular political project is that he's constantly given briefs by other people, and then he's the lawyer that advocates for it.
And do you think this is why he was Labour Together's candidate,
yes.
why he was McSweeney's candidate?
I think there's a couple of reasons. I think there's one reason is that he is so amenable to direction, and he's very happy to basically say, you take care of that for me, tell me what to say, and I'll say it. And large parts of that particular manifesto is clearly not written by Keir Starmer. I literally had this great experience, this amazing thing I discovered when I was writing the book. Obviously, I spent loads of time reading like the minutiae of Keir Starmer's election campaign. I'd also try to find everything that Morgan McSweeney had ever written and ever said. And I had this one incredible moment where there's only one video of Morgan McSweeney that exists on the internet of him speaking to camera. One video. It's fascinating, this video. I watch this video like maybe once a week.
Like a Matthew McConaughey in True Detective,
exactly.
like in the storage
This guy,
unit. Like
his voice he sounds so nice. He's so small. How could he have done all these things? And it's a fascinating video because basically what it is he's standing in this pretty small hall, and he's hosting a conversation about like how the Labour Party, it's a Labour Together conversation about like Labour Party factionalism, right? And like how to overcome these factional divides. And on his one side, he's got Neil Lawson, who's now the head of Compass. On the other side, he's got Laura Parker, and he's also got Nathan Yeo from Progress. And that's sort of like the three poles of opinion in the party, right? And both Laura Parker and Neil Lawson at different times had effectively been seduced by Morgan McSweeney or by Keir Starmer to believe that he was more left, and this project would be more left-wing and conciliatory.
And Brexit was a big part of that.
But what's interesting is that Morgan McSweeney is delivering a speech in front of these group of people. At this time, it's July 2019, he's delivering the speech. It's around about the time he's joined up with Keir Starmer. It's precisely at the time he's doing all these like really incredibly secret, dodgy projects to destroy Corbynism. But he's reading the speech about the need for party unity to this group of people. It's such an interesting psychological study of like a man who's going before a crowd of people and individuals who he is presenting this entirely made up, fictitious version of who he is and what this project is, which is supposed to be this like kumbaya, let's get...
I agree with you, Sock, now. I do. I'm more Lexit now. I just want a better government to actually take advantage that we're out of Europe, that we're out of the EU. I don't see it happening in the next sort of like 5 to 10 years. It might happen before I shuffle off the mortal coil. But forget. I voted to remain because I didn't want that shower of fucking absolute fucking bastards in charge of it, and look what's happened. At one point during the Brexit referendum and stuff, in the lead up to the vote itself, we're the 4th largest economic power. We are now 6th. Take from that what you will, really. I'm more like I liked being part of the European Union as a country. It was good. It was protectionist. Don't get me wrong. I don't like protectionism for many different reasons. But being within is always easier. Being at the table is always a good thing, as far as I'm concerned. But fucking hell, it's got so much worse since Brexit. Thanks, ERG, you bunch of fucking bastards. Ideology sucks, really, in certain extents.
All the factions working together, and he reads the speech, and it's beautifully worded. It's all about, the heart of justice is one of the phrase again, something like the honesty is at the heart of justice, reconciliation is at the heart of truth, and the Labour Party is made up of these three strands. They are the souls of the Labour Party. You have a leftist tradition, social democrat. If you destroy one of these souls, you destroy the party. As he's trying to destroy one of those souls, right? He's trying to destroy 2 of those souls, actually trying to destroy the party altogether. But he writes this very beautifully worded thing about the need for the different factions of the Labour Party to survive. And that speech, and the text that appears on Labour Together's website, appears word for word in Keir Starmer's leadership election collateral. Keir Starmer writes this platform called Unite, I think it's called Unite and Reform, which is about how to restore the Labour Party's internal democratic systems, make it a more vibrant, democratic, non-factional thing. And it's word for word from that speech. And I remember finding that video online and listening to Morgan McSweeney. I'm like, I know this. I know that. Where is this? Where do I know this from? It's like, oh, I thought that was Keir Starmer. But actually it's Morgan McSweeney. Something Morgan McSweeney had written 6 months, 10 months before, as part of a project to deceive people about the nature of his own project about the Labour Party and factionalism. So literally embedded within Keir Starmer's leadership election campaign is this misleading pitch about factional unity that Morgan McSweeney has written himself.
I want to move on a little bit. I mean, like any one of these things, and I can sort of see how, like the writing of this book would have been this sort of all-consuming project, because you pull on any thread and you just get pulled in deeper and deeper. But to move into a really important part of this book, and also a really important part of this story, you write that perhaps the Labour Together project's most consequential.
With those shower of ghouls, idiots, and just absolute fucking lunatics, Brexit has sucked. It has sucked. Ugh. Thanks, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I'm glad you got voted out, even though you've got a fucking YouTube channel now. Fucking God. Jacob, just fuck off. Just fuck off. It does, yes. Still likes it, but some of the things, the protectionist aspect in certain areas of either society, civil society, and economic society, really, it is quite good. I can see that. Being out with, God, fucking hell. That individual that I am married to, he's a contrarian. He likes to mess things up in certain aspects, he is an anarchist.
Pragmatist.
Pragmatist? Maybe.
Shit happens, do win.
Happens, deal with it. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Fuck it. He is a contrarian. Rejoice, I'm married to someone who is endlessly delightful to me in all my takes. In any sort of sphere of our life, really. Okay. Better in or out of the EU, do you think? I will remind everyone, my super hubby, I call him my super hubby because he takes good care of me. He voted to leave. I voted to remain because I didn't want that shower of idiots to be in charge. But he likes chaos, apparently. He got it. Thanks, darling. Fuck it. And he saw Starmer for what he was as well. A little bit before I did. He seems very knowledgeable, even though he tries not to involve himself in politics too much. Don't get me wrong, we still talk about politics in this house. Him being a contrarian and me being a Marxist is endlessly delightful.
Punctual intervention was to insert itself into the high-profile Labour Party anti-Semitism crisis that embroiled the Corbyn leadership from 2018. Further investigation is needed to establish the full extent of the project's involvement in what became a protracted national controversy, but there is now little doubt that its role was profound, wide-ranging, and at times despicable. So what was the role of the Labour Together project in the anti-Semitism crisis? Because there's stuff which emerged in, the leak report that we covered as part of Novara Media, Al Jazeera's The Labour Files as well. Obviously has a lot of material about the ways in which investigations were sort of slowed down or sped up, depending on what served the best political function. But what else was going on behind the scenes?
And there's effectively two things that the Labour Together project was doing at that time. And to be very specific, the Labour Together project at that time involves Morgan McSweeney, Steve Reed to a lesser extent, although he is involved and seems to be knowledgeable of some of it, and a guy called Imran Ahmed. Now, Imran Ahmed is a Labour Party insider. He's been working for the Labour Party for about since 2010 up until 2017. Like Morgan McSweeney, he's on the right of the party, or certainly not pro the Corbyn faction of the party.
Used to work for Angela Eagle.
Used to work for Angela Eagle, in which role he was, behind this very fierce bureaucratic fight back in her constituency against a very powerful emergent left wing. Because obviously, in places like Liverpool, where the Jeremy Corbyn surge is so big, so profound, that you suddenly have this very realistic possibility that people like Angela Eagle could be deselected, right? There could be a newly elected MP in that constituency,
I would have loved
and
that.
he's involved behind the scenes and a very nitty gritty blood sport level in making sure that she survives that challenge, right? And that involves lots of bureaucratic machinations. He's also at the time working to sort of try and get local, quite small independent journalists suspended or expelled from the party for reporting in ways that are not helpful to his political ambitions or Angela Eagle's political ambitions. So those are the three people who make up that Labour Together project. And it's not entirely clear when Imran Ahmed joins the scheme. It's late 2017, early 2018. And there's two strands to it. The primary strand to begin with is they're working to place stories in the media without any disclosure that they're involved in it. And the first big story that we know about is the story that breaks in the Sunday Times. I think it's in April 2018, if I remember correctly, called Corbyn's Hate Factories.
I remember Corbyn's Hate Factories.
Yeah. And what it is effectively that Morgan McSweeney and Imran Ahmed have joined a whole range of these open public Facebook groups, which have hundreds of thousands of members, and have spent months trawling through all of the comments in the posts to discover anything that's untoward to their minds, so racist, misogynist, anti-Semitic, and they create a dossier of all this stuff. They find within all of the posts on these massive Facebook groups 2,000 posts that they consider to be problematic, and they effectively give this dossier to the Sunday Times, which then writes up this Corbyn hate factory. And the thesis behind that is that there is this world of like online these online hate factories, these industrialized sites of producing hate, in which Corbyn is fundamentally embedded. Corbynism is embedded in this. It reflects the racist, misogynistic, bullying culture of Corbynism itself, but also Corbynism derives its power from these sorts of networks, right? So it's totally tainted by the discovery of stuff. But of course, none of it. Their role was never declared. Morgan McSweeney and Marianne Armour. Instead, they're written about as whistleblowers. I've always been, why were they whistleblowers? What were they blowing the whistle on exactly? A whistleblower is somebody who works in a company and finds something wrong and then blows the whistle on it. What they were whistleblowers for Facebook? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they're called whistleblowers. But be that as may, it's their first sort of foray into the world of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and it's part of creating this narrative that Corbynism is inherently anti-Semitic or inhabits anti-Semitism or is unconcerned with anti-Semitism. The problem is, if you go look at that article again, it's a very difficult article to describe, because it is this mixture, and it is sort of an expression of the problem of the anti-Semitism crisis, because the anti-Semitism crisis is made up of all sorts of different things. One of which is that there is anti-Semitism in society. There's anti-Semitism in the Labour Party that has to be dealt with. There's also people who are making allegations of anti-Semitism who don't know what they're talking about, right, and make it promiscuously or in an alarmist tone. I think that's the key thing. It's an alarmist narrative about the extent of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. And also there's lots of conduct that's described as anti-Semitic that isn't anti-Semitic. But when people push back on it and say, well, I don't think that is anti-Semitic,
well, that's itself anti-Semitic.
Exactly, that's nihilism. So if you're denying the existence of anti-Semitism because you're saying, I don't think that's anti-Semitic, then you're an anti-Semitic denialist.
And then there's also the context of heightened factional conflict. I remember how it felt to wake up with like heart palpitations during those years, because your fight or flight was just constantly engaged.
Yeah. And it is intense, the extent to which there is a daily scandal and there's a daily discovery that dominates the news, or even if there isn't a daily discovery of like a new obscure councillor who said something horrible or marginally horrible on Facebook, there's going to be an MP who says something that then creates its own news cycle. It's basically, it doesn't stop. From 2018 until 2019, it is a daily like whirlwind of like allegation and counter-allegation, within which there are serious allegations of anti-Semitism and like total nonsense allegations of anti-Semitism. And the whole way the crisis unfolded meant that couldn't be untangled in a way that is actually helpful to fighting anti-Semitism.
And you also have political operators who are journalists, like John Ware, for instance, who I think would be fair to say is a deeply politically motivated guy who was behind the Panorama documentary, of which there have been many, many problems found.
And that creates, there is this very one-sided account, I think, of, and this is what Martin Ford says, he talks about John Ware's Panorama documentary. He says, like, the difference between the Panorama documentary and Martin Ford's report into the same sort of material. So Martin Ford says, well, I spoke to both sides and I got both perspectives and I present them both as legitimate perspectives, whereas I think it's a fair criticism to say of the John Ware documentary that you really only get the one perspective primarily, which is a perspective of people, quite a few of whom, or at least one of whom we know, is working with Morgan McSweeney at the time, like on these secret projects, right? He's actually appearing in that documentary. And none of this is known to us at the time, right? We don't know any of this is happening. So that's the other thing that Morgan McSweeney is doing, is in addition to working on these stories that he's placing in the media, and what it seems to me, and it's not entirely, I haven't dug into it as much as I'd like to, but it seems that Morgan McSweeney and Imran Ahmed function as this very useful node of facilitating. There's still people in the Labour Party bureaucracy who who have information about the way the party's dealing with anti-Semitism. And Morgan McSweeney and Imran Ahmad help them navigate the press, basically, get their stories into the press and make sure certain key stories are definitely told, so certain complaints definitely get national coverage. At the same time, Morgan McSweeney is working with the Jewish labour movement, who are at that stage considering writing a submission to the Equalities and Human Rights Commission. Now, we don't know, the problem that's very frustrating is we don't know the extent of that collaboration. What we do know is that Pogren and Maguire say that McSweeney effectively helped to engineer the EHRC's investigation into the Labour Party, into the way the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn had handled complaints of anti-Semitism.
I mean, I just want to sort of like stay sort of in that period of time, sort of like 2018, 2019. How much did the team around Jeremy Corbyn understand about the operations of Labour Together or the involvement of Morgan McSweeney or other factional operators in the anti-Semitism crisis?
None whatsoever. I don't think anybody knew about it at all. In fact, the first time that I think that it was publicly known, or certainly outside of the small selection of journalists who've been working with Morgan McSweeney and the Labour Together project, really the first time there's any sort of sense that Labour Together has been involved in the anti-Semitism crisis is actually when I published an article, I think it's in late 2023 with Matt Taibbi in the States, where I'm talking about the history of Labour Together and some of its other projects that it then launches to involve itself in the anti-Semitism crisis. So there's no sense at all that Labour Together is doing stuff. And
yeah, she's on
the
Laura
reason there's no
Kuenssberg as
sense
well.
they're doing this is because Labour Together...
Let's see if this will work.
National Police Service.
My darling.
So we're going to have secret police. We've already had them for hundreds of years, but now we tell them.
That can go and get to fuck. You can tell me to fuck off if you want.
What?
Can I get one of your cards, please?
Oh.
Please.
Oh.
Please.
I told you I'm leaving them. I might just go and get a big mug and pull them all into one. Where's your brown cup? I'll pour into that. I can get them all in it.
You'll get 2 and a bit. You'll get 2 of them into it, not all 4.
4, 8, 16. Get them all in.
Right. 1600.
That's 1800.
Chris, you would. Please just give me one of them, I beg of you.
Why?
Please. What do you think Shabana's going to be saying on Laura Kuenssberg? I'm curious to find out. I hope you're watching it, by the way, everyone.
Part of what Morgan McSweeney is doing is a 2.5-year project of purposeful misdirection and deception. Because in that SWOT analysis, he says, the biggest threat to us is discovery. If people find out that we're actually part of a campaign to destroy Corbynism and replace him with our chosen leader, this will fail. This will totally fail. People will hate us for it. And our political project will fall apart. So we have to find a way to prevent people discovering this. And they develop this defensive maneuver. They actually give it a name. Morgan McSweeney calls it Operation Red Shield. And Operation Red Shield is we're going to create the facade of party unity. Labour Together will present a face to the public that shows that we are working cross-factionally to achieve, to get the left and the right wing talking to each other so we can...
If he's okay with it, after we've finished with this, I might just go into I'll read it out, but I'll still be around and I'll come back about either an hour or half an hour before Laura K starts. So watch out. I might not do it. I'm going to see how much I can push Super Hubby. apparently Super Happy is not a wheelbarrow. I know he's not.
Hold this party together.
And there was a Labour Together report with vast amounts of submissions. Lucy Powell was involved. James Midway was involved in sort of getting people to participate.
Exactly.
Like it was a real...
It's a real thing. And they are, if you go back and look at the Labour Together website in 2019, go back a Wayback Machine, and the way they present themselves in public throughout 2020, it's an incredibly polished performance. Very well.
For more on the Wayback Machine, just type in the www.com, the Internet Archive. That's all you need to do. Or the .com or .co.uk. The Wayback Machine is there with a font of information that I troll on a semi-regular basis because, obviously, me being nerd, maybe interested. I want to know all the things. I try to keep it in the brain box, even though it's not exactly coherent at times.
Scripted performance of party unity. The thing that I always find amazing, in addition to the videos of Morgan McSweeney that I found, where I found this, by the way, is Labour Together had a Facebook page, which is not very well followed or attended. After I wrote in the book about Morgan McSweeney's video, I saw they've made that video private. But what is interesting, if you go back to their page, is scroll back in time, and the person who appears most on Labour Together's videos is Shabana Mahmood, right? Who is now pitching herself as like the most right-wing Home Secretary since the last one, right? But she is a very prominent public face in Labour Together, and she's constantly posting these videos of how she's meeting with people in village halls to like have these like reconciliation discussions. If you look at Steve Reed and Shabana Mahmood's Twitter accounts from that period of time, they're like hugging asylum seekers, and it's very left wing, right? And it's an incredibly effective political positioning that
very
shows that they are
as well.
Part of a liberal, almost Corbynite, but not quite Corbynite tradition. But they're also non-factional. They're trying to heal these wounds, and it is
people like myself and like that lovely individual sitting no less than 5 feet away from me. We saw through them, oddly enough, and so did many different people across the UK, especially Shabana. For more than that, watch Laura Kuenssberg, or award-winning journalism, 9 p.m, BBC One. I don't want to show it live because I don't want to fuck it. I will do it once or twice. I'm not going to start with her. I don't want to do that. Don't get me wrong. I do cover Laura Kuenssberg, obviously, because reasons.
An elaborate performance.
And you can see how this comes from polling of the Labour Party membership, because I imagine what people said was, we really like the left-wing politics, we really hate the nastiness at the CLP level. Oh, we just wish that Corbyn had his shit together a bit more and could be a bit more polished and, could wear a suit and be a bit more reassuring. But, the principles are...
Oh, for fuck's sake, he was reassuring. Fuck, I don't care if he didn't wear a suit. I don't. I loved his policies. He's a great orator. Don't get me wrong, I love a man in a suit. Super happy Lewis.
It's either a wedding, a funeral, or a court appearance.
In your opinion, me and for lack, I don't want to use his name. My younger sister's partner, he's like me. He likes getting dressed up. He loves wearing suits, especially 3-piece suits. He's got 4 of them the last time I checked with my sister. He looks fucking amazing in a 3-piece suit. Gorgeous tie, stylized hair. Pockets square as well. He looks brilliant. He is handsome. I do like him. Very intelligent. He's a mechanic. Very good mechanic. Somewhat a gamer. And Lewis takes good care of my sister and the household. Praise be him. Thank you. I will say brother-in-law for the ease. They're technically not married, but they've been together this long, so fuck it. He could see this as well, by the way. He used to vote Tory when he was younger. He was following in the footsteps of his now dearly departed mum. I can use her name, sorry Helen. I love you desperately, I do. But why did you vote Tory? Right.
What we like about him.
Yeah, and one of the things I learned about that period of time is that it becomes common knowledge amongst people behind the scenes on the right that the next leader of the Labour Party is going to come from the shadow cabinet. So it's part of the reason why Starmer stays for such a long time in the shadow cabinet, even though he gets criticised many years later, because there's a very clear sense that even if Corbyn loses the next general election, which from about late 2018 to 2030 he is going to, because of the party's Brexit offer. You will need to have somebody who presents as both as an inheritor of that Corbynite tradition, as a defender of it, who can do it more professionally, and that is the image they
And also in 2016, when you had a series of choreographed resignations.
Rejoice for having Andy Luke or Andrew Luke on the stream. Thank you, Andy, by the way. I have loved this. It's amazing. Horatio Bottomley next. Gonna take a while, but sod it. I will definitely need you in for it. Gonna be fun. We'll talk on Discord and stuff, obviously. You look after yourself, my dear. It's been great. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take them. Stay based, free Palestine, and tell Morgan McSweeney where he can shove it.
Other brain rot
No
viewers
pass
may
it
recall. I hate the fact I know all this stuff.
Viva la Quinta Brigada.
My mum's birthday should be in there,
Right.
not the 2016 chicken coup. But there was, after the Brexit referendum, over the course of this day, you had, bam, new resignation, top of the hour, bam, new resignation. And Keir Starmer was one of them, right? And it failed. It failed to dislodge Jeremy Corbyn. Of course, he comes back with an increased mandate as, party leader. And I think that was a real lesson for them.
Oh, absolutely. There is the sense that they didn't understand the membership and where the membership's at all, and how people within the Labour Party would actually see that as an act of as wrecking, as like an act of real disunity, when the Tories have been doing austerity for 6 years. Like, what are you doing? Get your stuff together. We just want you to work together. And there is a clear sense at that point that in 2016 that sort of internal machination, a leadership challenge, is not going to work. 2017 makes it abundantly clear, right? Like, if you can't do a leadership challenge, the one thing you might be able to do is dislodge Corbyn after a general election. If he does too well in July 2017, they basically have to wait for the next general election until they can actually dislodge him. There's no mechanism internally they can affect that coup again. I mean, what's interesting from Keir Starmer's perspective at that point.
You've never been a member of the Labour Party, have you? There's no way to dislodge the leader, is there? Or there is a way, but it's long and drawn out and fucking bollocks.
You can't do what the Tories do, no. What you can do...
Challenge from within.
Yeah. What you would have to do is get either vote no confidence at the conference, or they resign. That's it.
Chances?
Burnham's trying to stand as an MP.
Yes, indeed.
Not going to work.
You and Kev agree. He would be better than Starmer.
No, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't be the same. He'd be different. Surely you agree with me on that one.
Juggling.
Anything
If
is
you're
better than
juggling-
Starmer.
If you're juggling dynamite while you're tightrope walking over a volcano, changing the person in the middle of the rope doesn't fucking make any difference, does it?
It depends on how good the person is walking on the tightrope, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you want to change someone in the middle of the rope halfway across.
That's what they done to get rid of Corbyn. Fucking hell, I can't.
They should have just released these fucking KGB files and had been him gone.
They have been released. They're on Hansard. Would you like me to bring them up? Christ.
Is that obviously within his sort of local constituency, him resigning becomes a big deal, right? And I've been speaking to lots of people in his constituency about that moment, and it's all a bit garbled and people remember it a bit differently. But what is quite striking is the number of people on the left I've spoken to in his constituencies who said, we brought it up with him. We said, why did you do this? We thought that you represented us. We didn't want you to do that. And they were all quite struck by how nervous Keir Starmer was in responding, that he actually seemed quite put out by the fact that he was having to answer these questions and maybe a little bit scared. And there's a couple of people who said they didn't understand that response because
expected those questions,
the questioning wasn't inquisitorial, right?
But it tells you that he's a man who doesn't have a strategy of his own, or not one that he's confident in at that time. And then along comes Morgan McSweeney.
Exactly. And I think that he isn't particularly... I don't think he's a great strategic genius, not least because everything that he's done to achieve power contains within it the seeds of his own failure, right? Which includes actually having Morgan McSweeney run his strategic vision for how to take power at a national level compared to at a Labour Party level, which is a very different kettle of fish. And sort of looking forward in time, it's precisely because Keir Starmer allows his entire political operation to be run by Morgan McSweeney's political methodology that is now failing utterly in government.
Well, I want to talk about the present Keir Starmer, but before I do, just sort of as a last reflection on this period of time between 2017 and 2020.
Can you pull that, please?
Is there anything that Corbyn and the team around him could have done differently to head off the threat posed by the Labour Together project?
Nah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I suppose...
no, I can't. That's not...
I mean, the short answer is probably no. Because there wasn't any... The only thing that could have provided the means of fighting back against that project is transparency and disclosure, right? The only way you can fight an enemy is if you can see it and you can know about it. And actually, they had no idea this enemy existed. And it is a profound enemy. You have Morgan McSweeney working for 2 years, day after day, working with the media to create a very particular narrative. And they're very skilled at doing that. It's their superpower. Morgan McSweeney and Ahmed is creating political narratives that the mainstream media buys into and repeats. And nobody knows that this is the source of it. So how can you really defeat that? I'm not sure that you can.
Also, if you say there's an enemy, but we can't tell you who it is or where they are, I think lots of people felt that way, but because there wasn't anything tangible to say, and it's this person and they're doing this.
I mean, I think that's the one thing that I think what this book will do for a lot of people on the left is that has always been the sense that there was something that wasn't right about that period between 2017 and 2019. Something felt off, and nobody could quite say what it was. That the way the political developments were unfolding didn't feel organic. It felt like there was some sort of hidden hand behind all sorts of things, including the anti-Semitism crisis. And I'm not saying the whole anti-Semitism crisis was invented by 3 people in a smoky room.
Hidden hand in 2018 that have gotten you a front page in the Sunday Times.
Exactly, right? But there is a hidden hand. We do know what that hidden hand is the Labour Together project. It is Morgan McSweeney. They are working secretly behind the scenes with a pot of undeclared money to place stories in the media about the anti-Semitism crisis. And they're doing it at the same time as they're pursuing a very explicit political project to destroy Corbynism from within, right? Through a campaign of like pretty elaborate public misdirection and deception. So until that had been uncovered, and that's precisely why Morgan McSweeney identifies discovery as his key threat, because if you do discover it, if you can say, oh, I know that story comes from Morgan McSweeney, oh, I know that story comes from Imran Ahmed, it gives you a little bit of ammunition to fight back with. It gives you a framing where you can say, oh, well, this is actually a right-wing Labour stratagem, and we can at least have a debate and a discussion around that and place it in its political context. Whereas without that, you have the sense from people, they're saying all the time, and there's a number of one of the really malignant outcomes of the work that Morgan McSweeney and Imran Ahmed is doing around the anti-Semitism crisis, is that you have loads of left-wing Jewish people at the time saying, this doesn't feel organic to me, this doesn't feel right. I feel like the way it's playing out, I feel like anti-Semitism is being weaponized for a factional agenda. I think there's a right-wing Labour faction that's involved in this somehow. We don't know how, but there is. And those people are then upbraided for being anti-Semitic because they're being denialists, right? That is basically in the public consciousness presented as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and it's not. It's literally what was happening. It's literally the truth.
I want to be an arsehole for a second,
Sure.
and I'm going to pretend to be a lobby hack. So I've got to get into character and pretend I went to private school.
Right.
And so I can imagine a lobby hack reading this book and going, okay, well, isn't it breaking news? Politician ran deceptive campaign. It's a dog bites man story, right? What's extraordinary about it?
What's extraordinary about it? I mean, there's all sorts of extraordinary things about it. For one, for me, we haven't even touched on this yet, is the money, right? That for me is one of the things that makes it unique, is that you have lots of like politician doing bad stuff stories, but it's very rare that you have the Prime Minister of the country is the Prime Minister in part because the Chief of Staff had access to a pot of funding that he was failing to declare according to the law for 2.5 years.
Where did the money come from, and what was the expected return on investment?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So the people who are putting in the money, the two primary donors are Trevor Chin and Martin Taylor. Trevor Chin is he's donated to loads of people in the Labour Party. He's very closely associated with pro-Israel causes. He's part of the Jewish Leadership Council. I think it was just this last year he got awarded the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor, I think it is, for services to Israel. And
That's a real club I wouldn't want to be a member
exactly.
of.
I think it was given to him by Isaac Herzog, like maybe 9 months after Isaac Herzog's been cited in the ICJ judgment as saying plausibly genocidal things.
Harold Shipman's Doctor of the Year,
Exactly. So he is, Israel is really central to his politics, although he is also, generally speaking, on the Labour right. Martin Taylor is a bit more of an enigma. We do know that he's like a wealthy hedge fund manager. He runs like a small hedge fund. Generally speaking, he funds people on the right wing of the party or sort of the soft left of the party. It's not entirely clear to me how much these two funders knew about what was going on, I have to be honest. Certainly people I was speaking to would suggest that Martin Taylor wasn't entirely aware of what was happening behind the scenes. Well, what you do have is between beginning of 2018 and mid-2020, which is precisely the period of time in which Morgan McSweeney is destroying Jeremy Corbyn secretly, incubating Keir Starmer's leadership campaign, and then running it. Labour Together isn't declaring £740,000 in donations, which in Labour Party terms is a very substantial pot of money. It's really,
in America, they wouldn't get out of bed for that, but in British politics, that can buy you a lot.
That's like barely going to pay for like Hillary Clinton's hairstylist that day, right? Like this is, but in British politics, it's a huge amount of money, and it's used very effectively in the British political scene. And Morgan McSweeney isn't declaring any of it. So under the law, it's very clear. Labour Together is what's called a membership association, and they're a members association because they have MPs on their board. So at the time, they have 3 MPs on their board. It's John Cruddas, Lisa Nandy, and Steve Reeder on the board of directors. So that makes them a members association according to the Electoral Commission, which means that every donation over £7,500 they have to declare. And for that entire period of time, where Morgan McSweeney is creating a purposefully misleading campaign about what they're actually doing behind the scenes, he's also failing to declare those donations. So there's no knowledge at all in the period between 2018 and 2020 that that they are not reporting those donations. There's no knowledge at all they get taking this money, which is part of the reason why, for example, the Corbynite team can't respond to them, because there is no knowledge that they are so well funded. There's no knowledge that they actually have this money. If Morgan McSweeney and Labour Together had actually declared their donations in that period of time, people would say, what on earth are you doing with £740,000? It doesn't cost £740,000 to host 3 meetings a year in a village hall about non-factionism, run a website, and write some articles.
The catering must have been
incredible, right? Like just spectacular. So that is part of the deception, I think, is the failure to declare. And I argue in the book, and to be entirely clear, it's not an allegation that they failed to declare. It's a confirmed fact, because the Electoral Commission did investigate them in 2021. They were found guilty of it. They were found guilty of violating electoral law. Labour Together said at the time, when they were fined, I think they were fined £14,000, they said it was human oversight, administrative error. We never meant to do that. And a big part of the first part of my book is to basically say, I don't entirely buy that argument. But I think it is at least as plausible that Morgan McSweeney chose not to report those donations because it helped with his political project, because it was politically useful for him to not declare those donations. And also because
the biggest threat was discovery.
Exactly.
Now,
because the biggest threat is discovery. If he declares those donations, people are going to ask him what he's doing. But also, what I did was I dug as deep as I could into the material. I have some material from this leak that I have, but I also went to the Electoral Commission and did FOIs and got material out of them. And one of the things I got in December 2023 was the set of correspondence between Morgan McSweeney and the Electoral Commission, which shows incontrovertibly, absolutely incontrovertibly, that Morgan McSweeney tried to convince the Electoral Commission in 2017 that he didn't need to report donations. And they tell him, no, you have to report donations. You have to report donations over this amount. This is the form you need to fill in. And there's an extended period of correspondence that they enter into over a couple of months, up until, I think it's February or March, where they're constantly telling Morgan McSweeney how to report donations, and he's saying, yes, I will do it. There's no doubt in my mind that Morgan McSweeney is utterly clear of his need to report donations and how to do it. And he's also telling people he's reporting donations, right? He's meeting MPs in Parliament in 2019, and some of them say, is Labour Together required to report donations? Are you doing it? And he says yes. Labour Together's website says that they are reporting donations from April 29 onwards. Shabana Mahmood writes an article in February 2020 for Labour List on behalf of Labour Together, where she says 2 things which are entirely misleading. One, which is that Labour Together has no role in the leadership election of Keir Starmer, which wasn't true. And 2, we report all our donations. And they weren't. So you have a situation where they're trying to they're keeping a secret about their political project, which is all based on deception. Morgan McSweeney knows he has to report donations. He's tried to convince the Electoral Commission he doesn't have to, but he knows he has to. He's telling people he's reporting donations, and he's not reporting donations. And I look at that evidence and I say, well, does that say human oversight and administrative error, or does it say something else?
You know what I think about it. Yeah. You know what I think about it. I want to move on to the present day, because I've got 2 final questions for you. The first question I have for you to bring us to where we are right now. What are the implications of how Keir Starmer ran these campaigns for how Britain is presently governed?
Right. I think there's a couple of things to pull out there. I mean, the first is that when Keir Starmer wins the Labour leadership election in April 2020, it marks a fundamental transformation in the nature of the Labour Party itself. Because Morgan McSweeney is probably the most intensely factional person with this amount of power that's ever taken power in the Labour Party. And very rapidly, very, very quickly, he installs his allies in the Labour Party, and they completely transform it from top to bottom. There is a replacement of councillor level people. There's a huge number of members who resign. Jeremy Corbyn's kicked out, of course. Dan Abbott is treated terribly.
It's a total recomposition of the party.
There's literally somebody briefs. I think it's a New Statesman say we are in the process of fundamentally transforming the DNA of the Labour Party. That's what they say, and they do. They actually do it, because one thing they have in hand for them that's very helpful for them is that the Labour Party's only won 200 seats in 2019. But from the Liz Truss moment onwards, it's guaranteed they're going to win 350 to 400 seats, which means that they have this unique opportunity to handpick 200 MPs coming into Parliament, which is what they do. And they handpick there is a particular type of person that they basically create a political monoculture, right? They create a political monoculture of people who look like them.
So, I mean, the number of people who move from lobbying jobs into Labour Party seats is incredible. But there's also, I mean, we talked about this before in Navarra Live, an individual called Josh Simons, who is a Labour Together person, currently an MP, who was copied into emails, what was it, referring you to a sort of reputation management / private investigation form to, I don't know, go through your bins and find out all your, horrible little secrets.
Yeah, which I have very few.
I only have horrible open truths.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of my horrible secrets, I like to drink alcohol cider sometimes.
Disgusting.
So Josh Simons he's parachuted into a safe seat in 20.
This isn't 4%. What's the cutoff? What is considered low alcohol?
What?
What's considered low alcohol? Anything below 2%, isn't it?
1%.
1%. So low alcohol here in the United Kingdom is anything below 1% ABV. So alcohol by volume or the
That's about 1%.
That's 4.
That's low alcohol. Anything below 37.5 is
24, right? He's a director of Labour Together from late 2023 onwards. I mean, I've told you the story before. I don't know if you want to hear it again if it's exciting.
Well, I think the audience might want to know.
Yeah.
They've been with us this far.
Right. I mean, what happens is back in November, it's actually August 2023. I've got these documents about Morgan McSweeney and the money, and I'm like, I'm convinced that there is a serious issue here. That Morgan McSweeney, that the Labour Party is on
Burning Man.
election. Morgan McSweeney is going to have this powerful role within that, and I have serious issues as like an anti-corruption expert and like governance campaign. I'm like, I think this is a problem. I think it's a problem that you have this person who's broken the law, being in this position of power. I have an additional set of problems because I don't entirely buy the version of events that has been put forward. Right. So I go to the Sunday Times in August 2023 because I think this is probably the best place for the story. It's going to get lots of national prominence. It'll be properly covered. And I take the story to Gabriel Pogrund and I say, here's the documents that I have about Labour Together and this failure to report the nations. And then in November 2023, the Sunday Times publishes a story about that. At the bottom of that story, it says the story is based on certain documents provided by Paul Holden, who's writing a book. At the same time, my publisher puts up like a little blurb about this book, basically saying I'm investigating Labour Together. And I start sort of, that blurb makes it very clear that where my investigation has gone at that point, which is like looking into the anti-Semitism crisis, some of their secret projects, none of which had been known about at the time at all, right? And then I started writing this series of articles with Matt Taibbi in the States. And I'd approached Matt Taibbi because he had been writing some interesting stuff about the role of organizations who have been set up in the United States and other places who've been trying to sort of curtail free speech in America. And one of those organizations is called the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which had actually came out of one of I call it a Labour Together project and emerged out of there.
It's an Imran Ahmed thing.
It's an Imran Ahmed thing. Actually, to begin with, it's an Imran Ahmed Morgan McSweeney thing, right? Because Morgan McSweeney is the director of CCDH until April 2020. So it's actually started by Imran Ahmed and Morgan.
Rejoice, comrades! Aaron Hubbard, good morning, my comrade. How goes it? How goes the battle? I'm thinking about ways and means to unseat your MP because she is garbage. Up. Welcome, welcome. Rejoice, everyone. Elron is here. Hello. Elron is amazing, by the way. He is based. He helps. Praise be. Paul Holden, everyone. You know this one. You've seen it before. I'll show it every so often because, obviously, I have to. You used to part of the CLP, Elron. If you are. I can help. I'm going to be doing more the closer we get to the next general election to unseat my MP. I don't like her. She's voting the party line, and I don't like the policies they are promoting. I don't know much about her. She was a councillor here in Glasgow. Still don't like her. She voted with the party line to attack people like me, disabled people, so fuck her. Oh God, yeah. So now it's a little bit. We can actually maybe move them slightly, I guess. Maybe just a little bit. But yeah, the way our democracy is structured, it's difficult. The constituency link still exists. It's still utter dog shit, obviously. Quite a lot of our MPs are girls, monsters, wankers, or complete and utter idiots. But they're still MPs, unfortunately, because the British voting electorate doesn't know any better. We're trying to educate.
We need together, which is in the American environment like hugely problematic, because what CCDH does, the whole other wing. I wish I could. This book needs to be another 200 pages. Like I wrote so much about CCDH and Imran Ahmed in the States, and I had to cut it out. But what Imran Ahmed does,
you need like a director's cut.
I
do, you know
do,
what I mean?
yeah. I have like a cutting room floor, like all the stuff I couldn't put in. I want to put into it. CCDH in the States becomes incredibly influential after 2020. And the way they become influential is they really mainline themselves into the COVID crisis. And it's the first time in America in particular where you start having people saying, well, in the midst of a pandemic, does the First Amendment stand? Right? In the midst of a pandemic, which is about getting people to do the right thing so they don't get sick, misinformation is potentially deadly. Should the state be involved in curtailing people's speech? In defense of the public good,
yes,
which is like a pretty radical argument in the States. It's almost unheard of,
yeah.
Right? The CCDH becomes a big player in that space, I think, in a very problematic way, because I don't think that their reports are particularly noteworthy and should really be listened to. But they start going after like prominent right-wing figures in America. So they start going after RFK, for example. RFK, they call one.
Oh, so now it isn't an American problem. It's the global hegemon problem. The enlightened global north and all that other bollocks, whatever. It's breaking down and we're getting more divisive and stuff. Don't get me wrong, getting divisive and being able to coalesce around certain issues and stuff to make our country better, I like that. It is good being able to reach out to people to actually bring them into the fold or educate them, even if they don't want to join, blah, 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 whatever. But being able to educate people is a good thing, in my opinion, especially in this current climate. It's going to be good. Mostly, I guess. But yeah, it sucks. I don't like this timeline. I want to change it. Watch this space. Your girl is trying her best.
The disinformation does, and Joe Biden is speaking about the report on the steps of the White House, waving it around, saying, this report says, Joe Biden's White House is saying that RFK needs to be kicked off social media. So there's really powerful enemies there that CCDH has made in the States. And there is a sense of like, if the Trump administration or people on the right understand at a deep level that the current chief of staff to the prime minister set up this organisation, which has also gone after RFK and have gone after all these like major right-wing figures, went after Breitbart, and all sorts of other sort of right-wing parts of the American ecosystem, that could be very politically damaging for Britain. That story I don't think has come out nearly enough in the reporting so far, and I'm hoping it will come out eventually.
We still have many of these key figures who you talk about in the book in positions of really significant power, not just in the Labour Party anymore, but UK politics. So, we've got Shabana Mahmood, she's the Home Secretary. We've got Steve Reid, who's going around with his, MAGA-style hat and build, baby, build. You obviously still have Morgan McSweeney, who's an immensely powerful individual, although he's getting his wings singed a little bit. How do you think they're likely to react to future leadership challenges to Starmer? So, for instance, Andy Burnham's been sort of coyly flashing a little bit of ankle. There's a sense that Angela Rayner might go for it. Of course, the sort of Labour rights preferred candidate is Wes Streeting, although he's sort of, it's about as popular as a cold sore when you poll his individual favourabilities. But how do you think they're likely to react to future leadership challenges? Who's going to be their preferred candidate, and how do you think they might navigate challenges which are coming from, help, please.
What?
Who do you think, if he gets deposed, next one? Wes Streeting, Bridget Phillips, and Andy Burnham. Anyone else you would suggest? Rachel, maybe?
Scottish Secretary.
Fuck off! Fuck up! I'll put him in. Pat. Oswesian Ghoul.
He's not Scottish Secretary. Alexander's the Scottish Secretary.
No, oh, God, Douglas, he's tried before.
Just get advice from his sister on how to steal money and be corrupt.
God, Wendy Alexander can do one. Fuck her.
If you want, I'll hold it down. Hey, dispatched at last.
Time?
Very much the centre or the soft left of the Labour Party.
I mean, it's an interesting position for them to be in, because I do think that there was this generalised assumption within their own circles, but also sort of generally in society, that this was going to be a decade-long project. This was the new Tony Blair. This was going to be, 10 to 15 years of like a sensible Labour right-wing, Labour centrism government, creating a dynasty, right, in power. And it's fallen apart so spectacularly in a year that I don't think they've really found their feet.
It feels like so much longer than a year, doesn't it?
But it is profound, right? And it's one of the things I'd say is like one of the consequences of this political methodology based on dishonesty is that I do think the 2024 general election campaign is just as dishonest and misleading to the general public as the 2020 Labour leadership campaign was. And in both instances, we've seen the same result, right? Which is, half the Labour Party membership left and discussed. Now half of Labour Party's voting coalition is left and discussed and is going to the Greens and your party and wherever else. So I'm not sure they have a articulated strategy, because this is not what they expected. I mean, what is clear is that Morgan McSweeney's faction within cabinet is very strong. So Morgan Sweeney is very close to Shabana Mahmood. He's very close to Steve Reed. And they've become extremely prominent figures. In this last reshuffle, I really think it was almost entirely intended to make Shabana Mahmood and Steve Reed prominent national figures. I really do. And my sense has always been,
that one, by the way.
my own hunch at this point is that Shabana Mahmood would be their preferred candidate. And they're developing a particular, they're making her the sharp end of their current political strategy, which is not very hard to understand, which is basically to copy a reform as much as possible.
But also make a brown woman do it, because then if you object to it, or you say, well, these things are racist, like, well, how dare you? It's racist in itself if you say it.
And the stuff is, I find it really, I mean, it becomes a very toxic politics and a very difficult thing to navigate. But that's, I think her rise to prominence as like the hardline right-wing Home Secretary who's going to say the things on immigration that like maybe a white person can't necessarily get away with, is a signal that she is the preferred choice. The problem that they have, and this has always been
white Home Secretaries have already
still
said
the Labour
that
membership
in the
that
past.
actually exists still. The 200,000 people who are hanging on like by their bloodied fingernails is still more left-wing than they are, and still hates them. I mean, that's the thing that's so interesting, right? Is that they've captured this political party. They have total control of the party bureaucracy. They've filled Parliament with their MPs, but at a grassroots level, the people from whom all that stuff is supposed to emerge, right? It's supposed to emerge democratically from their votes, ultimately hate them.
That's the world's largest supposed.
Exactly, right? But it's supposed to be that the Labour grassroots, the Labour members elect people and they form all these things and they fill Parliament. But if you look at the polling that's been done internally in the Labour Party, of Labour Party members, they put these people like right at the bottom of favourability, right? They're people that they would vote for, Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, which is anathema to this project. They would hate this idea. So I'm not sure they have, I think there was like a long-term plan to like, Starmer would be eased out for 5 or 10 years. And they would incubate like a new leadership over that period of time that Morgan Sweeney play a key role in. That's all fallen apart, and they're basically scrambling for a solution. And the scramble that they've come up with is, let's make Shabana Mahmood prominent. Whether that's going to work, seeing as the way they're making her prominent is also almost like scientifically designed to appall Labour Party.
Time will tell. Look out for Shabana Mahmood, really. And it's going to be easy because she's on award-winning Kerberism, if anyone gets that reference. Well done. Good for you. It's on my Steam wish list. I don't know exactly what she's going to say. It's all going to be either downright horrible or disingenuous or gaslighting. We will find out. Laura, I beg of you, push Shabana Mahmood, I beg of you, as it one Scottish woman to another. Will Laura Kuensberg hear me? Nah, no she won't.
His own base, right? Like the things that she's being asked to do on being like really hard on immigration, the way that she intervened around the Maccabi Tel Aviv stuff is totally the opposite of what the Labour Party membership wants. And of course that means they're going to have to manage that in some way. And knowing how this faction works, it's not going to be done in like a democratic way. There's going to be a stitch-up of some kind. It's just a question of how they achieve it.
Well, we'll all keep our eyes peeled for it. Paul Holden, thank you so much for joining us. And I really have to say to the audience out there, read it. It is so richly detailed, it's meticulously researched, and even for me, who's been like across all of these stories as they happened, it was filling in so many gaps. So thank you so much.
So, thank you.
Oh, I'm reading this one. This is from Everon Hubbard. This needs to be categorised. The same arrogance of attacking Corbyn, they think the CLPs will just go along. Citation needed. That didn't happen. Correct. They had to cheat, lie and eviscerate the party. Also correct. And still the membership are mostly left-wing. Also correct. Thank you, Elron. Can you post that exact phrase in whatever channel you think appropriate in the Discord? I'd love that. Oh, I know what I can do with that phrase. That sentiment. We need a little bit of a break, don't we? Give me my song. I will clip it out. Where's my song? Give me my song.
I don't know why I'm like this. I love to tick you off. Something in my psychosis finds it a little hard. I always got good intentions. You tell me I saved your life, but I'm craving your attention, and you know that I got two sides. I'll be the villain tonight. I kinda like when you despise me after we fight. Feels so much better when I'm pushing all your buttons till you're crawling on the floor. You say you hate my guts, but you're still coming back for more. I know that you get jealous, so I play the fantasy. I know that you can tell when everyone looks at me. Some of my favorite moments usually start with tears. Swear that you'll pull me closer whenever we flirt with fear. I'll be the villain tonight. I kinda like when you despise me after we fight. Feels so much better when I'm pushing all your buttons till you're crawling on the floor. You say you hate my guts, but you're still coming back for more. I'll be the villain. The villain.
25 years shelf life? Citation needed. Which back contains 13,920 calories per bucket. Premium quality. Yeah, I'm looking at them. Anyway.
Feels so good playing these wicked little games. I'll be the villain tonight.
I like when you despise me after we fight.
Feels so much better when I'm pushing all your buttons till you're crawling on the floor. You say you hate my guts, but you're still coming back for more. I'll be the villain. The villain. The villain. The villain.
150 quid, get the fuck! I can make 60 meal for less than 170 quid. Me. Not including you, me, myself. I can make up 60
Hey everybody, it's
meals.
John from The Cog is Dead. Thanks so much for watching. If you'd like to support the music and get early access to every new song and video, then become a patron at patreon.com/thecogisdead.
Oh, I've found one for you.
Oh, Christ.
They all laughed as they turned around slow. They said,
You don't need to freeze dry coffee, that's the whole point that gets.
you just might as well go. You wiped the blood.
140 quid!
Slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when
367.
hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me.
I can get 420 servings of coffee for £103. And it's strong as fuck and it tastes delicious. And I can mix it up with different flavours of coffee.
Look, there, see There's different ones. Different.
There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like an oak saying you're never gonna make it out alive.
No, it doesn't, Elmer. No, it doesn't.
At the bottom of that hill,
not
they got a secret
not it, comrades.
Like a slave. They got a black
magic teacher and a rebel and a preacher. You head to that blue grave.
And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money and you steal from the poor. On your way downhill, you hear me ring that bell. I pay the devil twice as much to keep your soul. There was a drifter passing through that little valley. He had promised he was coming back to town. They didn't know him by his face or by the gun around his waist, but he come back to burn that town to the ground. First there was fire, then there was smoke, then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me. It is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down to hell, you hear me ring that bell, and I say, hell's coming with me.
Right, went to the Sunday, when did the pubs open?
No. You might see me drinking. Don't get me wrong, I do it. So does he, now, again.
Not as much as you.
Deal with it. I will say again, I use alcohol as a painkiller.
It's going to be fun when I enforce the fact that you have to go out and buy your own with your own money, and I'm not going to get you anymore. Oh, that'll be fun.
I will do it, even though it might potentially get into me. But fuck it. If he doesn't want to do it, I will do it myself.
Problem is, you don't have any money. Only
Whoa! What makes you think I won't nick your bank card?
Because there's nothing in it.
At certain points, I do not believe him.
You could always pawn your chair if you can get it to the pawn shop.
What, the one I'm currently sitting on?
Yeah.
Fuck off. I've actually got my stream set up perfect. I'm comfortable. Stop laughing. You're not going to give me another can, are you?
Nope.
Thought that. Shall we read out?
I will remove temptation.
Please, darling. Please.
No. You have to learn how to control your urges.
Fuck off.
I have had to learn how to control my urges.
I don't need to, I've got you.
It'll be done in 5 minutes.
Please. You can.
No.
Thank you. Let us read out whatever one Yes, well, whatever works out on, obviously.
I can't go out, I've got delivery coming.
I'm going to be here.
Don't know when the delivery's going to be here. Just said it's been dispatched.
Mm.
And we can't have you having the delivery because I might not have it set up here. It might turn up somewhere else.
I'll be nice.
Make a change.
Do not listen to that bastard. To Cappy we go. Oh, if she's still alive.
Right.
Cranky Pants, are you still going?
That's still the bus money is be a question.
Oh, she is still going.
Bus money.
Cappy, darling? You'll lose me for a second. Bloody hell, she's been going for 6 hours. Darling?
How long have you been going?
Nearly 8.
It's your dad. Maybe after all this, you'll come visit me in New York.
I won't have to visit if I get that job at the Martha Graham Dance Company. I'll be living there.
Right. Internship.
I know it's like a 1 in 3,000 chance, but I might get it.
Absolutely. Have you spoken to my mother?
She's going through her thing and I'm going through mine.
Have you two been getting along?
We're just finishing up this episode and then we're gonna wrap up Mad Cat. What's going on?
She hates me.
Just try to talk to her.
From day one, she resented my relationship with him.
How are you doing, Mad Cat?
Need a break.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
We have to cut inland.
What? Into the jungle? They said their people were on the beach. If we keep walking...
Beach goes into a peninsula ahead.
I would recommend that one black guy.
May not be passable.
Yes, they
May
are
not?
indeed.
May not.
You're doing this to get the cowboy back faster, aren't you? You would risk our lives to help him?
And there's 6 ICE agents sitting on them after we pepper sprayed. Men shot them, but it was self-led by the ICE agents.
It's the only way I know.
I liked you better when you weren't talking.
I can't believe he's still a...
a demon boy band? They're coming after the fans.
I saw someone, I mean, I'm sure this has like been memed from multiple people, but I saw someone say that this entire film is just Nepo babies versus industry plants, and it's so true. It is just Nepo babies and industry plants fighting to be the main thing, and that's the whole film. It's just, it is. Because the K-pop Demon Hunters, they're the Nepo babies. They're only in the position to be like Demon Hunters because like people previously related to them were Demon Hunters, and then all of the Demon boy band are literally industry plants.
Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider lager beer or whatever. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine. And your mad lass will be back later on today, because technically it's nearly 6 p.m. 6 a.m. even. A.m. I've been going for
600.
Yeah. I'll get there. It is currently 6:20 a.m. here in Glasgow. Look after yourselves. I will be back.
I shall return.
Yeah, this plane's trashed. Everything is at stake.